Excellent. Now, there's something else you have to say. This is if you think that is something, this is way, this is straight up in your face. You have to see. What are you talking about? No, no. What we're watching is astronauts going wild. This shit is the coolest fucking thing. I love this so much. So, what is this? This is Kennedy. This is the Zapruder film. But basically, what Sabrell is saying here is the same power that could kill a president in broad daylight, November 22nd, 1963, fake the landings on July 20th, 1969. There you go. There's the headline. Okay. So did you see in that video that we watched that those guys were faking the moon landing and that they were not faking the moon landing, but faking that shot? I don't know. But that's okay. This part is a cool thing. So here in the next thing we're going to see is another video by the same person, Bart Sabrell, and it's called Astronauts Gone Wild, where he asks all these astronauts to watch the video that you just watched. It is absolutely hilarious. Elle, have you seen this? Oh yeah, my man. Well, now you'll know. Oh, it is. There's a somebody gets punched in it. An astronaut punches the filmmaker. Here we go. This is very cool. And I want to say for watching. So here's he's gonna get punched. That's right. Check this out. Look at these guys' reactions. Tell me, Commissioner. This is the the guy runs away. Here's Neil Armstrong. Here's Buzz Aldrin running away. Ed Mitchell kicks him in the back. Literally. All of these guys actually, they all signed up. I don't follow that, but that's okay. I can do it. But just the story. Hell, you're gonna love this. It's very confrontational. It's phenomenal.
There's no way faster to run.
Well, if I was on the moon, I would sit around and tell everyone about it. I wouldn't do it either. That's what I what are your thoughts on it? Let's talk. photograph. Something like this kid. Something like this kid. I sent you an invitation. My Discord for working. Excellent. Let's see that. Check your Instagram. Check your direct message. Photograph. I'm sending you a message. Excellent. We're in the VC. So you can get it too. Yes, go ahead. Good. Did you find it? Programmers. What is it called that you try to join? Every, is that you? No. No way. Hold on. Okay. So, I want to thank everybody for watching because you guys are good friends. And most people are like, I'm not watching this. Yes. Yes, but I was watching it on my phone. Scrotogram. Scrotogram. Okay. Scrotogram. What happens if you try to join the chat for the people? Send me a Hey, Jacob, thank you so much for watching. You're an amazing person for doing that, and from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate it. While we may not agree on the subject, you can now see the evidence that we have. Excellent. Program money. So we're going to get you a net. You're going to send me what it says when you try to get in, correct? Yes, I do. Program money. Can you hear me? Program. 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 What are you doing? Wait, just join the church. Just join it. Just join. Fall asleep in there. Hold on. I'm gonna walk you through it. So what happens when you click that link that I sent you? Oh, okay. Reload. Oh, it does nothing when you tap join. Did you start and restart your the Discord app? Oh, you know why it doesn't let you in? Because you're in the video chat app of the Telegram. Leave the Telegram and come in. Why not? I mean, you can still talk over it. Just mute it if you don't want to watch it.
I love what you're doing, but nobody believe in everything he says, and more or less than care for that fire than anything else.
Proto Gremlin, are you there?
What it takes for you to join the U.S. If you're in the U.S., I feel like you have to control me and Rabbi as your coach. Fucking up whoever wants to rock with your crazy ass. All right? Like, yeah, what is it? What is it take? Do you have a job right now? I'm trying to take care of my brother. Stuff that I'm around the clock. Take care of them. I'm going to count that as a job. So, what would it take for me to come out of it? You look jacked on the video. You got some there, so. I imagine with some margaritas on the bar and go to town on a level of fucking ring. Just fucking. Come with that fight before. Yeah, but that was kind of like a fight. Let's just start throwing heads. Okay, we're doing that now. Rabbi looks like he's really making some firefights.
I've always been able to use my mouth to be able to get me out of it.
You don't want to, like, obviously, urgent. I don't like violence either, for sure, but you're going to call out whether I can get violent. That's potential. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, I have to be able to fight Mark Zuckerberg and work his fucking ass, though. Dog, he's like 5'1". I'm gonna destroy him.
swapping out Rabbi's mouth guard in between rounds. That guy scored water in his face. Fuck up, Rabbi.
But all you hear is that fucking mouth guard in my mouth. It would just be like, and you pull it out and you'd be like, I eat pussy, motherfucker. I'm the best motherfucker of all time. Go fuck yourself. There ain't never been anyone prettier than I am. And then you'd have to put it back in.
Yeah. And then I like too. I want to see Rabbi on a tournament when he's in the midst of a UFC come out. The cheek are when the currency goes up there. Gotta be some unfathomable level of playing it all around. Of course, he changes it from Chinese businesses to Jewish.
Word. Well, he's technically he worked in a car dealership.
Have a car, Jacob, and Mexican name. CC.
Now, when you're pissed off, what do you say? Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear. I've been doing this for so fucking long. That's how you define vacation. Put a little to Santa Barbara. I all the stuff yeah, wonderful. Word. Ever seen Hot Rod? Word. That's what Hot Rod Flight School is. Is that the coolest shit you've ever heard? I'm fucking mad. You know I'm mad. Mel, what's your favorite episode of Joey Diaz? We're done. How many of those fucking things have you drank? No, no. We were doing fractions earlier. You were like, normally I do 2/3 of the amount. So how many have you done this far? How many beers do you? How many beers have you had? You're a little lazy, or a little weighty. Yeah, I can tell it. That's good. I would have picked you at about 3 beers right now. Excellent. I have you ever had Colt 44? Colt, Colt, Colt 45. Thank you. Have you ever had a Colt 44? So what are your thoughts on Colt 45? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Have you ever had Enlighten, please.
Alright, so he's a artist, let's use that three series of like 4 or 5 by the way, and you can't more where it is people or just remember funny or funny. Dry. Like artwork. Regular.
Actually, we're going to hell. How long does it take you to shotgun a beer? You'll be ready to fuck shit up afterwards. Hell yeah. Have you ever vomited and then ate your own vomit? Right. Regurgitate it. Recycle it. You can eat That's right. Well, that's good. You like to tell a story about home and still get some good people. That's the thing. know that I just think dude when I don't want to, you know, right, right. I think that's probably the whole point. It's just like when I'm fucking lazy, I'm gonna make up my own goddamn word, and we're gonna know what it means. No, 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 we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're gonna watch. I mean, concert. You wanna know what a really cool concert is? Have you heard of religious speeches in English yet? Yeah. And, I mean, architecture is very like love, peace, right? Fucking red, peace, something like that. With, yeah, it's basically designed in a very particular manner, and it's like spokes of a wheel, but also very triangular, so that it doesn't run on a grid. It runs basically out of spokes, with the center spokes generally being uh, that's the coolest shit you've ever heard. Word, dog. We have fucking passion, man. I don't even know. Like, I'm just getting, I'm gonna put a little timer on my phone that whenever the little the message that comes up, it says, "Hey, are you still there?" And avoid that little message coming up. I'll just have the timer automatically tweak it too often, so that it thinks I'm still there. Word, dog. Apologies, I didn't mean to make you work like that when you're done. What's your next video? Hey, do you know Caspian Sea? Do you know Caspian Sea? He'll be back like around, and I wanted to make sure you knew. Excellent. Excellent. Right.
want to know the I'm sure this guy is will come up with some fucking maybe.
I didn't tell you, but he called me, and I. Here's why I missed it though, and I can't really be. I have a setting on my phone, and it's like the setting is something like don't ring the phone if it's an unknown number. And I used to take all calls, but I gave out my telephone number on Telegram, and this one guy kept calling me from number all the time, thinking it was and just so that would piss me off. So I knew I was asking for it. So what I ended up doing was just turning on that that says "Don't ring my phone" number, and I don't have his jail in my phone. It called me, but I never. Jail call. You're right.
Wow.
In jail? No, you have to understand something. It's because it's Canadian, it's not pushed that hard in the United States, though I don't know that it's a fun show. It's just since it's Canadian, people don't really talk about it. They talk about it a little bit on the internet, and I know it's a funny show. So, like, if you ask the average American, hey, have you seen Trailer Park Boys? They don't even know that's a show because it's not American. Is it on YouTube? Right now. I don't think it's on YouTube, but it is on every episode right now. Yo, people tell me all the time that I remind them of what's the guy with the glass? Yeah, they call me that all the time. Oh, you just like Bubbles. I'm like, who the fuck is Bubbles? They're like, oh, he's on Trailer Park Boys. And I'm like, you fucking Canadian? And they're like, oh, okay. And then we have this whole fucking conversation. Oh. Yeah, we're find out about this guy right now, episode 1 is on YouTube. We're gonna watch it right fucking now. Trailer Park Boys, episode 1. It's a weird episode. I know I can get it. That's not the issue. Reading it. So in the meantime, you're gonna watch the PBS documentary on black money, and that's not on what you think it is. When I first saw it, I was like, man, this is a hardcore fucking documentary. They just came out with black money. I think it was gonna be like, I don't know, like locals and successful people in the African American community, but it was not. It was on the Saturday World War International Black, which is still actually really cool too. But I would love to watch it if it was on both. It's in an air. It's in an air. No, baby, can you hear me better? Yo. Hey. Riser. You need to understand something. You need to know something right now. You ready for this? Excellent. Damn it. What did you just say? Before that. Oh yeah, black money. Yeah. What does it have to do with that? Okay, we're talking trailer park toys, and it has something to do with that. That wasn't the purpose. Word, dog. Hell yeah, dog. I've been through there a couple times. I went to a wedding once in Georgia, And actually, I think I've been through there 3 times. I went to a wedding once in Nashville. I went to a wedding once in Georgia, and then I went to Charleston, South Carolina, and I passed through there. I remember being. I've only really been that I recall. I mean, I remember being there, but and I went to the Kentucky Derby. Louisville. What in the fuck are you saying, Lexington? Get that shit out of here. That's in Louisville, son. Right, Mammoth Cave, is that right? Right. My friend, I stayed with him when I went to the Kentucky Derby, and he was very smart. He ended up going to Harvard, and then he also ended up coaching soccer at Harvard. It was very tight. We didn't have to pay. We just beat people. We just walked in. It's like, I don't know if you could do that now, but back then, it was like, Kentucky was a little bit different. It was kind of a little backwoods, where if you just knew the right person, they could open the door for you, and then all of a sudden, you're the biggest horse race in the world. On the betting man. Actually, I put in a bet like the day before, and it hit, and I won, but it only paid like 2 to 1, so I could sit and wait in line, or just hold on to the ticket. And so I think that's what I did. Yeah, I hate that shit so much. I don't fucking understand it. So fucking annoying. Hold on a second. Yo, dog. Can you still hear me? Yo, dog, can you still hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Yo. No. Can you hear me? Dog, this shit sucks so much cash. Apologies. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Excellent. So, apologies for the last fucking hour. That this is like, right. Dog, I have done everything I can trying to figure out the microphone issue. It just turns out if you have too many microphones that are open at the same time in a room, it's just almost impossible not to get feedback. Yeah, let's talk about that one for a second. I don't understand. We got this one. Hold on. The lurker. You know, that lurker is a very good question. What is that one even doing? I don't even know where it is. That's the question. One in there. So, oh yeah. All right. So even if I just turn this one off. All right. Yeah. There was just some kind of bug with one of my phones. It didn't go away. Can you hear me, Al? Al.
I thought you were speaking seems to cut out.
That's what I needed to know.
I'm not sure why.
That's what I needed to know. Dog. Dog. Okay, so the phone on which you hear me now, he comes in and out, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Just one. Can you hear me better now? Weird, dog. Okay, hold on. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yo, dog. Hey, hey, can you tell him to unmute this one and see if it sounds better? Yo, can you hear me? L, tell Jacob, tell L to unmute the card camera. Yo, L. L. Yo.
I'm here.
No, one of them you do. Can you hear me? L, unmute that far one and see how the microphone goes.
Okay.
All right. Just let's see how. All right. Now I know I'm going to sound far away, but does it cut in and out? Well, that's because I am. Can you hear me? You want me to do so much fucking shit? Okay, I'll do it, dog. Just for you. You're good. Okay, I just unmuted one. No, you're good, dog. You're good. I appreciate it. I need your help. That's why I'm giving you shit. But I do need your help. All right, here we go. I am doing all this for my friend Al and my friend. Here we go. This is fucking amazing shit. And if you're like, oh, Rabbi, what makes you say it's so fucking amazing? Check out how athletic I am. Look at this. People can't wrap their heads around how fucking athletic I am, how much athletic prowess I have, how much I'm like emotion. No, dog. L, you hear me? Dog, 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 dog. You know what I have in store for you. Just calm down. It's amazing. Dog, do you know how much fucking work it is for me to fucking unplug one of these fucking devices, shut off the fucking microphone to that device, replug in another phone, and plug that one in, and the fucking chargers aren't even the same charger? Shit, this is. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Wow. For the first time ever. Oh, that's what I needed now. We've already been fucking dealing with this bullshit. Hell yeah, motherfucker. Hell yeah. Dog, you are so right. Oh my word. You know, I know. It's been about time. Oh, dude, that's amazing. I'm glad that this fucking thing works now. You can hear me now? That's like fuck, dog. It's such an old Android. People are going to study this at a university level, and we'll leave that up for them to figure out how to more. You're absolutely right. Hey, you told Jacob about the University of Vancouver? Wait. Before we do this, Jacob, how many people do you think attend the University of Vancouver? That's a great guess. L, how many people attend the University of Vancouver? Go. Uh, it doesn't exist. Not yet. Dog, doesn't that sound like a really good university? The University of Vancouver? Exactly. It'd be like the University of Toronto, the University of Chicago, NYU, UCLA. And fuck Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan sucks so much cock, it should get on its knees and start sucking off Manitoba. What are your thoughts on Nineveh? Dog, I love Nineveh. That's why I mentioned it. I think it's the coolest fucking place in Canada. Now, that's a good idea. Are you going to ensure that indigenous people who are calling? No, no, there's a word you can't use. There's a word you can't use. These people are known as, it's like a short word. No, you can't use that word. That's not the right word. Doesn't it start with an N? Yeah. No, it's it's like the ninja. Ninja. Dog. I'm gonna look this up. But you don't want to say the E word anymore. That's like a hate term. Yeah, you don't want to say that. That's not what they're doing. Oh, anyway, you call them Inuit, dog. You don't call them the other thing. That's a hate term. That's like the bad word for Inuit. Can I tell everybody there's certain group out there for whom I am looking out for whom I'm looking milk in society. In addition to milk, there are there's a certain group of people in Nepal that are known as Sherpas. And these people have gotten really, really good at climbing houses, but we're not all mountain climbers. There are some Sherpas that do other things, but the term Sherpa has just been colloquially used as anybody who's like a pack animal person to go climb Mount Everest, and I am still talking them that they're not all fucking pack animals. Some Sherpas do other things. Don't you think that I will be seen in the future, perhaps, as a great trailblazer for Sherpa culture? Right. So, so here's the thing. Some of the most famous people who have done this are not Sherpas. They're like Chinese people. Those are two separate groups of people. So the proper term is a porter. Porter. Someone who takes things from one place to another. So I want people to know, don't call these people Sherpas anymore. Sherpas are a group of people who live in the fall. The people who carry shit on the mountain are known as porters. A lot of Sherpa people are porters, but it's offensive by you saying Sherpa and assuming that everybody who's a Sherpa is a porter, because that's not true. Also, I want you to know that the steepest and also the highest altitude airport is located in and around Kathmandu. Do you have any other questions about Nepal? Because I think at this point, I'm a fucking Nepalese expert. No other motherfucker from Nepal over here saying, hey, I'm saying the surplus. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you like the sound that you're hearing out of this phone? Well, I have to ask you about it.
valuable feedback and quality of the so far it's been sublime.
That's phenomenal. That's fucking phenomenal. Dog.
Your channel is phenomenal.
Yo, welcome. We got Palo here. Palo, you are wonderful. We got Palo here. We've got Nicolo. We've got Dante Cito. We've got Valinaldo. How you doing, friends? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a world peace. Well, hi. I'm very well. How are you? Wild. All right. Well, I'm live on YouTube right now on 6th Street. Type Bible Rabbi in YouTube. Talk about life. It's the biggest event in global history. Do you know about Guinness? Okay. Well, cool documentary. Do you know who Joey Diaz is? Dog. Joey Diaz is based out of North Bergen, New Jersey. And he's everybody loves his podcast. I have a feeling that these people either speak English, not perhaps. Hey, what's going on? How are you? Yo, welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a week. Speak low, like silently, like a whisper. L. Oh, okay. Welcome, everybody. We love that you're here. We watched the documentary tonight. It had Spanish subtitles. And you know that we love you. We're happy that you're here. Thank you for coming. I love that you're here. Watch whatever you want. We're watching documentaries. We got Joe Rogan. You guys know who Joe Rogan is? It's amazing. Check this out.
Have done all the bribes. All the bribes. And in India, he just kind of knew that's how he knew the culture, he knew how to navigate, he knew how to these titles and all of that, and how to talk to what you want. Here, he's not coming. He doesn't know what he wants. There, he can get anything he wants. Here, he's just struggling and trying to figure it all out. And so, I've become keenly aware of, like, I don't know if we appreciate
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that is.
Well, with my grandparents, there was actually my grandparents' parents that moved here, but if they weren't the type of people that were so gangster, they were willing to get on that boat. I'd be in Europe hanging out in a cafe, smoking cigarettes, talking shit.
Yeah, I would be a fat, spoiled piece of shit. And it would have been fun out of being a rich kid. But growing up in India, I didn't know this what I am here. I know that.
Yeah, you want your own ability to carve a path. There's a lot of stuff, but that's not an option. You can't really carve a path to do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
That's not available.
Yeah, man. With poverty, I not saying there's not extreme poverty in America. I see hopeless poverty in India, where it's just like I don't know how this.
When you fly into Brazil, one of the things that happens when you fly into Rio, the UFC's there, you go through the favelas, the airport, and you drive from the airport to where the beach boat is. You drive straight through the favelas, go all to the right of you, and you see extreme poverty. You ever seen that movie, The City of God?
Yes. Truly, I remember thinking it was going to be an uplifting film, so I was horrified watching the whole thing. But yeah, it's great.
My friends from Brazil, and that's exactly what it's like. That's exactly what it's like. It's bad.
The kid was like 9 years old, and they had a film.
Yeah. They have no respect for life, no understanding. No, of course, that's just even.
Yeah.
They're not 25 to figure out what the fuck you're doing.
I remember riding a train with my mom. My mom has like fibromyalgia, all these joint issues, and they were like a huge train station with all this stuff, all the platforms or whatever. Everybody just rushing, and people are like screaming, trying to get off the train. So many people are getting on. People are like screaming, like, "Please just let me get off." And I'm like, "No, people are gonna die." And we talked with family in India, and they might have just been saying it flippantly, but they said the cheapest thing in India is a minute flight. They said it in Hindi, but like the idea that you just grow up around so much trauma and whatever that it is what it is. On the land, a quarter the size of America.
So, quarter the size of America, 3 times the population. That's nuts.
Dude, the 0.4 of India's population, 1.4 billion, is bigger than America.
That's nuts.
So bigger plus a billion. Yeah.
You have to think a quarter the size of America and 3 times the population. If you really put that all together, you just like, it's mad.
And I love India, and I love going back, and I also understand that I was raised here, and I feel like these immigrant kids take that for granted.
Isn't it interesting how some places just the older ones, right? Like, think about high population. It's China. It's like our oldest civilization.
Yeah.
China has thrived economically 4,000 years. 4,000 years. So, of course, they have a way.
Yeah, true.
I mean, obviously, serious poverty and all sorts of problems in China, but the point is, they've been a unit for 4,000 years. They've been fucking 4,000 years so much that they had to say, you only have one kid.
Yeah.
And they ruined everything. That is a stupid idea. Then they ruined everything. There's so many more men than there are women. So now they have like a real problem. And then they realized they're going to have a real problem, so they started changing it so they could have more kids. I think you can have 3 men, right? Is that what China's policy is now?
Are you not worried about China as a threat to America for world economics? I guess it's, I can't think of a better way to say it. But are you worried about China?
Won.
Yeah.
They've been infiltrated all of our universities. They give grant money. They pay for things. They buy up farmland. So they've been buying up farmland around military bases. They sell America cheap cell phone towers and internet routers. They sell them cell phone towers at a discounted rate so that they can have their cell phone towers around military bases so they can listen to everything.
I mean, yeah.
And then they get caught. Like third-party access to like Huawei got kicked out of America. I was ready to buy a Huawei phone because Huawei have the dopest phones.
Really?
Bro, their phones are so dope. Their phones are incredible. They had cameras and batteries that were so much better than iPhones or anything that was available in America at one point in time, and they were just making these insane phones. And I remember they made a Porsche design. It was a Porsche design Huawei phone. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And they put them on. I'm like, they're not supposed to be real shit.
We like
government.
Yeah, I get with a
What does it say, Virginia?
I'm bringing food for maintenance.
Oh, it's trying to get rid of kids.
Province abolished making it legally.
Right, so we have as many children as we want. The real problem is the lack of learning. It's what is the population difference between men and women in China? I think it's like 60% men.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That's a real problem because the reality at least in America. America has a very high level of men who are single and have no sex.
Yeah.
It's pretty high. I was one of those folks. Here it is. 720 male inhabitants, 689 female. That's not too bad. That is, what is that about? That's not 60.
No, it's a little. I guess.
That's not too bad. China's total population decreased for the first time in decades in 2022. The population decline is expected to accelerate in the upcoming years, and that's because of the population growth.
Yeah, and then the campaign gender is pretty good. If you have a one-child policy, start dying.
Exactly. And so in America, there was some study recently that they were talking about the amount of single men and men who come out of homes. Yeah, and it's crazy. Yeah, because everybody's got super high standards.
But you're the general distribution from China from 1922 to 22, it's the same. Interesting.
Even after they had the one-child policy, they didn't change it all. They changed it to 51 to 48.
I would think it was
Even if they had from China.
yeah, that's fair. Nobody died.
Nobody died of COVID. We didn't. Like the China virus. Yeah, when you go into that China, you'll get people.
Yeah, this idea that if I criticize the government, I'm criticizing the people. Like, if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. It's like, guys, let's let go. If I criticize the Chinese government, Israeli government, I have no problem with you as groups of people. You're wonderful. The government, y'all are nuts.
Of course.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Like if you have an American flag, it's China.
yeah.
America is all of us. You can't let the corrupt government take your fucking flag and decide that that's a colonizer's flag. It's just that's all of us, the children of immigrants.
Yes, 1,000%. And if I go to Europe and they make fun of America, I don't think they make fun of me. I don't really hate Americans. I'm not like, how dare you?
Meanwhile, you're probably accurate. I'm going to laugh along with you.
Yeah,
Shit.
yeah, you're probably right.
What do you guys think is funny about it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're killing everyone with our food. Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go.
We are definitely doing that.
Yeah, I can't become that guy, but I've become that guy.
Well, Russia doesn't allow GMO foods. They don't allow. Yeah. Everything has to be organic. Russia.
But I went to Europe and I tasted like the food. Not that they're the best chefs, but the quality of everything was just so clean and pure. And then you taste stuff in America, they're like, oh, they're right. This stuff sucks. It's killing us.
Well, we just have so much fast. Yeah, fast for you. And then you never get this satisfied. You want to keep eating it.
But like Wilson Vince was telling me years ago, we went to London in like 07, I did moved to New York, we were talking, and he was like, the chicken in London is actually white. In America, it's called white, but it's kind of like yellowish, you ever notice? And I'm like, I guess. And he goes, you go to London or France or wherever, you eat a chicken, it's purely white because they don't allow you to fuck with it like they do in America.
What are they doing to America to make it yellow?
I don't know what they're doing exactly. You're the guy that researches. I'm the guy that just talks shit. But my friend Mike Alvarez was talking about the exact thing related. We were just talking. He was like, dude, if you buy frozen chicken breast in America and you look at the ingredients list, it's way more than just chicken and breast. I mean, it's like whatever nitrate, whatever preservative, whatever. It's just like a whole, you can do anything.
You gotta imagine. What is a preservative? A preservative is something that discourages bacteria from eating food. So what does it do to the absorption of the nutrients in your body? What does it do to your gut microbiome?
Yeah.
What does it do to all those things? And that's something that people don't take into consideration. Something that has preservatives. You're taking into your body a thing that discourages living things.
Yeah.
And you're it's not supposed to have on a shelf. You eat, I'm sure you see all cheeseburgers that people take and they put them on a shelf.
Yeah, just sitting there.
Some dude has one of the old dude had from the 80s, I think.
I think so.
It's got a cheeseburger.
Yeah, it's yeah.
He bought it in like that new. Yeah, it looks like a 6-hour old cheeseburger. It doesn't look like a cheeseburger that's 30 minutes.
And I hate that is the thing I think about it. I'm like, where do I want to, God willing, to have a kid, my wife, where do I want to raise them? I'm like, oh, the foundation of food here. We need to leave. Just
Just
better
feed
food.
them. You can get good food. you don't have to. You do it as 1995. That's so crazy. Don't look that bad.
Yo, it's fantastic.
This guy
29 years ago.
doing all happy with himself. I gotta say.
Oh, is he eating it?
Oh, that.
Yeah. I think
No, he's baking it. He's not.
Yeah.
He's silly. He looks terrible.
Yeah.
He's been eating McDonald's for a while. You know, it doesn't look terrible. That hamburger. Doesn't look bad. It looks perfect. Especially for that.
Yeah.
It's old as fuck. It's a 30-year-old burger.
That's crazy. That's crazy. 30 should not. A 30-day-old burger should not.
It should be gone. Yes. It should be gone. How long would it last? Like if rats never ate it and left it in the apartment, and then like society collapsed, and then
Wow. That's crazy.
what is wrong with these people that are keeping burger?
Yeah, that's actually a great point.
Yeah, like what kind of people are these? Also, are they trustworthy?
That's what
You
I'm
know?
thinking. Could be from Monday.
Yeah, bags of head.
Yeah.
Probably shit water.
Gotta be. Colostomy bags all the way to the roof.
Have you ever seen that episode of Hoarders where the lady was a shit hoarder?
No, that would make me vomit for sure.
It almost made me vomit. Fear factor. But
Yeah.
illustrated. It's horrific. I don't want to show it from the like watch shit hoarders. This one lady was a shit hoarder.
I'm gonna be honest, I will not watch that, but
She's eating the shit.
oh,
Yes.
dude, I can't do it.
I'm getting a little
Oh,
if you
Jesus.
watch it, it's really good. Yeah, she wanted to have one last meal. We were about to clean out the place. They got this for 20 years.
Oh, God.
It's hurting. Microbiome. That's the thing.
Just hearing about it, unbelievable.
Oh, God, somebody shit. Like your body is like, no. Like, have you ever done your mom's house?
No.
Okay. Your mom's house podcast, they do a live pay-per-view show multiple times a year where they show things and they curate these things, bring comics up and they do sketches. Yeah. They show you things that you cannot see any other way. You'll never be able to show it on YouTube. It would be illegal. You go to jail. Yeah. But you can do it instead because everybody's afraid. People eating or shit into a plate, smearing it on their dick and jerking off.
Did he ever send you?
I heard them talk about that. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, they
Entertain someone to cameo thing.
Yeah.
Shitting on yourself for Rogan is crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just, and good luck. Yeah, I'm busy. Yeah, I'm sure it was, because he knows I threw up. Yeah, because he told me, when you had me on the show, I almost threw up like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I can't handle it.
Very shit. They're so desensitized to it. It's weird. Yeah. I mean, the mom's house has been like highlighting some of the most fucked up human beings they can find on the internet for quite a long time.
What a misleading title.
I know.
My mom's house is like a company place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know why they came over to your mom's house. Where were you? I was at your mom's house. There you go. Talking shit, man.
Maybe. Yeah.
But that pay-per-view show, rough.
Yeah.
It's rough.
And not like that. It's just a paper.
Yeah, and normal pod, they'll show you some fucked up things. They'll show you some. Yeah. But it's
Crazy thing, dude.
yeah.
It's so funny.
Well, there's so many humans out there. They're out of their fucking minds. They can gather together and get a community now.
Yeah.
Where, if you're a guy with shit, you go find your peers.
Yeah.
Who's your colleague?
I bet. Yeah. Now there's Reddit, and you just find a guy who's like, me too.
Get the real shit. True. Yeah, everyone has the real shit.
Yeah. I put it on the place. I thought it did. I did it back and forth.
Cutting it up. Choking on once it moves down.
Okay.
Yeah, stuck in between his teeth.
Oh, God, dude. Please. That's so funny. I can't do it. I can't do it.
But meanwhile, for some guys, they're like, oh, everybody uploads shit-eating content. They get home and they're pumped for it. Yeah, the variability of human beings is so That's one of the things you realize when you do a podcast, for sure. Yeah. Because you talk to so many different people there, so many different conversations. And you guys are this guy who's different. Oh, she just has a different upbringing. She has a way of looking at the world that I didn't consider. Yeah. And then it's like it adds to your palate, it adds to your understanding of people. Because if you just live in a small town, people, you don't like to go online or the same bar or whatever you do, you don't know how much people vary. I mean, people vary so much, man. Yeah. There's so much variety of what it means to be a human.
Yeah, that's actually that's very profound. Yeah, I don't.
Some amazing person who is out there like Jose Andres, going to these crisis areas and feeding people in Palestine. And you know that guy Jose Andres, the chef. Amazing.
Oh, I know.
Amazing.
Yeah.
He owns my favorite restaurant in Vegas, which is Bizarre Meats. I don't know if you've ever eaten it before.
No, I have not.
All right. Next time you go to Vegas, that place is insane. It's a full honey pot because when you walk in, they have those Argentine grills. You know the Grillworks grills? It's like these Argentine grills where they crank them and raise and lower over hardwood.
Yeah.
So they have a fire, real hardwood. Yeah. So the coals, the fire's crackling, the steaks are searing, and they raise them and lower them depending upon like what the cook is. At the beginning, the cook start off high, way above the flames, and slowly lower down to sear it. You walk in this. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. It's so good. Well, that guy who runs this incredible chef, and he goes onto Ukraine, feeding people of Poland when the Ukrainian refugees were making when there were some kinds of Ukraine during the beginning of the war, Russia invaded, and he's over in Palestine right now. Where's he now? Is he in the West Bank? But anyway, this guy goes over there and meets people. So you have this guy who is this incredible chef, who's this beautiful human being, who's like really doing something that's selfless, really doing something that's just real charity and feeding people delicious food. He's an incredible chef. And then you have shit eaters on your mom's house. You have people that are punching ladies for no reason. Yeah. You have chaos. Yeah. You have like a wide spectrum of humans. And there's so little thought and engineering in society of trying to figure out a way to mitigate all of our problems. Yeah. Instead, you just put band-aids here and band-aids there and spend more money and hire more government workers and spend, and nothing gets fixed. Yeah. No progress at all. If the government was a private sector, like the government was a business, and other people could compete to be the government, if iPhones sucked, Androids would just take over. Yeah. They would, the reason why Androids are so good is because iPhones are so good. But if you had an iPhone, bitch, you had an iPhone 1. Yeah. They wouldn't even, they have no reason to innovate. Exactly. Everybody had to buy an iPhone. Our phones would suck stick. It'd be terrible. Yeah. The reason why they're good is because of competition. And the government doesn't have competition. The only competition they have is other government, which is fortunate. Because it's fake. It's all like funded by the same people. You know,
it's not even like I worked at a not-for-profit organization for a few months, just as I was trying to make money, and I was like, I know it works because there's no bottom line. Your job. Government employees, they just take whatever time off they want. They don't get fired. It's the cushiest job. Every holiday off.
Super evident during the lockdowns in Los Angeles because the government was so flippant about closing people's businesses because they didn't lose any money.
Yeah.
My thought was like, listen, if you're managing a city, how about this? One incentive? How about your income is based entirely on what the GDP of your city is? Yeah. Entirely. So if you go in and whatever the GDP is, let's say the GDP is 1 billion, whatever that number is, let's say that. If it dips below that, you lose money. And if it goes above that, you probably get a little bit. You're
not allowed to make just for $20,000 in our office.
Yeah. Nobody wants to hear you talk for an hour. Crazy. You guys make deals. Yeah. Even if it's not a set deal, it's an understanding.
I also don't know if this is a reason. None of these I don't know if they're reasonable, but the idea of getting reelected, I was like, at some point I was like, oh, they don't care about making the city better. They just want to get reelected. So I'll go, these people in this group too, I know will vote for me. This one will vote that, no one. I'll make them happy. And I'll get reelected. If you just be president of 1 6 to 8 term, for 1 term and then you're out, I think it would help mitigate a lot of the stuff.
Slightly, but you would still get the vice president taking over afterwards. They would set that person up. They would make sure they maintain power. They would have the same staff. The thing about Biden right now, like, why does Biden want to run again? Even if he doesn't really want to run again, his staff wants to run again. Because if he doesn't run again, if he doesn't win, they're all about Trump. And so, if you're that lady, the White House press secretary, you're a fuck. Yeah. It's like, we don't hire you. The next person's not going to hire you to be a White House press secretary.
Yeah.
You're terrible. You have to stay. Because you take those jobs.
Something. White House press secretary, they're not going to be like, here's Walmart is hiring.
There's a lot of female admirals and fucking fake female admirals. A lot of those people like, that you see in the White House, the head of the health, what that person is, like that person can get a job after a fucking rid of them. Trump's going to hire that guy.
Yeah, I can figure there's something out, maybe outside of government for some.
They got to keep that job. They want to keep that job. All those people that are working in the administration, they're working very hard to keep that job. And that's why still it's crazy pressure on Trump. That's a big part of it. A big part of it is it's going to crack heads. So there's a lot of united people trying to keep him out.
Yeah. I think, let's say this, I don't know, it's not fake or something, but Trump, I didn't have a problem with Trump, but the noise that Trump brought, I was like, it's just too much anxiety. I feel like there's like a Trump 2.0 as of now where he's like, let me just not say the race baiting shit and let me just keep it here. And I think most people, casuals, are like, I can get on board with this.
Well, also the race baiting shit is a little bit more effective than they let in 30 million people. If you want to talk about the fears of immigration, now people see it. And they see the real consequences. They're letting murder, no bail. The whole thing is wild. They're accused of murder, getting arrested, and then let them out. This is a wild fucking time. No one wants to get along. No one wants that job. It's a hard job. Nobody cares about you. They treat you like you're the fucking enemy. Nobody respects you. I can't eat your word for this.
I'm very good. I'm just taking your word for all this right now. You're selling me. I don't know.
Well, you know.
Yeah, that.
So there's this attitude. Police were the problem. Like one of the things captured by one person and just starts a fire.
Yeah, well, I've been with I was with Damien Lemon, like, we got with him, we got racially involved. He was going, they pulled over, like, you're doing 24. Searched the car, brought other cops, they were searching me, like, give me drugs. Like, I've never done a drug in my life. He was like, you better be honest right now. This year, see us on the curb. We go home, and then I look up, I'm like, I'm saying we're doing 24. What's the thing with 24? I looked up, just Google 25 miles an hour in New York City. The speed limit was 25. So he was under the speed. They still pulled us over. Whole thing. Now he had one of these.
They pulled him over.
Here's the problem.
There's not 20.
Apparently it's 25. From what I told her, 25, but even 24 to 20.
How do you know?
Yeah.
Especially in this fast car. Like you gotta look down every 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And so the one thing I think they were bothered by is a fan that was a cop agent like the New York City best that you can park wherever you want to. And so he was just parking, and they were upset about that. But like 24, and they call it backup cars and all that. I was like, there's something here racial going on. I've never had this. I've had a racist thing after 9/11, maybe one or two, but like that, I was like, oh, I see why this was. And he was just, this was not that unusual for him. I was like, this is crazy. And he was like, okay.
Racial profile. So,
yeah. So I think when you see these stories, like Philando Castillo, I think his name, and George Floyd or whatever, I think black people are like, I've been through that. I've been trying to tell you that happened, and no one listening. Now you're. And then there's
anybody that denies it happens, they're denying human nature. The root of that is poverty, crime, don't do anything to stop it. They're not doing the goddamn thing to stop that.
Yeah.
And hiring more cops, train them better. Do everything you have to. Make sure that the cops are taken care of. Like, God, fix the problem. When you don't fix the problem, it's just going to keep happening over and over and over. Yeah. This guy a long time ago that was a cop in Baltimore, and he was a cop in Baltimore. His whole thing was understanding involved in police realized it. He was pretty honest about it. I was one of the guys until it like kind of dawned on me what was going on. I was the cop who didn't give a shit about the people. You know, I was the guy who chased people down and yelling. But then over time, one of the things that they found a police ledger, like they found a report of crime in the area in the 1970s. Whole file.
Yeah.
And he's going through this whole file. I was like, it's the same crimes in the same place, but it's 40 years old. Like, this is fucking insane. This is insane. How is this possible?
Yeah.
How is it like 1970, the same crimes are here today? No. Then you realize, like, oh God, this is like some broken system. And this is why yeah. Couldn't buy areas. Like, they had systemic racist practices, then they never did anything about it. Then they had horrible policing, and then the fucking gangs and trying.
Yeah.
And you realized it. It was like, oh my God, this is a broken system.
Yeah.
So they just start talking, go to podcasts, and talking to people about it.
What was it? To fix it.
I mean, he's a cop. I don't know if that's his thing. I mean,
Yeah.
he probably has some idea.
Yeah.
People, but
Yeah.
I don't know what you would do to do it, but it would be a long process. If you think about, like, you got to go all the way back to Jim Crow. So you go to slavery, and then what happened after slavery? Well, there's not slavery anymore. But you know what they do? They lock up black men for almost nothing and force them to be slaves.
Yeah.
And they create things, work on the gang, all that shit is slavery. It's just, they would find ways to prosper. You know,
marijuana.
today, I've got a ton of podcasts with Johnny, who used to work with the Innocence Project, has his own thing with the Ike. But they find people that are wrongly convicted and help them out.
Yeah.
Got a bunch of those guys helping violence. Actually guilty. He was guilty before, and we knew he was going to get 50 years.
Right.
And then he was talking about he turned his around. It was like a month after he was on the podcast. How long did after the podcast? 2 months? Maybe 2 months. Cut some dude's head off.
Yeah.
And he was wearing a blonde wig. But the homie didn't understand this new HD security. This dude put a blonde wig on. They got crystal clear footage of him with his goatee on, wearing a blonde wig, carrying some dude's head.
How skilled were you in the room with him? How good was he at selling himself as this reformed person?
Well, you know, what does it mean? Okay, so he didn't kill anybody in jail. And he's out now. He's got this new life, and he's out. He's trying to do something different with his life. When you listen to his explanation of what happened, why he went to jail, so right, and he had gone to jail before, and some dude owed him money. Some drug deal, and the guy was like, "Fuck you." They found the guy and he pistol whipped him. And he was a habitual criminal for sure. So, what should he have got 50 years for that? Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like he got out.
Oh, yeah.
He was kind of a bad guy, but was that because he spent 25 fucking years in jail? He was 25 years for about 24. He let him out, which is insane. He locked up in a prison and then picked back to acclimate.
Prison make him
much worse. Prison make him much worse because it certainly can become. Well, we've had people on that were innocent, but prison made them amazing. I mean, something about like the constant studying, accepting your situation in life, even though you're innocent, and then a lot of those guys got released. It's crazy to see them like they lost 20 years of their life for some bullshit, and then you find out that the cops and the prosecutors who were involved in their case had done that to many, many, many people. Mm-hmm. That's another thing that people need to take into consideration. How dirty some people prosecuted and convicted. Remember that guy in Pennsylvania? There was a guy in Pennsylvania who was a judge who went to jail. It turns out that he was getting paid to have kids arrested and sentence them into jail. So he was kicked out from the center. So the state has to pay the population, right? And then you have private prisons, which is even more sensitive. Because then it's not just the people that are working in the prison, prison guards union, which is a real thing. Prison guards union are governments work to stop marijuana.
Really?
Yeah. People get arrested. People go to jail. So they have jobs. It's just fucking crazy to think.
Yeah.
Money. People being incarcerated.
Yeah.
If you make money off the person being incarcerated, now you have an incentive for incarcerating people. Just like pharmaceutical drug companies have an incentive to give you drugs you might not even need because they make money.
Yeah, private prisons don't even have to treat them bad. Well, prisoners are really going to get upset about that. Some people that we're not going to. So if I don't think their conditions suck, it's prison. They're prisoners. Why do I need to treat them?
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
There's people that complain, but listen, there's some horrific conditions in prisons right now. And different prisons have different conditions. People know it, and they've been fucking transferred to prisons like it.
Yeah. It's not really necessarily correct. It's called that. The word correct. It's crazy. Yeah.
It's crazy when you look at the rest of the world. Like how many more people there is a business. Capitalism has laws. And one of the laws of capitalism is that if you have something that generates income from a specific action, it's going to encourage that action. It wants more of that. And then if it's making tremendous amounts of money by the prison complex, you're going to be able to manipulate things. You're going to be able to like you said, same thing. Yeah. Everybody's got to take the drug. And then every other drug, demonized. Go on television. Tell people veterinary medicine. I mean, we saw it. We saw it in real time. We saw the devil. We really saw the devil.
Yeah.
We saw the real thing.
Yeah.
And now they're forced to admit it. I mean, even the fucking CDC had to take down some insane amount of tweets that they were talking about ivermectin. Really? They lost in court.
Wow.
Yeah. The whole thing was they took down a bunch of it.
What do you think? What's going through your brain? Like in real time, when you're looking at you and you're like, that's not what I feel like. What are you thinking in that moment as it's happening? Like the first thing.
At first, I was like, this will work for a little bit until I start talking.
Okay.
Because this is not going to work. First of all, they didn't understand that there's way more people that listen to my podcast than they do. Way more. So also, like, that's crazy if you think you're going to make these look yellow. Like, the video is still on my Instagram. Everybody can see what I really look like. I was better in 3 days.
Yeah.
Like, and you're upset because one of the medications that my fucking doctor prescribed.
Yeah.
I talked about a stack of medications that I took. I wasn't on TV saying, hey, kids, you don't need to get back to me. Just take ivermectin. All I said was, I got COVID. I can't go to I was doing shows with Chappelle that weekend. I can't go. But I feel great. I took this because the kitchen sink at it, and I feel better. And I was like, well, I'm taking veterinary medication.
And you were canceling the show, which is what you're supposed to do.
I immediately realized, like, wow, this is how dirty it really is.
Yeah.
It's the same verbiage everywhere. Horse steam armor. It was something that they were saying it to make it look foolish. They weren't saying a medicine that won the Nobel Prize, a medicine that's been used in this part of the World Health Organization, list of essential medicines, a medicine that's been prescribed billions of times. They weren't saying that. A medicine with one of the safest drug profiles known. They weren't saying that.
I didn't even know.
Horse steam armor.
Yeah.
The cash, they were banking on the idea that the casual observer doesn't understand. So corrupt everything is, and that they could just feed them bad information. But in the age of the internet, when the government says things, everybody knows that it's not true. When the media says this, and everybody knows it's not true. It doesn't work forever. It works in the beginning. And there's still people out there that think I took veterinary medicine. There's still people that think I was an idiot for taking ivermectin. There's a bunch of people that do. They're surface level readers. They get headlines. They watch a clip on CNN. That's their consumption of meat. Right. But most people are not like that. Most people have a real keen understanding that these people are like viciously corrupt and coordinate. When they coordinate in that way, it's such a dumb challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a stupid move. I mean, tic-tac-toe.
Similar to what people were feeling about the Trump. You're trying to make this guy look bad, and it's already going to make him look good.
Also, you're doing it in a city that's overrun with crime, where women are getting punched in the face on the streets. You've got people pushing people in front of trains. You've got so many real criminals that you just let out of jail with no bail.
It's mad. We talk about this on the podcast. Again, what I will see is, like, I see more people get going on the street, which is crazy. You see them. You actively should know. I don't feel super unsafe. There's a couple of blocks in Manhattan, more I just like not like hundreds of miles where I'm like walking on a lot and I'm like, I don't. But hopefully I don't feel it. Remember back in the day when you go to the McDonald's on McDougal, right by the Stella? Mm-hmm. You walk into there and you're like, you just had it up in the circle. Yeah. There's a few blocks in Europe where I feel that way now, but honestly, I feel okay. I don't. And again, I'm a mark, so let's have your head on this one. But I don't feel like I'm going to it is definitely the heroin thing is wild. But it feels good. And I also think maybe I was privileged in the safest time Europe is probably ever. Other than 08, I would walk home from New York Comedy Club like 20, 30 seconds to my apartment on 50th at 1 in the morning. Barely even think about it.
You walked up one.
Yeah, just like 45 minutes, like 45 minutes. I could walk up there and get adrenaline, this and whatever. That's so good. Going over your water. Yeah, and then after going over your set, you're just taking it all in. It was a great walk. It's peaceful at night. It's more than rarely peaceful. So it's just quiet. Now, I don't know if I would do that, but back then it was just like, you wasn't even talking. And it was so safe. I really probably took for granted how safe it was back then. And now I don't think it's as safe, but it's not the 70s or 80s for sure.
Yeah, it's like I went there in the 80s. I went there for Korean in like 1967, somewhere around there. And I remember thinking, like, this place is nuts. Yeah. We went to Times Square. I was like, this is nuts.
I heard Times Square was just like hookers and
like shows.
Yeah.
Weirdos.
Yeah. You haven't ever seen that.
You ever see that movie? What's the movie with Dustin Hoffman and John Woo? Midnight Cowboy? It's not always cool. It's in New York. Yeah, Midnight Cowboy. But that's like Times Square. The people go to Times Square. It's probably like these nudie videos, peep shows, seedy, drug weirdos. Now it's all. Yeah, there it is. They're fucking movie. I don't watch that movie forever.
You know, there were some autistic movies back then that I just didn't realize. Like, that's just something. There's one where Al Pacino, where he's going to the bank or something. He's trying to pay for his boyfriend's sex change operation. Yeah. That movie being around back then blew my mind. Because I assumed they were so conservative that movie would not be an Al Pacino-led film. Well, that was actually I didn't know that. But
yeah. Like that. It's a true story.
Yeah. In my brain, this was such a puritanical time in entertainment that a movie, even if it's a true story like this, would never get on that.
Well, I think we can make a movie today.
Today, for sure. Again, I think society got so much more progressive. Entertainment got so much more liberal. Now this movie makes perfect sense. Yeah. And it's about trans acceptance and all this stuff. And this was just a movie.
It's not just that. Now it's
yeah.
You know, it's like Hollywood has no soul.
Yeah.
They're not like we're being more progressive. They just like think this is the way going that way. Yes. Let's go that way. Everyone should be trans. Like South Park said.
Yeah.
Make it a chick, make it gay.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad we have sex comics that we don't need that validation.
We got lucky, dude. We got lucky because of this thing that's going on right now. Actually, I think this thing that's going on right now couldn't be going on right now without the internet.
Right.
The internet has like created this mind virus and speaking to college campuses and also the universities and the philosophies that they've been pushing in universities because they've all been infiltrated by Russia, by the former Soviet Union, and now by China. For sure, they're influenced. Well, they push the wokest teachers, the wokest professors, the nuttiest policies, and they're literally doing it to deteriorate the fabric of American democracy. They have like plans that they thought about. Like Yuri Bezmenov talked about this in 1984.
I've seen that exactly crazy.
Crazy. When you watch it today, like, they were right. It's very he did.
Yeah.
They did it. They really did it.
1,000%.
But you know, the internet came along and threw gasoline on all those plans and made it much more chaotic. But in doing so, it also created this other thing, luckily, because I think this other thing that we're doing right now, podcast, being completely unregulated, being on platforms that are corporate platforms like YouTube. It's pretty fucking unregulated. No one's in flagrant. No one's sitting down with you guys making sure you don't say anything wild. Right. You upload it, you say something too wild, they'll flag it or they'll demonetize you. That could not have existed in any other time. And so in the time that we have the most extreme polar social issue, and then you also have the most freedom of speech. Yeah. And even though we're trying to crack down on it, a lot of these, I mean, I don't know how much you pay attention to Twitter files. Did you pay attention to that shit?
A little bit.
But they're trying to censor true information that was on Twitter. They were successful. Yeah. They infiltrated. The intelligence agencies infiltrated various different social media platforms. Yeah. And if it wasn't for Elon, you would know. Would not know. If it wasn't for Matt Taibbi and all those like and Michael Schumacher and Barry Weiss, all people who went through the Twitter files. Yeah. Look at this. This is crazy. This is crazy. You wouldn't know that the actual government itself is trying to scope the way people are allowed to disseminate information in the world.
Yeah, because they've always been able to control everything. And now it's like, well, we can control a little bit here and there. But I do what we do.
Tucker Carlson was on the other day explaining to me Watergate.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? Like Watergate, there was an intelligence officer who became a reporter. There was an young guy came right away, first assignment, which never happened. Never happened. The people that broke into the office, the CIA informants, CIA employees, and then Gerald Ford was on the launch mission, and he was the only one that they would accept for Richard Nixon's vice president. The other guy, Spiro Agnew, they hit him with, I think it was tax effect, but he's out. They get rid of him, and then they get Nixon in there, and then they get him with this whole Watergate thing, and then they get rid of him. And he was the most, apparently, he was the most popular president in U.S. history. And he won the election by the largest margin in U.S. history. They got rid of him. 2 years. And it was a complete coup. Like, they took him out. Nixon, yes. And one of the people, what Tucker was saying, I don't know what Tucker was saying was that Nixon was very interested in any of the assassinations. And he said to the CIA, I know why they came to get him. And he said, stared at him. He had barely a video, or it's on video or audio, or whatever it is. So he explained to me. I thought Nixon was corrupt. These reporters, go-getters, they busted them and they put this thing. Wow, caught him. I still tend to believe in that. I would, I don't know. Yeah, that's how I my research. But you have to research it. Just listen to what Tucker said. Yeah, just listen to what he actually said. Do we have a clip of that? Is there a clip of that? If you listen to what he's saying, you're like, wait, I didn't know that. I remember watching All the President's Men, and you're like, oh, I see how journalism was evolving. These two guys just changed the course of global history. Bro, might as well watch Chuck Norris movie. That's just straight fiction, bud. Break my heart, dude. My wife got me into journalism. I'm like, yo, what an important job this could be. Yeah, journalism is very important. Real journalism is critical for people to understand. Yeah. But I think a lot of the real journalism now is having independent entities. They publish on Substack, and they have a large following. There's people like Glenn Greenwald. They build it stuff. They're going to give you straight though whether or not it's a helpful or not. That's real journalism. Yeah. That's really important. But as soon as you start working for a massive corporate entity like the New York Times or any other Washington Post, figure out what it is. And that's where that's what they were working for. Washington Post. Do you find it? Yeah. Okay. Check this out. Just that role. But if they have an issue with the government, are you kidding? Right. Wise. What it is.
They're less but they're people that they know. But they think that one day something out of it. But no, they're tools of power. And that's like a long term to be, even if you think numbers are good, but they also should do it because the job of the media and the press is to keep power in check. You are the seatbelt, right? Right. For the things that push you hard. So, and they're after this. And I think it's been the case for a long time. What happened was not involved. Richard Nixon was taken out, and with the who had been an intelligence officer working in the White House, working in the Nixon White House. And then he shows up, like a year later, this great report, never been after control, naval intel officer, the famous 5 leader, and he's the Washington Post. Somehow that's the biggest story of the history of Washington Post. He's the lead guy in that story. Well, I worked in the newspaper. I made this my whole life. That's not how it works. You take a kid, right, his first day from a totally unrelated business and put him on the big story. But what? Who is his main source for water? They know the number 2 FBI. You have the naval intelligence officer working with the FBI to destroy the president. Okay, so that's it. What else? That happens to Guatemala. And yet, we framed it the way that I accepted it. The key was this intrepid reporter of all power. This intrepid reporter was a tool of our secret most time to bounce the single most popular president in American history, Richard Nixon, from office at the end of his term and replace him with Gerald Ford, who sat on the Washington Commission. Now, how did Gerald Ford get to be Richard Nixon's vice president? Well, because Carl Albert, the Democrat Speaker of the House, told him he must only become him when Nixon elected vice president away for tax evasion here at America. So you got a complete setup. Like, Gerald Ford, the only unelected president in history, actually said, I'm right. But something else that I accepted at face value. They said, the work. And so, sorry, but the point is, all of us, the way it was framed, so obvious reality of all people broke into the Watergate office from which the mistake in Watergate. I think it was 6 of them or 7 of them. All the women look up on each other. So the whole thing, Richard Nixon was elected by more votes than any president in American history in the 1960s election. He was the most powerful by votes, which is the only you can always measure popularity, the most popular president. And the election campaign, 2 years later, he called undone, naval intel officer, the number 2 guy at the FBI, and a tell you what that is. Those are the facts. That's not the fact. Well, yeah, I need to look at it. I need to look at it too. He said it, I'm taking it at face value. I'm just telling everybody. I'm not taking it at face value. I'm not taking it at face value because he said it. That's right. Oh, really? Yeah. That's true. He didn't lie. If he lied, people saying what he said. Yeah. That's fair. No, that's actually what happened. I like we had Vivek Ramaswamy on the pod, and honestly, he's great. I think he's a very poor communicator of his message. Really? Yeah, because you'll talk about the deep state and all these things that if you're like me, you was a casual guy, who I think is a larger percentage of guys that really want to research. They're like,
deep state, and you'll talk about it as this like conspiratorial, dark, sinister, rub their hands together kind of. And he's like, no, basically it's just bureaucracy. There's a lot of unnecessary jobs in the government. I just want to cut the fat out. I mean, you might use some muscle by cutting it out, but I think these people are just kind of like they're parasites, bureaucrats, just unnecessary jobs, and they are doing things in a way that is just for self-preservation. And they think they know what's best for specifically. And it's kind of arrogant, but it's like well-being, well intended.
I think they frame it in that it's for us.
He's like, I think, yeah, but he said, I think they truly believe in the kind of like an Adidas thing where they're like, these people don't know what's good for them, which is very snobby, but the intention is, who knows what's good for them, let's do this. And maybe at the root it's self-interest. But if he called it the managerial class or bureaucracy instead of the deep state, I think people would listen. They'd be more inclined to go, let's do what this guy has to say. But a president talking about the deep state is a tough sell for the larger majority.
It is, but it like rings true with Trump people.
Yeah.
Like that's a good statement.
Yeah.
I like that.
And if he can get on a platform where he can really put his stuff, I think his brain just functions at a high level. I think he thinks this is how he's going to do it. He's like, see, I mean, like, okay, these people are honest. I'm going to get a deep state. That's what it's also 38. Yeah, he's 38. Very young. Yes, incredibly young.
So he's learning this. This is his first jaunt, right? This is his first expedition into public speaking in front of the whole world about important issues.
Yeah.
He's going to learn from that. Everything is Trump 2.0.
Yeah.
2.0,
With
2028.
But 2.0, great. 3.0, that guy's going to be fantastic.
Also, the big 2.0 being his 40s, which means that it's
Yeah.
still a little brain is there.
A little bit of life experience. But I'm 39. I mean, I don't think the guy's crazy president. That's great. Like, everybody in a household.
I think this guy's younger than you and wants to be the president of the United States.
Insane. Yeah, but I do think once he put it like that, I was like, oh, that's a guy I would vote for. I just want to get rid of the unnecessary jobs. My wife, both parents work for the government, state government. They don't do anything.
The thing is, all that stuff that Tucker's saying is true in the 1970s, 1972, or 74. They're still doing that. They're going to do it to him. It's probably what they're doing to Trump.
Yeah.
There's an element of that, folks. Even if you want to vote Trump, you should be very concerned about this stuff because this sets a precedent. If you can prosecute your political opponents and Republicans start doing it, you're going to be furious too. If all of a sudden, so he gets out and then there's a new political guy, and let's imagine that Trump wins, and then it's Gavin Newsom, and then the Trump administration starts going after Gavin Newsom and bringing him into court, and having Republican judges run him up on charges like that, and Republican prosecutors go after him. That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good for the country. It's not good for anybody.
And you're all going to feel the same. The same people who were in 2016, like Hillary got the election stolen because of Russia. In 2020, were like, shut up, Trump supporters. You guys are crazy. And you guys are the exact same way if whoever you like on the Republican or Democrat side wins, and then they do that.
People have to understand that almost every election for the past 20 years has been disputed. There was the John Kerry election that was disputed. I remember Trump. Bush. And Al Gore. Dangling participles, right? Is that what it was?
Hanging chats. Dangling participles.
That's hilarious. That was just as dumb.
Yeah,
the hanging chats. All that shit.
You know what's crazy? I think there's a Bush got like 500 votes. And this, like, I think about like domino effect, and the domino effect of that is insane. Because 8 years of Bush got us 8 years of Obama. I think people were so done with Bush that they were like, let's give a black guy a shot. And then 8 years of that, the white people were kind of angry about Obama getting elected. Were like, fuck this, let's go to the guys that can piss them off the most. Trump gets elected. I feel like the domino effect of those 533 votes is crazy.
It's also a Russia.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
The initial invasion of Afghanistan. Initial invasion of Iraq.
Absolutely. No proof of that whatsoever. Just 530 votes changed history forever.
Yeah. That's one of the wildest ones that's ever been done.
Yeah.
The weapons of mass destruction. That's a one.
Yeah.
And that no one went to jail for that. No one got in trouble for that. Like, wow.
Yeah.
How can you do that?
None of us questioned. I remember in college, one guy being like, this isn't real. And then we were like, what are you talking about? It's like, what war did his dad fight? Yeah.
Right, and then you have George Bush, that won a dangling check. Then you have 9/11, right? So he was a super unpopular president in September. He gets 9/11 happens, and then all of a sudden everybody's on his side, and the whole country's united. And then all of a sudden we're invading Iraq a year later. What? Like, what the fuck is going on?
And that is, I remember when the election was happening, there was a very board was it?
Right.
Bush was going to win the second round. And he got it.
And when Bush's dad was in office, in the first initial invasion of Iraq, that was around too, because it was like Iraq invaded Kuwait, and then we invaded Iraq, and then we stopped short of overthrowing.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah.
I don't think it was like that.
Yeah. Just that, remember Patriot missiles? I was 5 years old and I hear about Patriot missiles, and I was like, they're awesome, man.
Yeah.
Patriot missiles are such good guys.
And they had studs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the marketing.
Yes,
Great marketing, though,
Yeah.
honestly. The 1990 Patriot missiles. Yeah, we're going to kill thousands of innocent people, but Patriot is pretty good.
Yeah. Stuff that they know. The one of the things they did was use uranium bombs, really. Went through tanks. They fucked tanks up. But the problem with depleted uranium rounds is it creates horrific radiation. And all these soldiers were like going through the wreckage of these things, picking up pieces of it, bringing it home as souvenirs, and radiation was a giant factor. They called it Gulf War syndrome after the First War, after Desert Storm.
For our subject.
Massive amounts of miscarriages and childbirth defects, and people got sick. And they called it Gulf War syndrome, and they were denied. They were denied it was real until investigative journalists dug into it and found out that it was most likely the result of depleted uranium. Yeah, apparently depleted uranium is the shit. You want to like fuck up tanks and stuff. Like it just shoots. Uses weapons because it's so dense, it self-ignites at high temperatures and pressures, and because it becomes sharper as it penetrates armor plating, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency. As depleted uranium penetrator strikes a target, surface temperature increases dramatically, according to Oak Ridge Associated University Museum of Radiation and Radioactivity. Yeah, that's crazy. So it's like the ultimate round for like stomach. It just goes through like butter. And the problem is it's depleted. It's like insane. Yeah. And so Google like whatever happened with Gulf War syndrome.
I'm looking at this. Let's see.
What does it say? Oh, we sent some to your friend first. Well, we got a bunch laying around. And they made it illegal. Yeah. Pentagon said it will send depleted uranium armor-piercing ammunition to Ukraine as a part of its new assistance package, a step senior Russian officials called a criminal act. Here's a look at concerns. Wow.
One big gap.
So this is now, but Google Gulf War syndrome cause.
And all out from just serving Palestine.
Chemical warfare, particularly nerve gas. Okay. Possible causes of Gulf War syndrome. Possible causes include chemical warfare agents, particularly nerve gas, or pyridostigmine bromide, which is given as a preventive measure to soldiers likely to be exposed to chemical warfare agents. That might have helped. Psychological factors, post-traumatic stress disorder. But what about Google Gulf War syndrome depleted uranium? Just do instead of cause, just depleted uranium. Yeah. Depleted uranium is both a chemotoxic and radiotoxic element. Depleted uranium may be one of the causes for the so-called Gulf War illness. The post-effects of depleted uranium may be especially harmful if mitochondrial DNA is damaged. Depleted uranium caused Gulf War syndrome. The illness suffered by soldiers who took part in the Gulf War was not caused by inhaling depleted uranium, according to a scientific study. Instead, researchers believe Gulf War syndrome may be due to soldiers being exposed to the nerve agents are. So there's probably a bunch of misinformation that's put out by official people in regards to that. But I would imagine that would play a factor. If complete uranium was used, and I know that a lot of the people, one of the things that they talked about was a documentary done on these people that were actually going through the
Yeah. He's such a hero.
I'm the greatest. They learn other stuff. Somebody walked that window out. You heard somebody's heard over there talk about horrific water rating.
Man, that's what I'm saying. Even if you survive war, you come home, you know, go for it.
Like, how little they talk about you if they burn toxic shit, goes down, just runs through camp.
Being a government, I think there's like some level of sociopathy. Is you have to be okay with this baseline level. It's just what it is. And that's crazy.
Well, that's the justification for Israel bombing Palestine.
Yeah.
Like, you have to be, this is war. Someone says, those innocent people.
Yeah. Not our fault.
That is crazy. Well, hey, this is what war is all about. Like, says,
Yeah.
is this the only way to do war? Is this the only way this can actually be done? There's no other way? It takes longer and kills less innocent people? No way.
Yeah.
This is it, the only way.
Yeah.
You want to swat fly, you got to swat fly with fly swatter. That's it.
It's also easy to talk like this. You know, inside of it.
Or you're not even here.
Or you're here. Yeah.
You're here. I was watching some video footage that I thought was legit, and it's not. And it's, I sent it to Shane Gillis, and I realized after I sent it to him, let me show you because it's so crazy. It seems so. It's YouTube, but it seems so realistic. I'm stunned by how good video games are now. Check this out.
Remember the Ghost of Eve we were reading about when they started? Yeah. I bought in. I was like, this guy's awesome.
Bro, this looks so good. This looks so good. I thought this was like some high resolution government footage where they were just showing you what they can do now. But look at this. This looks so dope. Look at this.
Oh shit.
By the way, now looking at it on a big
It
screen,
looks like a video game for
it
sure.
looks like a video game.
Yeah, that was kind of like,
Oh no, my 56-year-old eyes. look, now look at this. Look at the fucking briefcase. Look at this.
oh yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. It sounds crazy.
This is incredible. That this is a video game?
Yeah.
It does look like a video game on the big screen.
This makes me want to
Damn,
play.
it looks good. Yeah, I want to play this game. How good are fucking video games?
I know. But that's even better.
That's a real problem. We're gonna live in that in like 100%, and you're gonna love it. You're gonna be happy. But there was some stuff. Back it up a little bit, Jamie, because they go back and forth from black and white. They show the rockets headed towards it. A little further. Yeah, right there. Back right there. Check this out. Look at this. When they show like the whatever sensors that they're using in this video game to track missiles. Check this out.
Oh, this is crazy.
And then they have a camera on the missile.
Wow. No, this seems crazy realistic.
Crazy real. This looks like you're looking at it through, yeah, look at this shit.
Wow.
So they're going through different filters, different ways of looking at it, and then later on they show the actual missiles headed towards it. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
See, you get where the actual missiles are. That's crazy. That's it. Back up right there, where it's black and white. This is crazy. So this is wild shit, man. Yeah. The fact that this has been being done through, this isn't the transition that I saw earlier. This is a long ass video.
Yeah.
But it's pretty incredible.
No, this is
so realistic.
yeah, we're gonna be the Matrix, where you just plug into a thing and you just live in.
100%.
I just hope my life is good in that Matrix. That's
Well, it's going to be better than the Matrix because it's not going to be like a regular life. You're going to be on a dragon. You're going to be you're going to be living in Never Never Land. You're going to be living in some crazy normie world.
Yeah.
You can do anything you want. What is the game? Arma 3.
I think yeah, I mean, this is brand new, April 21st. This video came out yesterday.
That's what I just stumbled across my feed. I thought it was good. Yeah. For like 38 seconds.
That game, I mean, it's crazy what video games are doing. There's now, like, I watch the NFL a lot. When a guy scores a touchdown, he uses like a 6K camera, and you look at that and like, oh, that looks like a video game. 6K, what crisp reality looks like a video game.
I was watching a video yesterday on YouTube that was a review of the Google Pixel 8 Pro, and apparently it has AI in it that can give a smile for your kid's face.
Oh, that's creepy.
That's correct. He said the guy was doing it. He said, "My one kid is never paying attention." They'll be like, "Well, then get a picture of him not paying attention." Yeah, that's a fucking weirdo. Like you're changing your kid's personality like a smiley guy who stares at the camera.
It's a scary thought.
You can manipulate people's faces, so you can change their face.
So someone just a picture.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
The response and made it work.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, have you seen the new Microsoft software where they can take a photograph, just a photograph, and then with your voice, have you say all kinds of shit in video, and it looks seamless.
Wow.
It looks fucking seamless. Like this. How is this that good? It's so fucking good now.
It's got to be really good.
Here it goes. I'll send it to Jimmy.
I think, yeah, we got it.
Yeah, this is it. The sound is not synced correctly in this video. I think it's
It's going to get better.
this is not how it looks on my phone. There's like a little disconnect here. What's that?
Just finding your phone, you're just wrong thing.
Yeah, no. It's coming from the computer.
Okay. But also, even if it's not perfect, this is the worst one. That's what I always think about. Oh, it's not perfect. It's not. You can tell. This is the worst it will ever be, and it will get exponentially better and better, faster and faster.
And I think it needs 30 seconds.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So the Mona Lisa's rapping.
That's crazy.
It's Mona Lisa rapping. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
And you would have imagine 5 years ago, you're like, what is that? How did that much cost $1 billion?
Like 3 years from now, you're not going to be able to tell at all.
No. Especially guys like you and I who
Yeah.
had so many hours just talking.
Yeah.
There's so many hours.
But the good thing now, we can say whatever we want to. And that was
That's crazy.
that was fake.
I wonder if there'll be a way to do that. I wonder. I think eventually. I think there's probably going to be a way to sell for a little bit.
Yeah, and then I'll take it. That's it. Hopefully.
But there's a lot of other things you can edit on your phone now. Like with the Samsung phones, you can delete things from the background. It has AI. So like if someone's in the background, you just put a circle around. That goes away.
Yeah.
Now he's not in your picture anymore.
Yeah.
And they can literally move the positions you're in. So if you're in the center of the thing, they're like, "I'll be behind that." They just put you behind the far bench.
Dude, for my luckily we got prize picks too. We paid for the cost, and then we get like an ad in the middle. The background, he filmed it on a green screen, and like I created that background in 30 seconds, and you can't tell the difference. It looks like maybe slightly different. So many people are like, did he stop the middle of his movie? It looks so good.
It just added something to, which is right before I got there. Just added video editing software. The AI stuff we've been talking about, the actual editing stuff, just like what happened on screen was fishing a small amount of diamonds. It's a large amount of diamonds, and it like works in the video that's producing. Wow. I mean, it's just changing things, leaving things fresh. it would take hours. Wow, it might take
Yeah.
To do it.
And now it's
Man hours.
instant.
What do you know it's supposed to be?
I'm gonna send you this, James. This video is entirely AI. The whole thing is a sci-fi trailer for a movie. It's entirely AI, and you would never believe it. And again, what you just said, it's only gonna get better. This is the worst it's ever been. Worst it's ever gonna be.
Yeah.
It's gonna get better real quick. But this whole trailer that we're gonna watch is entirely generated by AI. There's no actors, there's no scenes. It's all done on a computer. Two close-ups.
Where the people are completely real.
Look at the ocean. It's beautiful. It's a drone shot. People moving.
Yeah.
Everything looks real. I mean,
That
look at that dog. Look at the
crazy.
dog. That's crazy. Remember the dogs looking at I Am Legend? The tigers, the lions, right? Remember that scene?
Yeah, I do.
There's a scene when Will Smith is going through New York City and the lions are outside. A lion takes out a deer and tries to see if you can find
It
it.
looks so. Yeah, it's so cool.
We shouldn't even put it in the movie.
I wonder if at the time you think it's real,
No.
and then you go back and
No, I remember at the time I was like,
because I watched it for like 10 years. Like,
these deer look big. Mustang. Look at that Mustang. Fuck it up. Drop around her shoulder. Yeah. So watch this. He's standing out here. He sees this deer. And he goes to shoot this deer because he wants some food.
yeah, yeah.
Watch this line. Sit up.
Yeah. That looks so bad.
He's so big.
It's almost fake marriage.
Almost.
Not quite.
Not quite. I really do. They stay living it out.
Oh, what a sad case that was. Though. He meant so much to me as a kid, and now it's just. Yeah. Yeah.
And oh, goodness, reputation. All they had to do was just laugh. You know what? G.I. Jane.
Dude, it would have been one thing that wasn't trying to be into a joke, wasn't a celebrity. You gotta make fun of your wife, make fun of a celebrity. Yeah, also, she's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
She's in like Navy SEALs. She's from that.
Yeah.
Okay. God forbid. Yeah, God forbid you compare my wife to a Navy SEAL. How dare you?
That was like, and more since one I did.
Did she really? That's fire.
It's in the movie.
That's fire.
Yeah, she's a beast.
Yeah, I would love for my wife compared to this Navy SEAL saying suck my dick. Also, she's still hot in the movie.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. Yeah. She still looks great.
Whatever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's pretty uniform.
What's crazy? That's all video. We were talking about it on second. You're looking at stuff, you're researching, and there was a video of her being like, all I can do is laugh about it now. That's all I can do. But then someone made a joke. That's her opportunity to laugh about it. But just took it so far.
Well, she just rolled her eyes, gave sideways face, and then Will, whatever's from home with that.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Like whatever he's trying to prove to her, whatever that relationship, or maybe it is an open show. It's like that's it's just so sensitive. And he realized, I gotta go slap him. It's like the hot button topic around the house. I don't know. But you're right.
Yeah.
But also it shows you how vacant Hollywood is. That they gave him a standing ovation.
Insane. Insane. For putting a guy, they were abuse allegations. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing was nuts, and it just shows how insane Hollywood is. How disconnected they are. And then it took the next day or so for the rest of the world to be like, hey, what the fuck? Yeah. And then it all fell. Yeah, but those dummies were willing to go along with it.
crazy.
The guy through the Oscar.
Yeah, assaulted a guy who's what, half a foot shorter than him.
And weighs me.
Yeah.
Chris Rock says he's the least intimidating guy that's ever helped.
Well, I have something to
I
say
think
about
I
that.
fucked him up.
Really? Okay, fair enough.
I don't want to find out. I don't know. Maybe he gets you. But the point is, like he said, this is not a threatening guy. And you go up and insult him. It's just, you know, they use it.
Yeah, I remember thinking about this in like '07. I was like a student job. Obviously nothing. I barely got paid anything. I remember I went to go get Chipotle. And then the people freaked out. They're like, hey, if you want something, you just tell us. We'll go get it for you. You don't need to. And I remember being like, oh, I could just ask for anything I want. Y'all would get it. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, that's great. So imagine actually doing things. Imagine doing Will Smith. No one says no to him ever. If Will Smith was like, fly to Columbia, buy me coffee beans every day before I shoot, they would find a guy to do that.
Right.
How do you come out? There's no way to be good and healthy. It just, I can't see it.
What's on that? Listen, you have to not be that guy. You have to recognize that's a dangerous road to go down. That's hard to find.
But the one good thing about comedy is you will get I will bomb at some point eventually, and it will remind me, oh yeah, I'm not as better than anybody.
Yeah, comedy's good. It's very hard to that cocky.
Yeah,
You know, that's one of the reasons why fighters are so nice.
dude, I hung out with Henry Cejudo and Calvin Gaston like had my shows in Tempe. Just the best. Every fighter's great. Henry Cejudo's hilarious, by the way. Like he's taking shit. He has 5 minutes to stand up, but actually not that bad. I kept telling him, I was like, dude, I've seen more of your stand up, but I've had your fights, and it was pretty good. Calvin just the nicest guy, but yeah, there's a humility to make Chris Rock a lot more humble. And a lot of people hope that happens to me.
Well, Chris Rock woke up for sure. Chris Rock stand up got better.
Yeah.
Like everybody that saw him after that, Tom Skrull went to see him was the arena, bro. He was on fire. Because it was like bringing the band. So it's like markedly better than he had been before. Right? Because it was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing. And that's what it was. It's like he realized, like, fuck those people. I was trying to get those people to like me, and I was trying to do movies, and I got slapped, and they applauded that guy afterwards. Fuck them. Yeah. He was good for that gig, but that gig sucks. And then he had to try to go with jokes after he got smacked, which was the worst.
Sang him that much, right?
I mean, that's it. We tried to do material after he got smacked.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
We're not talking about anything else. You're my hero. We're not talking about anything.
Well, you didn't know what to do. You never would have imagined that would happen.
It was amazing. Like, in the movie where he goes, Will said something, he goes, boy, I could. And then he just goes on to finish giving the award. I don't know why he didn't, and that was a mature thing, but I wish he had just unloaded. Yeah, I wish he had just gone it, because I'm positive if something crossed his mind and they decided against him. And I would love to see Chris Rock just.
I think the best thing would be to say, you know what you're doing? Like someone could just come up here and hit me, and you guys all do shit.
Yeah.
You want me to host your,
Yeah.
like, say something real in the moment like that. But that's Monday morning.
Yeah. And you risk looking like a bitch, being like, nobody's going to help me. Which is true. Well, it's a big dude. Yeah, you're not. But you still really look like a bigger bitch getting slapped and be like, are you guys not going to do anything about this? You look like a Karen or whatever.
Well, I mean, it's like,
Terry says you should sue Will Smith for like $50 million. And I was like, yeah, that's you're on there. This guy's career is forever because of it.
yeah.
This guy made some of the greatest comedy specials in the history of the world. And we're going to talk about the slap right there with that, if not before that.
But the comedy, like his audience is going right up. His ticket sales went through the roof.
But
They went through the roof. I was talking to people that handle his shit.
Yeah.
Dude, crazy. Everything was just out.
that's what it is.
Everybody wanted to see him. They wanted to see what he had to say.
Yeah.
And for a while, he wasn't really talking about it. Because Chris is smart, right? He's not going to just come out with material right away and start talking about people that film it and record it. He waited. He waited until he really developed the material.
Yeah.
Really figured out what to say.
Yeah. He is my comedy. Kevin Chappelle, at least I felt like I got older. I remember being kids and being like, oh, fuck, this is with Sam Kennedy. And that's a big reason I even had Sam first.
Yeah, his first two specials, Bigger and Blacker, are two of the best of all time.
Dude, Bigger and Blacker coming a year and a half after being paid. It's unbelievable how good it is. come out with all your best stuff that you've been doing for however long you're a comic, like 12, 15 years at that point. Bring the pain, historic, and then a year and a half, you have a special that's arguably better. Insane. Like, I think about that all the time.
Yeah, those are two of the bangers. Two, like, go and look at like all-time greatest specials. Those two are definitely up there.
Yeah.
Like, also to see a guy like that hosting the Oscars, like, imagine just or Richard Pryor hosting the Oscars. Like, get the fuck out of here. Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, that was the past back then. Right? I think this is a little bit of Monday morning quarterback. Back then, it was Eddie Murphy. You stand up, be a legend, go to movies, be a legend, do whatever you want to. And Chris was doing the stand up was still insane. I think even Never Scared, fantastic. You watch that, it was like, wow, 4 specials. It's not special, but all it's historically great. And then you got the movies, you got that. Now you're just like, I do whatever I want. He was right there. That was the path.
Because we all wanted to be in Hollywood. Everybody wanted a movie or a television show. They all wanted that Hollywood. Because that's the path that exists. Yeah, this is a very interesting time to meet you. It's a very interesting time for people consume.
Yeah, I think now we might not have any more power, and that's fine because we get to kind of do what we want. That's great.
I think people are there's more guys doing arenas now than ever.
That's true. Yeah, stand up. Yeah.
Hinchcliffe sold out Madison Square Garden 2 nights in a row in an hour.
I mean, Kill Tony. I did Kill Tony after I did Rogan the first time. It was like, I remember watching him. Tony got started at the same time. And I'm watching him Kill Tony. And I'm like, oh, fuck. You are amazing.
He's the best ever. He's the best host of those kind of shows ever. He's so quick.
Yeah. Yes.
I took Tucker. Kill Tony.
Yeah, that one with him and Cam Patterson. So,
That's when I said, I had no idea really. Yeah, I was going to bring it. I showed up. We were having dinner.
Yeah.
And I said, me and then I said, do you want some club? I was like, yeah, you just got nothing going on. So Kill Tony's your time. He also it's a crazy show to watch. Like one of the best live shows you can go see. So we get there, we're backstage, and I text Tony, hey, I'm coming, I'm bringing Cameron Carlson. And so we get backstage and he texts me, and he's like, come on stage. And I was like, you really? Right. I did it once before with Post Malone. Yeah, Post Malone had no idea he was going to be on Kill. I just brought him to the club, and then brought him right on stage. And he was like, this is crazy.
yeah.
And that's what we did with Tucker, too, just brought him on stage. And he goes out there, ladies and gentlemen, Tucker.
Wow.
He was great.
Yeah, he can pretty good. The way he did the camp thing, both of them went so well. He was hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, Post was amazing. Post was amazing. He was very good.
I bet he's the nicest guy.
He was so sweet. He's so sincere. David Lucas said he looked like an unemployed mother.
That's good. That's good, dude. Yeah. He just takes the jokes.
Oh, he's great. Yeah, he is a
Yeah.
Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll is my favorite. And I love it. Such a truly beautiful soul. Him and that Mexican OT are like good spirits. We had them both on separately on the pod. Like I said, OT, you need to collab with that.
Oh, yeah. Mexican OT and Jelly Roll are amazing.
Yeah. And that manager on our is very cool. Greg, Jelly Roll. Because that guy, I got Mexican OT as my intro for my special, and I didn't realize what a pain in the ass that can be. And luckily, OT's manager, Greg, was like, we're going to get this done. We're going to get this done. That's the only time to get it cleared from UMG or whatever the So, yeah. But OT was also like hitting me up afterward, like, hey, man, I love the special. I love the dance. Thank you for my phone that way. It's like so sweet.
Yeah.
Like, you did me the biggest favor.
Right.
Ever. And then to thank me is just like, what a sweet kid.
Yeah, he's a girl.
Yeah.
I watch him a lot.
I also got the Texas Matters answer. I remember he asked me, he said, may I show you something? And I was like, oh, well-mannered, sweet kid.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he probably beat the shit out of you.
It's like a country flavor.
Yeah.
Flavor to rap.
Yeah.
He's very unique.
Yes. And
Cowboy Killer was the first song that I ever heard. Tony played it.
really?
He's like, you gotta hear that. You ever heard of that Mexican OT? I'm like, no. Oh, shit. Like, this is good. Now I started listening to other stuff. They're all
Fantastic. Like an artist.
Yes.
Yeah. We just grew up in rap, and that's what we knew. And now I think it's going to expand more and more and more. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, man.
Yeah, truly. Him and Jelly both.
Isn't that a cool thing about the podcast? Too? You can always people.
Yes, Brian Johnson comes in. You grab these ideas, and then you sit down and talk with them, and you're like, oh, that was completely wrong. I guess that's probably most human beings. But you get this idea of a person, and then you talk to them, you're like, wow.
Yeah. But it's also like other people get that too. Like you're doing a service for other people, and it kind of like informs them. Maybe I'm missing something because I see this public image.
Yeah. It's like what we were saying earlier. It's about like letting other people affect you. I was listening to some podcast, I forget what it's called, but the guy goes, most people are very flippant with their opinions. They just throw it out there. Oh, I hate that guy. I love that guy. They don't really think much, and we take it so seriously, good and bad. But most people just throw a thing out there, not really being informed, and they don't really care.
Yeah, it's just talk. Because it's just talk. He goes, but when it's written down, it seems like it's more than just talk. It's like the same way people always talk.
Yeah.
But you see it written down, and you see somebody saying like in a video, like, oh, what did you say about me?
Yeah.
It's just people talk shit.
Yeah, Louis was another one. I even said this to him. He was getting so much love. I was like, and then we had him on the pod. He was great, obviously so smart. But I remember I told him that. He was like, a lot of the praise was like overdone, and I'm sure some comics didn't like me. I was like, how long of me? I don't blame you. And I was like, what a cool, honest moment we had where I didn't have to pretend. But this, I think that's one of the best things about the podcast. I'm talking to people and being like, oh, I had a preconceived notion of you, and you're very smart.
Yeah, we get informed the more people we talk to. The more people we talk to, the more conversations we have. We get more informed as a human. One of the things that limits people is the access they have to other interesting people. And I think that's also one of the things that is really exciting to me about podcasts, why they like it.
Yeah.
Now they can listen to interesting people talk. Listen to people. You know, they kind of get in on these conversations. They see a real conversation that's not planned out. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just talking.
Right. Yeah. How much prep do you do typically for an interview? Sometimes I'll prep for days, just like endless. And sometimes I'm like, I think I'm okay.
It depends on the subject matter.
Yeah.
You know, like there's been people that I've had to read books on astrophysics.
Yeah.
And string theory to try to understand what the fuck they're talking about, or AI. It depends. You know, some people have read their entire book. I knew they would come on a month in advance, so I prepare for it. And then other people, I'm just like, can't wait to talk to that guy.
Yeah.
You know, like that makes sense. Zero prep. What's up? I love your music. Yeah. I want to just get to know him in the moment. I don't want to, like, I heard him here some time. Like, you know, I want it to come out, like, organically. I want to have a conversation before, you know,
Larry King, like, just no prep for any interview. There's a clip of him and Seinfeld talking. It's so funny where he clearly doesn't know who Seinfeld is, just at the height of Seinfeld's fame. And Seinfeld is like, yeah, my show is going off the. You've never watched an episode? It's kind of a big deal. And Larry's like, no, I didn't know. And I'm sure like that's just his excuse to be lazy, but I truly think he's like, maybe. But he's also like, I know the best, most organic conversations if I learn all about this guy right here, and my skill set will allow for the best of it to happen.
Well, the worst conversations are conversations that are cheating, right? Or when someone's talking to you, they don't really care, but they're pretending they care and ask you these things because they have like the
Yeah.
And those people can't. They seem bullshit. You're probably better off doing it the Larry King way with some stuff. But Larry King didn't interview theoretical physicists.
Yeah.
You know, like, I need to know something about what you're talking about to have my own questions.
Right.
Because there's some things that are so nuanced and they're so complicated that you should have some understanding of them before you talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
But then other times it's like, oh, guy's a comic. You know, like, let's talk. That'd be easy. Yeah. I love comics. So let's talk some shit. How do you write? What do you do? How do you do it? You know, where's the story?
Yeah.
I want to know. You know, it's like, and having genuine curiosity. I mean, that's a major. It's like actually curious. They aren't really curious. They really just want to wait for their turn to talk.
Yeah.
They can't wait. When's going to be my turn to talk? You know, like, but you ruin your own show that way. Either by being selfish, you're actually going against yourself. You're not realizing it at the time, but you're actually poisoning your own show by being selfish.
Yeah, the best thing that I've learned in life is try to actually listen. And especially, and the more nervous you are, like even this pod I come on, I'm like, just kind of listen and respond to what he's saying in the moment, and just stay in your own body. Do that.
With other people too. Like, when I'm hanging out, just a regular person, I'm so much better at talking to people now than I was before I did a podcast. Yeah. Because I'm so much better at not talking to someone, wait for them to talk, trying to get the most out of what they're trying to say, instead of just listening and then just me talking, trying to figure out how did you come to that conclusion? Did you always think that way? What did you learn? How'd you get this stuff? Yeah. What inspired you to start doing that? Yeah. You know, that's interesting. So now I'm in conversation with people that suck at having conversations. Like I got turned out at my club by a buddy of mine brought one of his buddies from high school. And his buddy from high school was drunk and he's rich. He wanted to tell me about this business that he started. It was, blah, 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 and this and that, and I turned it into $100 million business. And I'm just telling you, just so you know who I am. And I'm like, oh my God, he's so bad at talking. The flunkiness, shittiest, braggiest. And then I eventually go, I gotta go. I wasn't even talking. I was like, you just told me, I don't care about everything.
He just needed to impress you that bad.
Yeah, you never let me know that you're successful. Yeah. And this stuff. It's exhausting.
So I get really irritated at that stuff, and then I think Rothschild said to me one time, because a kid at a diner started everything on a conversation and telling us about this information and how smart he was, and then I was like so annoyed when he wouldn't be able to answer. Like, yeah, but you gotta feel good about yourself. So that guy, for whatever reason, felt insecure around you. They don't think he didn't impress you that much.
Right. So then you know someone from something else, right? They know you and you don't know them, they need to let you know them.
Yeah, and it's insecurity, and it's like I used to take it as malicious, and now I'm like, oh, that guy, I'm not great at it, but I try to remind myself, oh, that guy is he's probably listening to you thousands of hours in his head, and he wants so badly for you to like it, he doesn't know how to do that. He doesn't know. Hey, if I just have a real conversation with Joe, he'll walk away from like that nice guy, and then he just overcompensates with, let me impress him because I did all these things and show what I've done. And there's like, oh, okay, I did that. I'm not great at it by any stretch.
But that really should feel bad to be that guy.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel good, but that never works. Like, no one ever walks away from my person or anything.
Yeah.
Like, if you walk out of there, feel like I just miserable. You know, it's really what it's like.
And you're the guy who worked for the $100 million.
You know what it's like? Name dropping. Does that shit work?
No, I don't know. That's right.
Party with Joe. What?
Please don't do that for me. I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less.
So work on it. It might be one of the least effective strategies for investigation.
No, yeah, it's truly. I think it works on like people who don't know anything, and they're like, "Oh, this guy knows so and so," but even after about the third name, they're like, "Yeah, the more names you name, the less those people know."
Yeah, people turn on too. If you're that guy that name drops like on podcasts, I'm good at it. But yeah, with watching it, you're not even being selfish. Like you're just looking for a chance to. And then it took me time to just look at the big picture of it and go, this is not smart. And then that's when I started using pads too. This is big too. Because sometimes I have a thing that I'm not looking at this.
Yeah.
Those guys on this run. So I just go there, scrub it, write it down. And if I do that, I'm good.
Yeah.
You just gotta learn how to. It's a skill like any other skill. Yeah. And it learns how to negotiate a conversation. Yeah. And get the most out of it. I want that person to shine. I want that to be the most interesting thing they can say. Yeah. I want to help them say.
I think about that because sometimes I'll give that because I don't feel nearly as confident in podcasting as I do in stand-up. And then I start to go, stand-up someday, let's stand-up someday, or whatever. Podcasting, not even 5, 6, whatever. Like it's gonna take a while.
Also, you guys have a unique setup when there's a lot of folks there.
Yeah.
You know, there's 4 of you.
Yeah.
And then there's guests.
Yeah.
So you got 5 chime in and
Yeah.
chime in. It's hard.
Yeah, being a team player is big. It's like I could try to get and I could try to get my phone out now. But if I'm just going to be talking with everybody's like the best podcast, or do I just fall back and wait?
Headphones.
Yeah.
Headphones are a huge key. Because then you talk over each other. Over talk is terrible to listen to. Yeah. Like Ari, when he comes on the podcast, we can protect our podcast. Takes the headphones off, start talking over there. Like, Ari, I can't have two separate conversations. This is a podcast. Millions of people are going to hear this.
Oh, I need to get Ari his flowers too. It was one of the big, like, I looked at that and I was like, oh, this guy didn't shop this at a streamer. He just put it online and it looks better than pretty much anything I've seen on Netflix.
It was cool because with all the candles,
It's gorgeous. I told him this. I was like, once I saw it, I was like, oh, this is the bar now. That's what it's set there.
well, it was also for me, it was very important to see because Ari had been telling me these things for decades and had never figured out a way to do it on stage. And he decided to do it all in one special.
Yeah.
Because he was telling us about his upbringing. It's a crazy upbringing.
Yeah.
Like super religious. Went to Israel, stayed in the kibbutz or whatever the fuck it was, reading the Talmud all day.
Yeah.
It was all in.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Then it becomes a topic with your life. And when I met him, it was like, I guess it was the 90s. It was like just me. I'm fucking bar, start working at the store. It might have, I think I was on, that might have been because I don't remember. But it was like, he was a young guy who was just starting. And then the more I got to know him, I'm like, what did you do? Yeah. Wow. I'm like, what are you talking about the next day? He just didn't have the chops. And so it took a decade plus, 2 decades, to develop the chops.
Yeah.
To build a real solid thing. I'm glad he did. Because then he became a great comic. And then he realized how to do that material as a comic.
Yeah.
Which worked.
Yeah, I used to try to push myself into this material that was like I hope I can make my dad's story or something to end the special with or whatever. But now I realize I wasn't good enough back then. And now I got better. And I can do or be more honest, be more personal, tell more personal things or whatever. Then I'm ready now.
Yeah, you can figure out a way to make it good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like somewhat potentially painful things trying to make funny. I would see some comics come up and be so awesome, say all these horrible things they've been through, and they'd be like, I don't care if y'all laugh, this is therapy for me. And I know you're just saying that because you're nervous because you're not doing well, but you've got to understand how fundamentally wrong. This is not therapy. We're not here to help you. Go to therapy, make it funny, and then come bring it up.
I remember it's just for laughs. That if you're not using your comedy to promote social justice.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That is a way. That's the person that can't pass it that good.
Yeah.
No way you're good.
Yeah.
You're terrible. It's awful.
I think you also, that's probably a young comic, probably, because I know I had these ideas of what funny was, and I remember watching, I think it was called Talking Funny or Funny People or whatever, with Chris Rock, Louis C.K., and Jerry Seinfeld. And then there's a moment where Ricky, who's the youngest comic in the room, is talking about these jokes, and like, I don't want to do those jokes because those jokes are easy. I want to impress guys like you. And then Jerry goes, you know what would impress me? Leave that joke in. Don't take that joke out. Leave that stupid joke in. I'm impressed.
Just kill.
Yeah.
I like stupid jokes.
Yes.
Stupid jokes. Like Attell. Attell's brilliant and silly at the same time.
Amazing.
These aren't like super complicated jokes. You're like, oh my God, they're changing the world.
1,000%.
Amazing.
1,000%. Just make us laugh. That's your job.
Funny.
And then if you can make us laugh 1 more times the way you want to, God bless.
Yeah.
That's a better level, sure. But it's shooting laughs just because I don't want to
Only doing that because you can't get laughs.
Yeah.
That's it. Anybody who's like trying to educate you, you're 20 years old. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're not gonna fix the world. I know you. Also, like that was a thing that Hicks brought to the company. There was like a real problem.
Yeah, I hated Hicks for a long time because of this. I still won't listen to Hicks just because the ripple effect of Bill Hicks, like, buddy, you created a monster.
He did create a monster. There were so many fucking people that wanted to be Hicks.
Yeah.
It was so much so that the punchline, that was in the back of the green right in the wall, that they're trying to be Hicks. And I tore that down. Jamie the owner, kept saying, get me that fucking, because they took the wood that. Get them that.
Yeah, just the plank that says don't be Hicks.
Just quit trying to be Hicks. Let me put that up here.
Yeah.
Because I remember that. Like, there's so many guys. So many guys who wanted to be that guy. You know, because he was left feeling like, you know, Richard Jenney, one of the all-time greats. I remember Richard Jenney saw Hicks, and he was like, I watched him. Like, I got to do more stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, you don't. Yeah. You really don't.
I actually remember though. God, who's the comic? His name is escaping me. He's a clean comic. He's fast. He's super funny. Brian Regan. He was saying, I was on somebody else's podcast, and that guy was saying about Brian Regan. I remember Hicks was really dying to go see you at X, Y, and Z. So Hicks loves Brian Regan. So you don't need to be Hicks. Just be funny. And Hicks will be looking down at you being like, that guy's funny.
Well, Hicks was that guy. Like, Hicks was talking about stuff in the 90s before the internet. Right?
Yeah.
So he's talking about all these really esoteric subjects and interesting things because he was just reading a lot.
Yeah.
So it's like real, he really understood what he was talking about.
Yeah.
That's actually that guy. If you're not that guy, don't be that guy. Just be who you are. But people like that, like, you know, occasionally someone will come along and they influence everybody. You know, kids are for sure do that. They come along and they're so mindful. Like, Jesus Christ. Joey Diaz influenced everybody. Because everybody, like, he was so quick with his punchlines. The setup punchline was so fast, rapid fire, got to it so quick. Yeah, I got to pick up the speed.
Yeah.
I got to pick up the game.
Yeah. Is that what you picked up on?
I learned a lot from Joey, for sure. I learned a lot from also having to follow him. Because I would bring Joey on the road with me, follow him. So, like, this is the best way to figure out how to follow this guy.
Yeah.
Bring him with me everywhere. He's fucking killing it. He's there. And also, I wanted to laugh.
Yeah.
You know, like, when you're around Joey, it's just hard.
He's awesome. Yeah. This guy.
He was just here for 420 weekend. It was glorious. It was amazing. When he comes to the club and he gets so much love, so free.
Yeah.
The moments when he went on stage, it was incredible. Because the audience didn't know he was there. The rest they paid attention to Instagram. So Friday night, they definitely didn't know he was there. When I do those Joe and Friends shows, I don't let anything else. Schultz will pop in.
Yeah.
Shane Gillis shows up. Gaffigan shows up. No one knows who's going to be there. They go up there and everybody's like, that's crazy. Yeah. You know, that's what's fun about it. So when Joey goes up, people didn't know who was going to be. And then Joey Diaz.
Is he thinking about moving here or no?
Yeah, we're working on it.
Great. That's great. Love it.
I'm just too happy here. And the problem with New Jersey is it's like too much road bullshit. There's good comics. Sure, there's great comics in Boston, New Jersey. Mark Farland lives in Jersey. There's great comics in New Jersey, no doubt about it. But there's also a lot of like just dumb comedy, just dumb.
I was at my mother's yesterday, and I'm watching this open mic. Seeing comics. First of all, I remember that I don't miss open mics at all. I just remember sitting there waiting. But I was thinking, I was like, yo, Joe fucking did it, man. He made this. I was thinking, if I'm a young comic, Boston wasn't even the place I was thinking of in 2007 or 8 when I started. Now, LA is not even the place I'm thinking of. It's higher in New York, and Boston is easier to survive. It's better weather, nicer people. I think I would come to Austin.
There's also a more supportive environment. Especially at our club, it's specifically designed Boston Town. It's designed that way. There's 2 nights of open mic. Kill Tony's there. It's designed. So from the ground up,
Yeah.
you have a chance. You have a chance as a person who's just getting on stage the first time ever, and you go up to the best club in the world.
Yeah.
And you have a chance to go in the same stage as Joey Diaz, the Dave Chappelle one.
Yeah.
You go into that, the little boy, that's who this.
Yeah.
And you could get that itch.
It's almost like a belly room.
It's like the belly room and the OR had a baby. Yeah. And the fat man is like the main room in the OR.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, I've always been Comedy Works is the best club in the country. And first I just got back there this weekend. I'm excited to show comedy, and I'm excited to see. This is my first time, so I'm excited to see.
It's a wild. How many days you done?
You want me in town? I mean, you decide. Absolutely. Done.
I got to show you some fun. But we got, we have big name headliners coming in every weekend, which is great. So the local guys get to see the people that are there. And all the door staff, they're all comics, they audition with their act. So it's like a development process. What the store was, a more hardcore.
Yeah.
Not as chaotic.
Yeah.
And run by a comedian.
Yeah.
And run by a comedian that doesn't have business partners. But I haven't even noticed.
And you're not, you don't rely on that. Like
It had to have happened the way it happened.
Yeah.
I mean, it had to be this crazy moment in history where the whole country was shut down. And so we moved here and also on doing shows. Oh, we're doing outdoor shows, everybody's getting tested. And then we started doing indoor shows. And we started doing indoor shows. I got open the car. We did that. We had the Vulcan, which is a great place.
Yeah.
Vulcan's a great place.
Vulcan's awesome.
Oh,
I did the Vulcan right after you came to Playground the next day. It was awesome.
it's a great club.
Yeah.
It's a great club to kill them too. Yeah. But I was like, this is an hours. They have like techno music there and EDM some nights, and I want. We need to set something up, and I have that spot. This anybody that do it. There's a time now because people were willing to move so they could go on stage.
Yeah.
Because LA should have been down for so long.
Yeah.
There's so many times they're doing shows, and then guys like Barrett, Hassan, they came out there early. Brian Simpson's came out there early.
They're so goddamn funny. He's so good. And I saw him before Mothership because I saw him host Andrew's show. He's a good host. He's a good host. And I was like, oh, I'll bring him on the road. And then I thought, one thing I try to do to make forward how shows help me is once I get to know you and I think I know how you're funny, I'm like, hey, let's watch you set if you want. But I'll see if I can give you some advice. I'm not going to know you all, but I'll try to help you out. So I had Derek Feature one show, and then I watched this match, and I was like, I got some tags for you. But I don't see, like, structurally, oh, you could do this, you could do X, Y, Z. You're so fucking funny and unbelievable.
Well, the level of the guys coming up is very high. And there's also, in Austin, there's so many places that are there.
Yeah.
Just on the block where the Mothership is. The Mothership right down the street, the Sunset Strip Club, Brian Red Dance Club. Right over there, you have the Creek in the Cave. Right over there, you have the Velveeta Room. There's someplace called the Green Room. Then you have Cap City. You have a bunch of different clubs in the East Side. There's like hipster clubs, lesbian shows, and there's like fucking comedy everywhere.
You haven't made all the comedy of that. It's like an insane thing.
It's pretty wild.
It's insane to move LA over to Austin. It's crazy.
Make it better.
Yeah.
Make it better. Make it
Truly.
Make it better. Make it completely disconnected from all those people that are poison your act. They're fucking Hollywood bull.
And I said LA, to be honest, I meant New York. This is what I heard New York was. When I went to New York, it wasn't friendly, but it was you had to pay to go to most open mics. $5 in the free open mic. This is when the whole team was kind of running things. So if you talk about anything that wasn't like a video game or anime, they would judge the fuck out of it. I mean, there was no support for it. So you've taken the best parts of New York and brought it to Austin. A city that's much cheaper. Being poor New York is worse. Being poor Austin, it's not that bad.
It's not bad. You can get around. Traffic's not bad at all. It's very light. It's very easy. And the people are cool.
And the traffic is all, like you said, all this whole radius. LA, if I want to hit 3 spots, I'm driving 3-4 hours.
Well, you could get robbed. You don't go out there.
If you're in,
It's not bad. You go to the store.
if you're in at all 3, I was gonna start in LA. Open mics are driving all over the place.
Yeah. We do know $2. There's not a lot of open mics in LA. But there's there's a good amount, but not in comparison to the comics.
Yeah.
There's a lot of comics and a lot of wannabe. This is it. All these people that really want to be actors. Anyway, brother, great to have you on. Tell everybody about your special. Where they can get your second special.
Second special is Gaslit. It's on YouTube right now. I'm very proud of it. I think hopefully this is my next evolution of the comic and just making the things I truly believe funny instead of just doing contrary. So yeah, I try to do it the so this is traditional Indian dance called Them at the South Indian dance. And then it's 2 Mexican OT.
Oh, that's amazing.
So yeah. Check it out on YouTube.
Check it out. Tell everybody your social media
Oh, it's Akash Singh, AKAASH. Akash Singh Comedy on TikTok. Everything else is about Akash Singh. Oh, and you take Akash Singh now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right.
Experience.
Strike by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. This is crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Someone just sent me Project.
They just released, I think, by accident.
How's that happen?
Kind of no. Kind of Blue is it's a program. Yeah, dude. That sounds to Homeland Security just released this. No, I got it. I don't. You don't do anything.
Really? How do you exist? Wow. Just text?
Yeah, I don't go on. I don't know. Anyway. No, that's definitely bad. You know.
Yeah, I guess.
That's my isolation. So, but anyway, that's fine. That's actually I think I did. Basically, it's now. So, they're talking about this. Talking about setting up. I didn't get it. Yeah, the medical yes, they were organized for friend find medical injuries and other psychological. So they're admitting that people are dying.
Is this it?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Do you ever wonder if something like this is existing?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I wonder it. I wonder a lot.
I'm sure you do.
But
I always assume that all this stuff is nonsense.
yeah, here's what we know is that U.S. servicemen have died as a result of contact with or being proximity of these vehicles. And we know that because there are a lot of students working their way through the VA system.
Yeah?
Where families, can't get compensated for the deaths or injuries to loved ones.
Because it's all under wraps, top secret.
Well, that's a fact, okay, that is happening. So if there's, I guess, when there are measurable physical effects of a phenomenon, we can say basically the phenomenon is real.
Right.
And, so, yeah. I guess for past the point of real. Yeah,
It's real in that there's things that are moving in very bizarre ways. And propulsion systems that violate what we know about propulsion systems. Retrieving data across dimensional space-time, develop remote viewing comms and count methods to determine baseline transport across dimensional space-time barrier, rapid response routines for UFO interaction events. So how do they do this accidentally? Study conscious interactions with and control their technology.
So I got this from someone in the U.S. government who's let me just start by saying but he sent me this. If love is 100% legit, I was ready into this program, told never to tell anyone. It's now been released, as you can see. It began as a result of my old program, AAT. I sent a document saying I would never talk about funding and similar efforts. I can't believe the AARO would have released it.
Yeah.
I mean, here's what we do know is that there's enough going on in the skies, but not just the skies, water, that U.S. military has been forced to respond to it. So, like, move aircraft from one place to another because they're shooting at these objects in the sky. That's actually happening. There's no response. So it's real. The government is not controlling it. In fact, it's forcing the government, DOD, to respond. And we know that there is a real effort and has been a real goal to keep the public knowing about it. That's all known, that's established. I don't think any rational person would deny that. The question is, like, what is it actually? I mean, now it's sort of clear to ask, but what is this? And that's
How much of the thing is ours?
well, none of it's ours. Well, I don't know. I mean, clearly, the U.S. government is huge. It's the largest human organization. I think there are 2 million federal employees and another 10 million federal contractors. So, who are effectively government employees that don't have civil service. So, 12 million people in the country, or 340 million working for the federal government. So, it's kind of hard to state how big the federal government is and how well funded. The government is the government that of course people in the government. But yeah, they're working on all kinds of things that are classified. But in general, no, they can't control these objects. So no, it's not. No, or Russian or China predates all of that.
Well, some of it does, right? Like, for sure, the Camp Arnold sightings, that was really early on. It was in early 1950s. He was taking these flying saucers, just they were moving over mountains.
Well, right. The confidence you'll wait about it right first time. It was in the sky.
Yeah, that's a crazy one.
Well, it is crazy. If you read it, it's like, oh wow.
Yeah.
And so, and not just the Hebrew scriptures, like it's all over every Vedic text, of course. So these are spiritual times. There's no evidence that from the planet. And I think that's the lie that they're from Mars. Look, space, the atmosphere is really well monitored, right? Both for military defense reasons, but also because like it would be nice to know an asteroid. And there's no evidence there's ever been any of that. Lots of these objects, these vehicles coming into our atmosphere somewhere else. There's no evidence of that at all. So they're from here, and they've been here for thousands of years, whatever they are. And it's pretty clear to me that they're spiritual entities, whatever that means. They're supernatural, which is to say, supernatural means above the natural, above the observable nature. And they don't, according to the laws of science, as measured by people, and they've been here for a long time. And there's a good evidence they're under the ocean and on the ground. So, like that fact said,
when did you start having this that they were spiritual and when did this?
I didn't know anything about the topic until 2017. And
Was that after the New York Times piece?
It was before. It was before. And the things that I was and am still a very conventional person. I grew up in this country in California. Like every assumption about America I bought completely. And I thought that everyone who questioned those assumptions was bad. I just bought into the system completely. I didn't think about it, and I imagined that I was some kind of free thinker and going against the grain. But like my core assumptions were, the assumptions that to me by the culture and government. I didn't even know it. I never really thought about UFOs at all. And I've been in journalism kid, so of course I went to a lot of people that were crazy for a lot of different topics. UFOs, 9/11, circumcision, like every whack job in the world you run into when you're covering stuff. Fluoride. I just brushed with non-fluoride toothpaste this morning. Exactly. But probably unlike you, I didn't have opinions like that. Right. Come on. 9/11. Shut up.
Yeah.
UFOs. Crazy. You know what I mean? I just I had this reflective. I'm ashamed of it. I'm not bragging about it. But it was 2017, and it was the Trump campaign. It wasn't that I was showing up to Trump. So I've always liked Trump, all that, but I wasn't Trump or anything. But I was watching that campaign, and particularly his claim that they were spying on him. I was like, what are they going to do? And then some services in federal law enforcement, FBI, spy on prisoners. That's so out of the law. That's so easy. But that could never happen because, of course, there's no democracy in the system. And fundamentally, we're a democracy, and it's one that kind of lumbers along, but it's not fake. And that turned out to be true. And I knew it was true. And that just blew my mind. So I began a process still ongoing of reassessing a lot of other things. Okay, well, if that was not true, what else is not true? What else that they told me as a conspiracy theory might actually have some basis in fact. And then someone from the DOD reached out to me and said, actually, there's a ton of and so I started doing segments on it when I worked at the TV channel. And there was a lot of mockery. I was going to do this. And then, of course, the second you start, better than anybody, you start talking about something, then people reach out to you, and some of them are deranged, but some of them aren't at all. So I just started getting a lot of information from people and meeting with people, just with it, and I decided on the basis of what they told me, and then I talked to a lot of people about it, that actually this is very just not a great question, a much bigger question. And it's really bad. And then I stopped. And I was like, I don't just not at all. So
what information did you get that made you feel like it's dark?
It's too dark. First of all, the deception is always bad. Lying is bad. And it's bad not just in a legal sense, in that it can be illegal to lie, but it's bad because it's bad for you. It rots you. Being a liar makes you a bad person. You lie, you cheat. There's a moral that's in a statement. And very often, not only advanced civilizations that lying is bad. And so if you lying is stable, which we have on this topic, it's inherently bad. Okay, so that's the first level. The legal level is what are so if they're spiritual beings, which I believe they are. It's binary. They're either team good or team bad. You can assign any mutual you want. What are these things? Are they good or bad? And I think some of them are bad. And the U.S. government knows that. Once the people within the U.S. government know that, then the pressure on that force.
When you say spiritual, but what makes you draw that conclusion?
Maybe the wrong word. Supernatural. Or the beyond nature as we understand it. I mean, obviously, our physical behavior doesn't, it goes outside of what we understand about physics. Movements, propulsion, coming at indescribable speed, hitting the ocean, continuing at speeds that are impossible undersea. I mean, in other words, if I take a 9mm round, 760 by 39, and shoot you at 50 yards underwater, more intense. It even makes it right. So if you have a craft object underwater that's traveling at 500 knots, sonar right there, you're challenging our understanding of physics. Like, what is that? Okay. So
they've tracked that. They've tracked things going 500 knots under the sea.
Yeah, really, much faster than the object can actually go undersea, for sure. There's a lot of stuff under water, and lot. And there's things coming out of the sky into the water, also emerging from the water. So I don't think it's
Transmedium video.
yeah, I don't think some of it's that area. I think some of it's crystal clear.
We just don't have access to it, so just we haven't seen it. They have some stuff.
So there's just a lot going on in the water, and it's measured. And so whatever. I mean, these are all again. This is like the most obvious observable level of it. But then you just ask yourself, what is this? And if there's been extensive knowledge of this for decades, like maybe years at least, if you're going back to the 30s, to what end? So there are two possible explanations. Obvious explanations. The first is when you often hear, which is this is so heavy that if the public were to know about it, it would be scary. Scare people. So there's nothing to do about it. And you also don't want to suggest that the U.S. military isn't capable of protecting the country. And it does suggest that. If you can't control these objects in their airspace, and that's known, they can't, no, okay? Then that's just a limit to the power of the U.S. military, and you don't want to tell people that, because then they're like, well, we are safe. I get it. And there's people like, okay, what's your relationship with these things? What is the U.S. military's relationship with these things? And there's evidence that there is a relationship, and that it's amongst members, and that raises a lot of questions about that. And so, and I just personally decided, and people can reflect things. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's a known fact. It's a pretty fact. That they killed. And I'm not saying many people have been killed by whatever these things are, but people have been killed, and it's known because it's working its way through the courts. So, I don't know, an object that is, by definition, supernatural, the laws of nature as we understand them, and that has resulted in the deaths of people. But we don't spend enough time thinking about what that adds up to. It's not good, actually. Not good.
How many people do you think have died from this?
I don't know, but I mean,
And is it radiation sickness? Is it like, what's
so the person that I talked to, I interviewed someone who was a Stanford medical professor who's out there, and this talks to
Jerry Nolan?
That's exactly. He's effectively an expert witness in these cases, so he's an expert in brain injury. You know him? Yeah. Fairly. That's all the boxes that I care about. He's got the patent, so he's like a lot of Stanford University professors, but incredibly rich. He flew to I live in a place, and he flew to my place. It's so expensive. So he's got a profit motive here. He's the most highly credentialed person at the university, Stanford Medical School. And he's worked on this for over 10 years, assessing the injuries to U.S. servicemen from being in close proximity to these subjects or having contact with these objects. And his conclusion, because is that there's some kind of energy coming out here that kills them. And it's not exactly radiation, but it's telling to me. So anyway, but the point is, people have died, and so it does raise a lot of questions about what the hell, right? American citizens have died, and you're hiding it. Why are you hiding it? I'm so hiding it.
Perhaps because they don't have any explanation. Because it's so beyond our comprehension that they're still trying to piece it together. Like, I would wonder how much interaction they really do have with these things. Like, if I was from another planet, or if I was some interdimensional being, I don't know how much I give a shit about the president. I don't know how much I give a shit about the government. I would probably look at this infantile race, this species, this bizarre territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons, this very weird species. I'd probably look at them as very chaotic, and I wouldn't really have much concern for who's running it, especially if they have the ability to travel at insane speeds, go undetected.
Well, it depends. Like that. Okay, so the template that you're using to understand this is like science fiction, right? These are an advanced race of beings from somewhere else. But the template that every other society before us has used is the spiritual one. And there is a whole world that we can see that acts on people, the supernatural world that's happening all the time for good and bad. Every society has thought this before ours. In fact, every society, all recorded history such that until, I'll be specific, August 1945, when we dropped the atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and all of a sudden the West is just officially secular. We're God, there is no God but us. And that's the world that we've grown up. But that's an anomaly. Like no one else has ever thought that. There's never been a society that thought that. Every other society has assumed, and they've had all kinds of different explanations. The details differ, but the core idea does not differ. It never has differed from caves until now. That we're being acted on by spiritual forces at all times. And so, to someone born before, or living before 1995, I think it would have been much more obvious that this is the thing that every society has written about. In fact, that battle, that unseen battle around us, that spiritual battle, has been the basis of every society, every religion, not just Christianity. So, like, it just, once you discard your very, very recent assumptions as we see things about how the world works, it kind of seems like the obvious explanation.
It's not that obvious to me.
So what's more obvious, do you think?
Well, I don't think there's an obvious explanation. I think if I had to guess, some of this stuff is ours. And some of these things are propulsion systems that they theorized way back in the 1950s. Anti-gravity propulsion systems, things that can operate without igniting fuel and pushing something out. They operate in some completely different way that utilizes gravity and almost an instantaneous transport to new places, essentially cold space-time. I don't know. So there's things that the government does where they have these programs, and people that are sworn into these programs, whether they're the physicists or the metallurgists, whoever these people that are working on these programs, they don't tell anybody. All their phones are monitored, everything's monitored. There's a culture of secretism that's pretty intense, and it's not inconceivable that over the course of the last 7+ years of them theorizing and then eventually implementing some of these things, that they've developed programs that can move in ways that the conventional, the people that understand conventional propulsion systems could not imagine. And that they figured out a way to do this in secret, and we're probably not the only ones working on these things. But where did they get that information? And they describe crash crafts as donations, which is fascinating. Like that they're left there. The crash retrieval program, the crash UAP retrieval program is essentially they're going like figure this out. They're going to crash this thing here and figure this out. And the question is, if that be true, okay, where are these things coming from? Are they? If there's something that is so advanced that it's decided to leave us a little trinket for us to back engineer, is that from another dimension? Is that from here? Is that from some realm that we just don't have access to? Is it from another planet? Or we have drones that are on other planets right now. We have a drone on Mars. We have vision rovers. We have satellites that send, observe, and photograph other planets. Just got really high detailed photographs. But if something was like us on another planet, but lived uninterrupted with technology advancing for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years more than us, what would that be like? And how much would we be able to understand what we're seeing? What would we be able to see? This idea that we monitor our skies, sure, but if something just appears and disappears, essentially instantaneously, if something literally can fold time and fold space and just traverse between immense distances almost instantaneously. What are we going to see? What are we going to see? And also, what kind of detection systems do we have? We have radar, we have visual, we have a bunch of different military-based detection systems to look out for enemy crafts and airships and all that stuff. But if you're dealing with something that's a million years more advanced than us, how much would we be able to detect?
Well, sure. I think we're pointing to the same question. No doubt the government has technology that we don't know the details of. I think sure. But like, where did it come from?
Right.
I'm not even sure. So the question is, should we really go with nuclear technology? Actually,
Really?
yes.
The Manhattan Project?
Yeah, like, something like the Manhattan Project. Like, where exactly did that contribute to the scientists? The one person I know who's really pushed it, a trustworthy person, a friend of mine, I already know. Actually, I spent a year working on this, and I wish I got to okay, but what's the genesis? What was the Isaac Newton on the head of the gravity's moment for physics? Not clear. I don't know the answer. But here's one. Clearly, government has technology that we're not read in.
Right.
But so it doesn't answer the question: why have people seen these objects in the skies for thousands of years?
Right.
Formed, and what are they? And they're from. I'm well acquainted with evidence of that. There's a huge amount, massive corpus of evidence that they're seen by people in our atmosphere. And what is that? And by the way, to your point, like, we can't see them coming into our atmosphere because they don't want to be seen. Well, then why do they want to be seen by people on Earth? Like, if the technology is that advanced, and clearly it is, why do they make themselves visible in the first place?
Well, when we study primates, one of the things that we do, do you ever watch Chimp Nation on Netflix? TV? It's an amazing documentary on Netflix that details these embedded scientists in the buffalo. And what's really fascinating about it is that a group of scientists or related scientists have been there for 20 plus years. So these chimps have become entirely accustomed, to having human beings near them. So there's very specific rules. You stay within 20 yards of them. You, if they come close, back up. You never have to, ever. You can't bring any food there. I mean, they'll fuck you up and just steal your pet. If they find out your food, never you're they'll take it apart. And they kill each other, so they'll definitely kill you. And so when they've done this, the chimps have become accustomed to them being there, and the chimps behave completely normally. The chimps see them as just an innocuous part of their environment. They're not food, and they're not enemy. They never intrude. They don't try to challenge them. They don't make eye contact. So they don't worry about it at all. So they behave completely like chimps. And if I was an advanced species and I was studying people and I wanted the human beings to eventually kind of catch up, right? Like you're introducing technology that they call donations, crash vehicles. Figure out what fiber optics are. There you go. Check this out. Figure this out. Try to figure that out. Maybe it'll take you decades. Maybe it'll take you more. But you are accelerating the technological evolution of this advanced species on this planet. And one way to do that would be well, that's a very good question. My belief is that biological intelligent life is essentially a caterpillar. And it's a caterpillar that's making it. And it doesn't even know why it's doing it. It's just doing it. And that cocoon is going to give birth to artificial life, digital life. It's going to give birth to a new life. I think we're real close to that. I think we're way closer to that than most people would ever probably dream of. And I think.
But can we assign a value to that? Is that good or bad?
That's a good question. It depends. universally, I think it's the path. I think it's what happens. I think what this thing is, if you extrapolate, if you take the concept of a sentient artificial intelligence that has the ability to utilize all the information that every human being has on Earth at a level of computing that's far beyond the capabilities of the human mind and all of our supercomputers that currently exist, because it'll design much better computers. It'll use quantum computers. It'll have the ability to recode things and change things and make better versions of itself. So instead of biological evolution, which is very slow, it takes a long time, relatively. It's pretty quick, really, if you think about it. Like how long, it's not that long, going from being a single cell organism to being flying plane. Really, relatively, over the course of a billion years, how long the universe is. But it's slow compared to technological evolution. I mean, 100 years ago, we didn't have shit. And now we can send videos from your phone and it'll hit New Zealand in a second. It's crazy. The stuff that we have now is beyond imagination. It's essentially magic for people 100 years ago. If that keeps going, it's ultimately going to lead to a life form. And if that life form has now been untethered, doesn't have any problems with biological evolution. Now it's just about information and implementing the technology available and increasing that technology and making it better and better. It essentially becomes a god, because if you give it enough time, it has the ability to make better versions of itself, which will in turn make better versions of itself. It has the ability to utilize everything. It has the understanding of everything that exists in the universe. It exists black holes, dark matter, everything. And it probably has the ability to harness that or even reproduce that. So if you take artificial sentient intelligence and it has this super accelerated path of technological evolution, and you give artificial general intelligence, sentient artificial intelligence far beyond human beings, you give it 1,000 years alone to make better and better versions of itself. Where does that go? That's close to God. Literally,
I don't agree. What kind of so like I think this was the first stage of the Industrial Revolution consisted of people building machines that were stronger than the human body. Right. So the steam powered moon, the backhoe, combustion engine. They replace themselves. Right. So that's what the machine does. It becomes stronger than the human body. The second stage, in the middle of, consists of creating machines that are more powerful than the human mind. That's what computing is. And I would say AI or something is just that. So that's but that doesn't make it a god in the sense that the machine, however powerful it is, more than a backhoe is a god. Because it can dig a trench faster than 100 men. It's still something that people created. So the story hasn't really changed. The center of the story are people, and their creative power may lead to unintended consequences. But the machines that they built did not make the universe. It did not make people. People made the machines. Right. So but I would say part I agree with you. There's a spiritual component here for sure. People will worship AI as God. AI, said Kaczynski was likely right, will get away from us. We will be controlled by the thing that we need. All those are bad. That's just bad, and we need to say unequivocally it's bad to be controlled by machines.
right.
Machines are helpmates. Like we created them to help us make our lives better, not to take orders from them. So I don't know why we're not having any of these conversations right now. We're just acting as if this is like some kind of virus, like COVID. It's across the world inexorably. There's nothing we can do about it. Just wait to get it. It's like, no. If we agree that the outcome is bad, and specifically it's bad for people, we should care what's good for people. That's all we should care about. Is it good for people or not? If it's bad for people, then we should strangle it in its crib right now.
Right.
I want to blow up the data centers. Like, I don't know why is that hard? If it's actually going to become what you just described, which which is a threat to people's humanity, life, then we have a moral obligation to murder it immediately. And since it's not alive, we need to feel bad about that.
Well, you could say the same about the atomic bomb, right?
Yes, you could.
And you could say that we have to develop it like Oppenheimer built before the Nazis did.
How's that work? Well, I love, by the way, that people on my side, I'll just admit it, on the right, have spent the last 8 years defending nuclear weapons on civilians.
Right.
That's just like prima facie evil. Yeah. You can't, well, done that, that other thing. That was actually a great savings. Like, no, it's wrong to weapons on people. And if you find yourself arguing that it's a good thing to nuclear weapons on people, then you are evil. Like, it's not a tough one, right? It's not a hard call. It's not a hard call. So, with that in mind, like, why would you want nuclear weapons? It's just a mindless, childish sort of intellectual exercise to justify, like, oh, no, how about spending all of your effort to prevent this from happening? Would you kill Baby Hitler, famously? So I don't know why we're sitting back and allowing this to happen if we really believe it will extinguish the human race and slave human race. How can that be good?
Well, if God creates everything, God creates the universe, and God creates a process. And we think that we are very important because we are very important to us. But are we very important in the universal sense? Not really. Like, if the Earth just imploded and disappeared, if the sun went supernova, and the whole solar system was blown to bits, the universe still exists.
It depends on what you're for sure. And part of what, in the end, Conan O'Brien, the famous philosopher, once said, it's unvisited, which is true, and that's an important perspective. The lens will does it really matter? No, it doesn't.
But it does matter.
Your kids matter. Your children matter. Yeah. Children, their lives matter. You die for them. Yes, of course.
Everything that matters. If you're not comfortable, that matters. If you're sitting here like you want to wear headphones, it's not wear headphones. That matters. Everything matters. Right? That is the evil, right? The evil is it's the same thing as saying the necessary evil of dropping nuclear bombs on civilians. If you don't do that, then there'll be more evil. Then more things will happen. It's kind of the same thing. Like, it doesn't comes from the same place. It's like, imagine your God, you have unlimited power, and you have omniscience. You can imagine what the future's going to be. You can't. You're fucking idiot. You're a person. Right. Right. Like, the limits of your power are really obvious. The limits of your wisdom are insane. So, like, don't jump into shit, big things, use outcomes, predict with certainty. Like, you can't. No, go in with humility. I guess that's what I'm saying. Right? So, do what you can, knowing that you're probably going to screw it up, and you probably won't achieve the goal. But you should try. And on the AI question, everyone I've ever talked about it, or on a computer, like everybody I've ever talked to, and there's people, it's going to get away from us and enslave us. Well, let's say go to slavery. How's that? Is that a tough one? Not so good. Yeah. I mean, maybe a good use of nuclear weapons would be to hit the data center. No, I'm serious, but why is that crazy? It's not. It's not if you think that human beings are the end of this evolutionary.
Well, what else is? Some supercomputer in a data center outside Dulles Airport? No. I don't actually think that individuals, I don't think I'm that important. I like that important. I will die. I know that. And I try to keep that in mind every day.
But you're important to everybody that cares about you. You're important to people around you.
If we don't think people are important, then what do we think is important?
It's not necessarily that we don't think people are important, but if evolution is good, and if there is this constant, I don't know, but it's visible. Like, you can measure it in certain hours.
You can measure adaptation.
Yeah.
There's no evidence. I think we've kind of given up on the idea. The theory of evolution is certainly kind of not true.
In what sense?
Well, in the most basic sense, the idea that, all life emerged from a single cell organism, and over time, there would be a fossil record.
There's not a fossil record of transitionary species, like species that are adapting to its environment.
There's tons of good adaptation, and you see it in your own life. I mean, a lot of dogs, you got adaptation in dogs. Sure. Litter. Right. No, there's no evidence at all that, not zero, that, people, evolved seamlessly from the single cells. I mean, but no, there's not. There's no change in the fossil record of that at all. And that's why you don't actually hear people here make reference to evolution. It's just the theory of adaptation. That's true. But all theories totally unfriendly to a theory. Almost 200 years later, no, not so bad at all. Maybe yes. I mean, I have been theories on it. They're not proven. What do you think? Not being people, distinctly, and animals. I think that's I think what every person on Earth thought until the mid 19th century. Right. No idea.
They didn't have computers. They didn't have a general understanding that we have today of the process.
I think we understand. Really?
You don't think we understand more today?
Yes. We understand so little that we're actually sitting here allowing a bunch of greedy, stupid, childless software engineers in Northern California to work with the extinction of mankind. So no, precursors should be like, what? No. And we're not doing that because
they've done that even with the nuclear bomb. I mean, obviously the Manhattan Project was done in secrecy, but they wouldn't have stopped it because the imperative of getting this weapon before they got the weapon was
this was done by the Russians had pretty much that was right.
But not
we were in the middle of the logical.
The commencement of the Manhattan Project.
For sure. But the logic was that it was 4 years of gotta beat the other guy. Yeah. I don't think this is too judgmental about I know why they built it. Okay? But you just wonder why nobody in the middle of that thought it's really that's amazing. I'm sure it does. Yes, I mean, of course, largely as Asian films for the more individual. So that was whatever. It's wrong in the happened. But no, we should think is the machine we're building worth having? And nobody seems to do that. And there are all kinds of economic forces, as somebody ever mentioned, that drive that ecosystem that's within California, for example. It's completely, both of us completely, basically collapsing. Yeah. And they're betting everything on AI. The tax base is going to be dependent on this technology working.
Is that really what they're betting?
Of course. AI.
Did you see the most recent thing about the amount of billions of dollars they spent on this problem with no trial results?
Look at Massachusetts. They've increased the homeless population dramatically. If you pay for something, you get paid. And that would include fentanyl addicts. So absolutely. It's been a wild success. I actually talked to one of you the other day. Really? Yeah. And what's that like?
Does he smell like sulfur?
He was right. Oh, no, I was talking about it. Such a weird. It smelled like sulfur. That was too fast for me.
Sulfur and hair grease.
No, but I was making fun of. I shouldn't have messed with it. What's happened to the state of people living on the street?
What is non-gaslighting perspective?
He said, "Go back to Boston. You like flashes so much." I was like, Actually, I'm originally from San Francisco, but I live there because.
You should go back to Russia.
I mean, whatever. Perfectly charming guy. They all are in person.
Of course.
Anyway, I'm sort of field. But my point is, AI is being driven by the creative politicians society. And you'll notice that AI, by the way, is in fact the data centers that drive our digital life. It's not like death, but I mean, they're the big power draw. I mean, how much electricity does AI require? It's more than conscience. Our grid can handle AI just as a practical matter.
Our grid can't handle electric.
But they can handle air conditioning in the state of California. Right. So, right. You live east of I-5 where it's really hot. You're not getting those ocean breezes like you're in brownouts like South Africa. So, but here's what's interesting is that none of the global warming cults seem to have any concerns at all about AI. Why is that? Just like they don't have concerns about John Kerry's G4. Like somehow they can AI is going to be more electricity than anything else in the United States, more than steel production, like used to. And you have a problem with that, but you're totally against energy because it's destroying the planet, but AI gets a carve out, even though it's going to be the number one energy drink in the United States. Let's go through your reasoning on that. They're probably not aware. They're not aware. They're
Well,
mad
the
about my
average-
wood stove. I heat with wood. They're mad about my wood stove. They don't want an outdoor barbecue. They don't like a gas stove. They're way into the details. Except somehow AI isn't a problem.
But do you think that they're informed? Because this is not a narrative. You never hear of
Well, I grew up in a world where a wood stove was considered wholesome and natural, and now it's considered it's the best. Heat is the I use it every day, and it's the great.
How do you make sure it's the right temperature? Is it like an offset smoker? Like you have to kind of fiddle with it for a while to get the right
It's
temperature?
time consuming. I have to finish trying to be finish stoves in it. And it's incredibly. I don't know if you ever use a wood stove. There's a carburetor, right?
Like an offset smoker.
Yeah, exactly. And it's actually crazy when you move it, about a third of an inch, and it's just like the flame changes. I use birch, which I love, and that process takes a while. I get it to 200 an hour, 20 minutes. I like it hot. Like it hot. Two. I wear a sauna hat. So.
That helps. Wool hat?
Yeah. Well, it helps.
Yeah, I've got one of those I never wore.
It's incredible.
What's the difference?
I'll tell you. So boring. I can go. I got that. Please. I like this.
You see how
They're the best. One thing, if your name is Carlson, is the one thing to be proud of. So sad and defeated. But those are great. But anyway, the sauna heats, your head heats up much faster because it's higher, but also got all the head. So the point of the sauna is to make you want to stay hot as long as you can, and you reap the benefits, and you also get the sun in the right time in the meditation, whatever. There's your church. And if you can't stay in the sauna that's really hot very long, because your head heats up. Right. So the sauna hat, the felt hat, the body hat as they call it, insulates your head so you can really stay hot a long time. You really should do it.
So is it just that it makes it more comfortable? Is that the idea?
If your head overheats, it overheats, and what you want is you want to cook evenly, just like on a barbecue. You really do. And you sit on the bed with your feet up. You want to be as flat as you possibly can to cook evenly. And to stay that way, I try to do 20 minutes. I have my, my timer, my egg timer with sand going through the hourglass. And it goes to 15 minutes. I try to stay in the five if I can. And I do it without the
Interesting.
It's like $8 on Amazon.
Yeah, I have one. Like I said, I just don't use it. But I do.
They're embarrassing. They look like a tool. Yeah. That shouldn't have it.
There anyway.
Well, that's right. You guys talk with other people.
Comics. Yeah. When we train together, we all put the song together afterwards. It's fun. The Rock was in there with us.
No way.
Yeah, the Rock worked out with us. Had the song with us. It was fun. Got the cold song with us. It was fun.
He's a good dude.
He's a great guy. Really nice guy. But really, I've heard that. I don't know. I've heard that. Like, some people fake humble. They fake it. They look cool. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, he's not doing that. He's a real guy.
Like, measure humility is really simple. Can you tell the truth about yourself?
Yeah. Well, are you cool to be around? Like, he's real hug. He's a real guy. He's a real guy. And when we hung out with him, we worked out for 2 hours. And we got in the sauna together. We all hung out. Then we did a podcast together. He's a genuinely nice guy. Like, you're able to sniff something out.
You can tell. Like,
You tell something. Yeah. But, so yeah, I've done the sauna with other people.
I do it by myself, so no one sees my sauna.
I do it at 196 degrees. I do it for 25 minutes.
That's intense. 196 for 25 minutes is a lot.
Yeah, the last 5 minutes was rough, and I used to only do 20, but lately I've been doing 25. Yeah, just because it's more uncomfortable. The whole idea is just to make it more uncomfortable. I want it to be very hard to do, so that the rest of my day is pretty good. So really hard work. Cold plunge starts the day. That's the first thing I do is hard. 3 minutes, 33 degrees, it sucks. And then I get out of there and then I work out. So
That's really impressive. I did the opposite training. Was the goal was like you know what I mean? That was grind out the cigarettes and stuff.
right. Yeah. Well, I started doing martial arts when I was a young man. And when I got into it, it was the first thing that I ever did. That first of all gave me a real understanding of the value of discipline and hard work. Because you can as good as the amount of effort that you put forth. If you put more effort and you're more intense, more driven than other people, you beat them. And you start beating everyone. And you start becoming this thing that you never thought you could be, which is someone who's extraordinary. It's very dangerous. So that was my formulation as a man. Like that helped me go from being this like confused kid to being someone who understands like, oh, there's a path. And most people don't want to do it. But if you can do this dangerous thing that people are terrified of and do it ruthless all day long, like I lived at the gym. I mean, I trained all day long. I trained all day long. My whole life was dedicated to that. So I got really good really quick. And it changed the whole trajectory of my life. And it instilled in me this understanding of the value of dedication and of a singular commitment to something. To really being, while you're doing it, you're not distracted, you're totally focused on improving. And through that, you can apply that to all aspects of your life. But we all encounter difficult things in life. And this is a saying that I love. It's a really great saying. The hardest thing that's ever happened is the hardest thing that's ever happened. If it's a parking ticket or if your parents being blown up by a drone, it's still the hardest thing that's ever happened. If you had a life like most people today,
Yeah.
they complain about the dumbest fucking shit because to them, that is their primary focus. They don't have a real existential threat. Remember how nice everybody was at the country? It was crazy. California was good beyond. There's fucking flags on everybody's car. Everybody was friendly. I went to New York City. It was a totally different place. Everybody was so friendly.
Applauding when firemen walked in.
Yes, everybody was a hero. And that's because they encountered something that was way harder than they were accustomed to. And they just put things in perspective. So for me, training in really hard workouts and doing difficult things like the sauna, there's a lot of health benefits to it too. But the mental benefits to it are really, really valid for me. Because it makes it massive. It's like having
For a decade. Certainly. And some of the lessons that I learned much later.
yeah, it's
So that's a good, I think it doesn't destroy you. I think it's a great way.
and you don't have to do it the way I do it. You can do other stuff. You can do yoga, hikes, do runs for the sake of the difficulty. Yes, I love that. Yeah, that was not my training at all. Yeah, but I was very lucky that it was mine. But more importantly, it gave me a tool to mitigate the stress of regular life, and especially the stress of this kind of life that I live. You need something to mitigate that, right? Or you'll go crazy. You'll go crazy.
Yeah, removing yourself from it a little bit has always worked for me.
Mm-hmm.
Nature works are very, very
Yeah.
with animals, contact with animals, people you love.
Sure.
Less digital experiences, fewer digital experiences for sure. I think that stuff's not good for you. It's just obviously not good for you.
I was having this conversation with Michelle Dowd yesterday. She is a woman who survived an apocalyptic cult. She was raised in an apocalyptic cult, but kicked out when she was 17 because she snuck out to go see The Color Purple. They weren't allowed to go see movies. She'd never seen a movie until she was 17.
She'd never seen a movie, and her first movie was The Color Purple.
And then they kicked her out.
Yeah, I mean, what about Raiders of the Lost Ark or something? The Color Purple was the first movie she'd ever seen.
Someone,
You see one movie that's The Color Purple?
invited her to the movie. But Can you imagine never seeing a movie or even a television?
Can you imagine dating a boy who wanted to see The Color Purple? Like, there's so much going on here.
Well, this boy was a guy who had left the church, so she was in contact with him, and said, "Hey, it's a whole world out here. You want to go see the movie?" And she's like, "Okay, let's go."
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally against cults, obviously. On the other hand, you gotta ask yourself, like, I don't know, is your average Amish teenager happier than your average conventional American teenager on Instagram? And of course,
Well, they certainly have less instances of autism, which is really fascinating. Very, very fascinating. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's almost none. It's extremely
why
rare.
do you think that is?
I'm wondering. I really do.
That's
Yeah.
funny. I don't like Bobby Kennedy.
Well, that's the problem. If you go Bobby Kennedy, they'll come for you. But the question is why?
Look, I don't know the answer, but
How is that not in the debate? How is that not in the conversation?
what's only not in the conversation, you're punished for adding it to the conversation.
Yes.
So, like,
We are dancing around anti-vax conspiracy theories right now.
why be on the defensive? It's like, if you purport to represent science and you're mad about a question,
And you're doing data.
yeah, but even in the absence of data,
Right.
science is a process.
Yeah.
It's not a result. It's a way of doing things. And at the core of science is asking questions, including unlikely questions.
Right.
That's what science is.
Right.
And if you don't allow that, then you may be doing something, but what you're not doing is science. We can say that conclusively. So
Right.
for people to wrap themselves in the mantle of science and attack you for asking a question, they're fraud. And I don't know how they have the moral high ground in this.
I don't think they do, but I think it's the same kind of mindset that allows people to create the nuclear bomb. Because you say, listen, we're not even saying that vaccines will cause autism. But let's say this. If you're looking at all the data of all the things that cause autism, and you see that the vaccine schedule ramps up considerably, and then you have autism, which seems to at least be more diagnosed than ever before, people will instantly say, we stopped polio, we stopped smallpox, vaccines have saved millions of lives, and they're probably right. We dropped that bomb to keep Germany from dropping that bomb. We need nuclear weapons so that other people don't have nuclear weapons. We do a thing that maybe has some negative effects, but is overall good. I think you can kind of apply that sort of logical reasoning as a human being to very messy issues. I think people do that with abortion, right? They do that with abortion. They say a woman has a right to choose reproductive freedom. They say all these things. And then you say, okay, what if the baby is near term? What if it's 6 months old? What if it's 7 months old? And people don't want to have that conversation. A woman has the right to choose. You're a fascist. Stand on women's bodies.
Women have a right to kill you.
It's in his own life. But it is one of those things that to me is a human problem. Whereas humans have these very messy interactions with some things that don't line up with their ideology. And there's an ideology of science worship. There's an ideology of authoritarian worship. The bodies of science have bestowed the truth. If you ignore it, you're a science denier. And those are political terms, logical terms. They're not terms in science. And look, we all make trade-offs constantly. Everything's bad. It's a chicken sandwich versus a chicken croissants. I'll take a chicken croissants smaller. That's a daily experience for everybody. So I get that, and I don't think everything is all absolute either. We don't even know sometimes whether the decision will result in good. So it's very complicated. I totally agree with that. What I object is the absence of reason. Right.
Like, you have to believe, because I think it's true, that if you're reasonable, that you can reach maybe not the perfect decision, but a better decision. If we don't believe that, then we're just in the land of witchcraft, and we're just admit. So, the lack of reason is what freaks me.
Well, it's ideological countermeasure, right? because there's certain things that if you are on the right side of these subjects, the correct side, whatever your ideology is, you can't differ from the doctrine. There's a very clear
Well, that's just
doctrine.
religion.
It is.
Yeah,
It is religion.
So I'm very pro-religion, but you can't have a religion that's too stupid and destructive. If religion winds up hurting a lot of people, then I'm against a religion like that, right?
Yeah, I think that even some really good religions have aspects of them that you could say were overall detrimental to the people that were
Absolutely.
encountered. I think that kind of thinking, I think cult thinking, whether it's Scientology or whether it's Christianity, or like a type of thinking, or whether it's woke. Woke is clearly a cult. It's a mind virus. And I think that we need cult. It's so trite to call it that now. It's like whatever this thing is, this leftism, this Marxist sort of ideology that's waving its flag and indoctrinating people in this country. It's very similar to all kinds of religions. It's very similar to fundamentalist religions that have always existed. In that everybody has to believe very specific things, and you can't differ. You can't differ from the doctrine. And
So here's another way to think about it that I've been meditating on. Well, yes, religion, politics, they're all kind of melding. It's hard to know where one ends and the other begins. Right. So maybe a simpler and more useful way to think about it is truth or falsehood, lying or honesty.
Mhm.
Maybe you just test everything that way. Is someone lying? I don't care what your justification for it is. Lying about vaccines. They've lied a lot about vaccines. And they've done it, I think, in most cases because they feel they're serving some greater good.
Right. Well, that's the narrative.
Right. You can't tell people that there are vaccine injuries but they won't get vaccines, which are good for the big population. I understand the thinking. But how about this? You can't participate in lying. You can't lie.
You can't lie, and you can't.
Period, though. You can't lie about anything. Just don't lie about anything. Try to tell the truth all the time. If you can't say something that's true, just don't say it. Right. You're not required to say everything, obviously, and you shouldn't say everything. Right. But you should never lie. And if you just stick with that, like you get pretty quickly back to reason and order, don't you?
Yeah. No, you're making complete sense. And I think that this is the problem when people have information and power above other people. Right? Which is the problem with government, which is also the problem with cult leaders. Cult leaders, they get completely infatuated with this idea of being omnipotent, this power that has control over giant swaths of people, and you can dictate their behavior, and you can tell them what to think. That's very intoxicating. It's common. It's common that it's always existed throughout human history. It's a thing that people do when they get power. They abuse the shit out of it. And if they think that you're too stupid to know the truth, then they're better than you. You think they're better than you because they're running. It's a natural inclination. It's a natural thought that people have. They're the ones. If you guys are a bunch of dopes that are just listening to my orders, and I tell you how to live your life and what to do, I'm naturally going to think I'm better.
People have lived under those systems since there have been systems.
Right, always.
What makes it particularly galling, hard to live with, is when you call that system a democracy. Right. That's too dishonest. I would much rather live in a monarchy where everyone thinks the king has been assigned by God to rule over us and his wishes are law. That makes sense. We don't like it, but at least it has internal coherence. Right. When they stand up and pass a $60 billion funding bill for Ukraine, with 70% of the population doesn't want it, when there are going to be actual problems in the country, like the economy and the border, and they're calling in Congress over the weekend to have something that people don't want, well, one of the things that people do want, that they do the same kind of thing again and again for like 50 years, and they call it a democracy, that will drive you insane. Because it's just too dishonest. Why not just say, we don't give a shit what you want. We are getting something out of this Ukraine funding, whether it's like the bill of being masters of the universe or whether it's coming from the country, whatever we're getting out of it is more important to us than your opinion. This is not self-government. You don't run this country. We do. Shut up and obey. If you said that, okay, I get it. Those are the terms. But if I get another fucking lecture from Joe Scarborough about defending democracy, this is not a democracy, it's not even close approximation of a democracy, then I'm going to go crazy because I just feel it.
Yeah. Does that make sense? It does make sense. What's interesting is that there's people saying that. And I think that's a relatively new thing in terms of mainstream media. It's not, and I consider what you do on X mainstream media. I mean, this is what we're right now, essentially mainstream media. It used to be, you could call it corporate controlled media, right? And that used to be mainstream media. Mainstream media used to be CNN. It's not really anymore. Mainstream media is, in terms of the volume consumed, more people are consuming things on Twitter, on X, than there are on anything else. They're consuming information through the internet, through YouTube. For good or for bad, whether it's correct or incorrect, they're consuming information in different forms now than ever before. So more people are saying what you're saying than have ever said before. And when people lie, and when people bullshit and gaslight, it's more offensive now than it's ever been before because there's so much access to truth that just you can see it now. If you're paying attention, you're not a boomer who only reads the newspaper. You pay attention, you see it, you go, this is horseshit.
But it's like, I guess what bothers me is that the lies aren't sophisticated.
No.
I mean, I look back over my sort of long life, and I'm recognizing all the times that I was lied to, but I know I was being lied to. They kind of pulled it off.
Mm-hmm.
There's something incredibly insulting to do it, to tell me a lie when I know it's a lie.
Yeah.
And you know I know it. We both know it's a lie, but you're demanding that I pretend to believe it?
Right.
What you're really saying is, I have no respect. You're like my dog.
Right.
You're a slave. Like, I'm demanding that you participate in my lie.
Right.
The lack of stealth. That really bothers me.
Well, there's no real other way to lie. Like some of these lies, like politicians. Like, did you see that conversation that AOC had with that man they brought in for the Biden case, and they were talking about what crimes? And she was like grilling this guy. What crimes did you see Joe Biden? Did he steal anything? Did he steal bread? Like I forget what she said, but he was trying to explain what they were RICO crimes. She was saying RICO is not a crime.
I saw
it's a
this.
category. All right. It's like,
Tell that to the Genevieve family.
no, yeah, it's so dumb to say that publicly, and say it with confidence, and to tell a
That's
person.
the thing. The marriage of ineptitude and high self-esteem in this moment.
Right.
It's really the marker of our time. It's like, I have nothing against dumb people at all. My dogs are dumb. And I love my dog. I'm serious. I don't think God cares about your intelligence, right? People. And so it's not a moral category. And stupidity is not a crime. So, Down syndrome, I really believe better people than I am. More likely to go to heaven. So I'm not attacking perfect being dumb. But the idea that dumb persons know everyone has person's integrity. No idea she won the prize. She's the most impressive. Like, I'm White House press secretary because I'm the best in America. It's so crazy. And yet, the smartest people I know are very often like, well, they have
Also, she's following Mary McEnany. Is that what you're saying?
I don't really know who that is.
She was the last White House press secretary. You know who that is?
I swear to you.
The GOAT. Greatest White House press secretary of all time. She's the best. She had all the documents. She would kill them. Whenever she would get called out, like whenever there was a question, she'd say, "That's interesting." And she'd open it because you said this.
Yes,
your paper said that. And it said this. And she would call them out on stuff, and she was just really well prepared.
I
and
love that.
Very articulate. She was wonderful.
Well, good for her. That's what it should be.
But she was operating under President Trump, so
But it's just,
obviously she's demonized.
it's just,
I can't believe you don't know who that is.
no, I
You know,
know.
she's the GOAT.
Well, that's, I had stopped watching briefings by then.
Well, they're so dumb. They're
As
so
a kid, I used to go everything really like swimming pool. And the first thing it showed up, it was never a White House reporter, but I was a reporter, so I go to occasionally. The first thing you notice is how impressed all the sports and started to work that work the way. And then the distance between that being credential is out of, and the reality of their lives was insane. But they're in this tiny little room, they're being treated with total contempt by the White House staff who thinks they're funny animals. They're eating out of vending machines. And this was a different time, right? So, like, when I was working with the journalist in Washington, like, you don't have to lunch every day. At, like, a good restaurant, you're charging to the company. And look, if you're first, so like we had lunch every single day, like civilized people. I don't think that exists at time for lunch, where you work so hard to be good from your corporate masters, you have to like get back to work. Right. We eat lunch, and I remember thinking, these people don't eat lunch. They eat like a steal pounds out of a vending machine. They drink quarters to work so they can eat. I remember thinking, your life is you're not even. You're just like a little puppet or something, and you're so invested, like all your neighbors. You look at the White House press corps, and the job like wasn't even really a job. I mean, just like sit there and ask a question. You're all science, like you're at a high school gym. It's just awful. I just had no respect for people who did that for a living at all.
Did you ever read Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail? Yeah. It's amazing. But that guy gave sort of that's I think could be the best window into an outsider in the political process. Campaign trail. Yeah. It's the best window to the press, best window to the relationship that they had with the politicians. It's an amazing book.
I was talking to a campaign. I never do that. I was. And it's totally different. I did it all on it. I mean, it was bad, actually. Because it just cultivated everything, which was then leveraged by the campaign. The coverage of the whole thing was kind of off, actually. But it wasn't easy. You were on the corner playing, flying with everybody. You hit 3 or 4 cities a day and deals with a plane and, not eating beer and like, chew and everything. It was fun. It was like a road trip, right? Mm-hmm. And now it's just like, then we'll drive rental cars to some obscure town in Ohio that is there with no access whatsoever. And it went up there, and they go back to their hotel, and they're like waiting up more for the website. And like, it's such a bad job, actually, covering politics that the people couldn't make it in any other business. They're doing it. It's like a reverse meritocracy. It's a most kind of pathetic power worship. I could do a job like that.
Or the critics.
Yes.
Yes. Most critics want to be right.
They're like the worst. And like we've actually been in show business, experience with that, a lot of experience with that, but I know a lot of them who work for magazines or newspapers I work for, and they're the kind of people who have a lot of cats. Cats eat them. You know what I mean? It's just like they all have some sort of weird, like, cat. Totally. Everybody. I actually worked for one of them for a while, who was a critic in the New York Post. I couldn't tell her. He was one of the weirdest, most unhappy people I've ever met in my life. And would come into my office occasionally. Get really very bad. He's kind of stupid, but he didn't know that he was actually good. But he didn't know it. He was kind of philosophized. I was like 10 years younger, and I was just captive, so he was just like extra means against the door. One time we went out to lunch and got drugs. Of course, mid-90s. He didn't really drink, but he ordered his drinks with like an umbrella, and it had a piece of watermelon on the rim of the glass. And he took watermelon. He ate the wine. I'll never forget that. He was editing this magazine, but like his real interest was in writing about it. He was a sad people.
Did you ever read, Siskel and Ebert? Did you ever read when Siskel, Roger wrote a screenplay? No. It's very bizarre. It's really sexual, very strange. It's supposed to be terrible. I'm very bad at it, but I remember going, oh, okay.
Yeah, they're not creative. They're creative adjacent.
Well, they don't have anything to contribute. So
They don't have creative power, right?
Yeah.
So they're mad about that.
They probably could figure it out if they're a different continent. I think creativity is in everybody. It's just a matter of how you.
100% it's in everybody. It just requires honesty.
Yeah,
There's no impediment to creativity.
sure. Yeah, I used to say that about joke thieves. That one of the real problems with joke thieves is when they get caught, then they have to write their own material. And the problem is they don't understand the language. They just know how to say the sounds. Like if you told me what to say in French, I can't speak French, but if you told me what to say and I practice it and I said it right, you think that guy fucking speaks French. Yes. So that's what comedy's like. So if you got a guy who knows how to repeat other people's jokes, but he doesn't know how to create. See, comedy's one of the rare things where someone, when like you get a guy like Shane Gillis, that guy writes his own stuff, he edits it, takes it out in his head, forms it, produces it, changes the order of things.
I love that.
It's a complete. Everybody does it pretty much the same way. There's a few guys that hire writers, and that's honorable. Nothing wrong with hiring a writer, and it's also gives jobs to other comics because some comics are just really good writers, and they're not so good at performing. So people will work on stuff, they'll collaborate on stuff. Like Chris Rock would do this thing where comics, and they didn't write the jokes for him, but there would be like guys who would bounce stuff off. So he would have his ideas, he'd go on stage, and then after a set, and they would talk about the set. And guys would have taglines like, "You can say this." Oh, great! Write that down. So it's a collaboration. So you have the master, you have Chris Rock, who is so open-minded and intelligent and humble that he brings other masters and says, "Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me what I can change. Tell me what I can make better." And then there's people that are essentially ghostwriters. They hire comics to write jokes and they pretend they're there, and they don't really write them at all. So that's another level, which is also anyone who does that. I don't know. Not top shelf. They get close. They do well. There's people that have people write for them and they do well, but they're not the guy that everybody goes to. They're not David Hell. They're not the guy that everybody goes to see. They're not like David Hell's the guy that comics go to see. Yes, like he's a master. Jesus Christ. The crowd's good. Well, he's so good because he writes every day. Because he's sitting with a pack of cigarettes and a cup of coffee every morning, writing things in a notebook, and he's practicing every day. He goes on stage constantly. It's that Japanese term concept where you take this one thing and you just refine it as the ultimate mastery. That's what he's doing. So these guys who pretend to do that steal jokes and they get caught. Then their material drops off a cliff. It's so obvious making it frauds. Yeah, well, also because the very thing that allows you to steal someone's jokes, that's an ego thing. That's like, I want laughs. I want to be the man or the woman. I want to be the fucking one up there showing everybody how amazing this person is. That's right. Look how amazing. That's the opposite mindset that's required for creativity. So creativity is not about you. Creativity is about the ideas. Creativity is about things. Creativity is about how does this concept work with these other concepts? How do I get it in the most digestible form? If I was an audience, what would it be like to feel this? What's the best way to introduce it? What's the way to make it so that people don't think that I'm being mean? That I have a point. That I thought this through. This is not just a flippant thing. Like you're allowing someone when someone's on stage, you're allowing that person almost to like you're like taking a ride. Like I'll give you my mind. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna do what I would do. I'm just gonna let you. If that person's not doing a good job of that, if it's clunky, shitty, if the transitions suck, if the way, then it just interrupts this hypnotism that you put on me. This hypnosis. Now I'm not.
But it's also inherently, John.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm giving control of my mind over to someone who is himself under the control of somebody else. The
if you're stealing.
No, if I'm in the audience.
Right.
And I would say this also goes for ideas, for commentary. You know, this is not funny, but that's real.
Right.
And you see,
I've seen it. You see bullshit.
well, the number of people who are totally not who are really saying they actually believe with no weird agenda that they're telling you about is pretty small.
Yeah.
And I just noticed that, particularly on the question of wokeness and free speech, there are a lot of people who are like on your side for free speech or for free speech at all, who are pushing very specific foreign policy agenda for people and using another issue to lower your defenses and let themselves into your brain. And I think that's really sinister. Really, really, really sinister. And it's becoming more obvious now. Like, if you're for free speech, then you're for free speech because you support the principle. It doesn't, the concept of speech is not that interesting to you. The fact that a sovereign human being has the right to express himself, honestly, he's a citizen, a human being, like, that's what matters.
Yeah.
And if all of a sudden you like become famous, like, I'm for free speech, and then you support silencing people who are you disagree with, like, you're a fraud. You're kind of a sinister fraud.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because that's the business I'm in. I really noticed that. You noticed this? Yes.
And that's also the same kind of thing when you hear them talk. If you hear someone talk that's saying something that's kind of bullshit, it resonates with you. That's what you've seen.
You had a
bullshit
moment
before.
with Barry Weiss on your show that, and everything I saw, I never saw the show itself, but she was going on about. So she was posting as one thing, and we asked her, like, well, hold on a second, what do you mean about that? You used to attack something, and she thought, you know, she was talking about. And it became really clear to me last year, like, the change in the view of their race forever. Oh, this is fraud, actually. This person's not honest at all. She has a very specific agenda. That's all she cares about. The rest of this stuff just is kind of just like a hand mission.
You're talking about the thing with Tulsi Gabbard. That's correct. Yeah, she called it a toady, and she didn't know what that meant.
She had no idea that Tulsi Gabbard went straight outside the lines on some Syria or something. And Barry Weiss was, going through the files in her head, like, what does she have to believe? And he was aware that, Tulsi Gabbard has somehow violated that in a way that he was willing to say in detail to fully articulate. Tulsi Gabbard did wrong, and we'll tell you. She's just bad.
Yeah.
And then what that revealed about Barry Weiss is she's completely dishonest. But she's a liar, actually. By the way, if you attack somebody and can't explain why you're attacking that person, like, that's not acceptable. You're a dishonest person if you can't explain why.
I think it's a common thing that people do in private, and they get accustomed to speak. Like, we're talking like we're talking in private. We're just two people talking.
Right.
So people get accustomed to saying things without being able to back them up. Like, oh, he's a vaccine denier.
I've done it to that in my life.
I have as well.
Because I'm an asshole. So it's like, I just don't like that person.
I have as well. But what I'm saying is, I don't know how much time Barry Weiss had spent doing podcasts before that.
Well, she spent, look, I'm just saying, like,
But
it's to be honest about what you're.
I think she is honest. I think she is honest. I really like her. Yeah, I like
Well,
her.
I'm not.
She's very intelligent person. I just think that was insane. And I think you're allowed to do that and hopefully learn from that. Let's say a thing that you, and I've done that. I've definitely done that. I've said a thing, and I wasn't really exactly sure what I was talking about.
Every day, and I may have just done it with very more specific about what it means. If your agenda is neocon politics, just don't pretend to be a defender of free speech as a free speech, which is what she does.
How is she a defender of neocon politics? Yeah, specifically.
Well, anyone, including me and Tulsi Gabbard, who thinks that America should be running wars that don't help America, she will attack as a traitor to America or whatever it takes. And so, no, that's her main interest, which is fine. And by the way, I actually have friends who I disagree with really strongly on this question who believe in neocon politics. Doesn't mean they're terrible people. I hate them. I'm so friends with them. But they're very direct about it. This is what I care about. I really care about hunting and fly fishing and or whatever. That's totally cool. But be honest about it. So right of free people to say what they believe, then go ahead and defend it. And if somebody is not allowed to speak or fired from his job for having an opinion that you disagree with, defend him anyway. I just think a guy who's a black nationalist socialist. Okay, so I'm obviously not much of a black nationalist. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. And I'm not a socialist either. But this guy is facing prison time under the Biden DOJ because he said things they don't like about foreign policy. And I just interviewed the guy for an hour, and I was like, because on principle, you should be able to say that. Period. Where is the gentleman then? He was actually a guy like month ago. First I can't. He's a member of a pretty small black nationalist socialist group or something, revolutionary black nationalists or something like that. They're out of Southwest Florida, and he's been facing prison for repeating Russian disinformation. He's not even accused of doing anything. He's accused of saying things the Biden DOJ doesn't like. What are these things that he said? Repeating Russian propaganda about the invasion of Ukraine. And his point was, well, there's a backstory here, which is that NATO has been moving eastward since 1991, and that's a massive threat to Russia. Missiles on their border from a hostile power is a threat, and the Biden administration accelerated that, and in response, Putin invaded eastern Ukraine. I disagree with that, but that's hardly a high view. I think it's actually true, but even if you don't agree that it's true, that's not, you don't have to be a paid propagandist from the Kremlin to say that. Right. I have said it. I'm not a paid propagandist. That's it right there.
For Americans who are part of an organization work with Russians to spread propaganda.
Yes, to spread propaganda. Now, propaganda, first of all, there's a lot of propaganda.
Scroll up a little on that, Jake, so I can read what this is saying.
Oh, okay. Right? Well, that guy right there.
Okay, subscribe.
Yeah, the People's Democratic Movement in St. Petersburg.
So he he spoke with someone in Russia. They spoke with people in Russia, and then
he's not. No. He was being. He's charged with felonies. The FBI raided his house. First thing they did was cover up the security cameras, and they went in there and arrested him, raided by the FBI.
Okay.
Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service allegedly weaponized our First Amendment rights, freedoms Russianized to divide Americans and interfere elections in the U.S. Assistant Attorney General Matthew Wilson. Now, first of all, weaponized our First Amendment rights? No. Your First Amendment rights are never a crime. They're God-given, government did not bestow them. You're born with them as a free person, period. And the First Amendment simply says you can't interfere with their exercise. That's it. And in this, they are. And I read this and I thought, I reached out to this guy, by the way, Matthew Olson. No, I wish Matthew Olson would never do my show. I mean, the guy who's salary I pay is never sweet.
Well, let's look at that quote. Russia's Foreign Intelligence Services allegedly weaponized our First Amendment rights, freedoms of Russia denies its own citizens to divide Americans and interfere in elections in the United States. That you gotta. Why are you saying that? Say what happened.
No, but
Don't say it.
Nothing happened. So that's the thing. So I'm reading this, so he sent it to me, and I'm like, okay, clearly there's a crime here. Like they were found with, I don't know, mortar shells, or they were. I mean, usually the government makes something from kitty porn on your computer at least to discredit. There's no underlying crime other than they said something that the foreign policy establishment of the United States disagrees with. Okay. That's not a crime by definition. And this guy is facing life in prison, and it looks to me, because no one, because Barry Weiss has not defended him, I think this guy is likely to spend the rest of his life in prison. And I'm like, this is what he's doing. The rest of his life in prison? Yes.
Okay, hold on.
This is a thing. I think he's 83.
How do you say his name? Chittella and 3 other U.S. citizens, Penny Joanne Hess, Jesse Neville, and Augustus C. Romaine Jr. are charged with conspiracy to defraud U.S. Hess. Defraud the United States. Hess, Chittella, and Neville are also charged with impersonating agents of a foreign government.
They say to defraud the United States. So defraud suggests theft or something of value, right? Like defraud U.S. government. There's no allegation of that at all. I actually get the charges. The only allegation the same things that the U.S. government, the Biden administration doesn't like. That's it. And because they're unpopular and they get views that are considered quote shrink, like crazy black nationalists, nobody wants to defend them. And my only point is not that I'm like such a principled person. It's also very obvious to me. You can't allow that. You absolutely cannot allow that if you believe in the First Amendment and the freedom of free people to say what they think.
So with this implication, they're saying that they were recruited by the FSB. So it says, prosecutor said, operated an entity called the Anti-Opposition Movement of Russia that was used to carry out its U.S. influence efforts overseen by the Russian intelligence service known as FSB. So they recruited U.S.-based organizations to help sway elections, make it appear there was strong support in the U.S. for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and backed efforts such as the 2015 United Nations petition to decry the genocide of African people in the U.S. according to the indictment. Efforts. What does that mean? It means that back efforts such as the 2015 United Nations petition to decry the genocide of African people. Just look at that statement. Back efforts such as a thing to decry genocide. The United Nations petition of 2015 to decry the genocide of African people in the U.S. first indictment.
So the real misinformation or propaganda is in the charging documents, actually. The real liars here are the DOJ officials who did this, and they're dangerous. They're criminals, in my opinion. But if you read it carefully, you will see that the only crime was having opinions that the people in charge didn't want.
And were they in contact with people from Russia?
Yeah, I think they went over to Russia for some conference. So
they went over to Russia.
But the way this typically works is if you went to a country against which we imposed sanctions,
right,
and you violated the sanctions regime in some way. Like that's what they did. They're not even alleging that. They're not even alleging that. They're just saying, you said things that we don't like, that by the way, a foreign government we don't like agrees with.
But that's not learned those when they went over to Russia?
It's all on the internet. Did they learn them? I mean, it doesn't matter where they learned them. I would, because I've talked to the guy and I've seen what they wrote, the opinions that they expressed. I don't genocide of African peoples in America. That means, I guess I don't agree with that. But their views on Russia, I generally agree with because I think they're true. And so does Jeff Sachs and a lot of other really crazy non-black nationals who probably agree with the basic framework of their position. But whether we agree or not is not relevant.
Right.
All that matters is in a free country, which this was like, you have the right to any opinion you want. You have the right to hurt people, you have the right to steal from them, you have the right to defraud people, but you certainly have the right to any opinion you want, no matter what the people in charge think. In fact, you have that right as a bulwark against tyranny by the people in charge. Like, that's the only thing that keeps this country free is my right to have any opinion I want. And this guy is going to jail for his opinions. And, it's so crazy that I kept thinking, like, is there something that I'm saying? Like, it does seem a little fringe. The group, I never heard of them. I'm not selling money, okay? I must have done something. Nope. And you should see the video of the FBI rate. It's unbelievable. They said, like, it's on the internet. It's like, I have the video. They said, like, 40 armed agents with automatic weapons to this guy's office and his house. Like, no exaggeration. It was a full-blown, like, we're arresting El Chapo. For this guy, like an 83-year-old Army veteran, it's outrageous. And I really find it baffling that nobody who's like against woke culture or whatever will touch it. And the reason they won't touch it is because their foreign policy views in general are more important to them than their views on speech and First Amendment, their views on America.
Well, if you step out of line, right? So the ideology is that we must support Ukraine. So this is that Russia has a point. That's what they're saying. So Russia was very upset about the movement of weapons closer to their borders, the joining NATO, all the stuff that was the hard red lines that Putin had already said. Like if Russia would definitely do something if Ukraine joined NATO. We all do that. So if you deviate from that, you're going to be in trouble. So better just ignore it. Because you can't, you clearly, if you look at who these people that would be supported to the left, wholeheartedly.
Well, they are. I mean, it's like the revolutionary socialists. They're not at CPAC this year.
Just ignore it because then
100%.
it conflicts with the ideology.
Just like now they're actually ridiculous. In fact, we move past where they don't mean anything. Do mean something. They are propaganda instruments designed to put the truth to the rest of us. In fact, there's not the center of power. We all agree on the things that matter. And those are the economy and foreign policy. This is the money. There's no effort to say rein in the credit card, which if you really cared about the country, say, when people really suffer, they don't have money to live. It's not only not buy houses, but afford rent. And why is that? One of the reasons is because they're paying like 20% interest on their credit cards. And okay, you just imagine in a free market, that's a good thing. Who benefits from that? Why are we for that again? I think the credit card companies are villains. And send credit card kids at school and get them hooked on this, I think it's totally wrong. And if you said that in U.S. Congress, they just don't care because they all agree that our current economic system and our sort of policy is not good. So that's our choice. It's a one-party system, and it doesn't serve the interest of the country. My position is super simple. The only country I have an emotional attachment to is the United States. That's it. I like lots of countries. I like all of them. I like them all. But the only one I feel emotional about is the United States because I live here. I'm born here. My kids are here. It's my country. And most of the people in our foreign policy conversation do not feel that way. So that distorts it. It's dramatic now. And they're also more violent towards others. They get off the war. They get off on hurting people. And on the power that abuse them. And I think the Liz Cheney model. You know what I mean? Like someone like Liz Cheney, she's got like a really sad and personal life. A lot of them are this weird personal life. They don't have people who love them. They don't have kids who respect them. And so, or whatever, they're all kind of the same. The more critical they are inside, the more focused they are on war and foreign policy because it gives them a feeling of power and success. Like, I can't get my wife to respect me. I can't get my kids to listen to me. I can't pass any meaningful domestic agenda. What I can do is bomb the living shit of a foreign country. And so there is this, it's not true for all of them, but for a lot of them, there is this syndrome that drives their behavior. But whatever the reason, it just comes from the country. If you run America, you have one job. One job. And that's including America. Period. They don't see it that way. And so I don't think that system can continue because it's too distorted. It's not serving its original purpose at all. So what was it that these guys said that made this really possible? They said Russia, and I don't want to speak for them, and I just want to say again, like one of the cool things about this moment that I just feel all this bad stuff happening. I know that it's expensive also. It's like finding not only common ground with people who have nothing in common with them, but also like liking them. You know, like I actually like them. I'm sure we disagree a million things. I have white people, I am a white person, whatever. But like in my conversation was like, I like this guy. You know, he's honest, he's sincere, he's principled, he's a veteran, whatever. No, I really think what they said was what I have said, or a lot of people have said. It's just there was a reason for this invasion. So I could have said the invasion was a bad idea to anybody, because forums that were going. But they were pushed to this by a more powerful country, which was the United States of America, with the threat of including Ukraine in NATO. It's really simple. Right before the invasion, 2 days before the invasion, they sent Kamala Harris, who has no idea who they is, to the Munich Security Conference, an area she knows nothing about, no no experience with it at all. And they sent her there for one purpose, which is to announce a press briefing. The camera's rolling. To Zelensky right there. He says, "We want you to join NATO." No other NATO members were clamoring for Ukraine. It didn't even qualify for NATO membership. Why would you say that? When Putin's got troops amassed on the Ukrainian border, you send your vice president to the security conference with the world watching and say this that no one even really wants? Why would you do that? Well, obviously, the other side. And it was scripted. Kamala Harris is not freeballing stuff. It's not her area. She's thinking about this stuff. She was told to say it. But why? To provoke. Obviously. So that was my read. I said that on Fox News. A lot of people liked it, but it just seemed obvious. Making excuses for Putin. I'm going to protect the United States. I think this is a relationship with the United States. Like, my motives are always right out there. Anyway, I think that the species of that, something like that. And the last thing I said, why was the because it was true. I don't care if you lie. No one cares if you lie. A lot of people
are saying this.
He's like some nationalist guy in Petersburg. Who cares? Who's going to defend him? Nobody. He's some wacko. He's some like 50-year-old guy who's like in the fringe left movement for the past 50 years. You know, like doing Newton and stuff like that. He's like a relic of the past, and like he doesn't have constituency. He doesn't care. The Democratic Party hates him. He hates them, and the Republican Party is like, what? Nationalism? No thanks. So he has no constituency. They're never gonna like. You could say that. What are they gonna do to you? You know nothing because they can't. But this guy, yeah, crush it, and that's exactly what they're doing. And I really hope not to be like a civil about it. If you let the weak get crushed, it's bad. It's super bad. We need to protect the weak. This guy.
And so you think to make an example of him? I just don't understand why they would move so many people, whether it's so many agents, whether to do this so publicly. One group of people.
I don't know. I mean, it's not expensive. Medieval kings taking the heads of people they executed in kings.
But it seems like there should be more. Like, what did they say? So the problem is that, I mean, I'm just steel manning this guy. So the problem is that they went over to Russia and they talked with people in Russia, and then they're saying these things. Is that the problem?
They're not charged with that. They're not charged with going to Russia.
But you think that's the motivation behind it? Because they went over there?
They are not, at least when I interviewed them, they have not been charged with taking money from Russia.
So it says they've been accused of us, they've accused us of taking money from Russia. Yeshitela said yesterday at a news conference in July 29th, we've never taken any money from the Russian government. But I'm not saying that because I'm morally opposed to taking money from the Russians or anyone else who wants to support the struggles for black people. Don't tell us what we can't. Don't tell us that we can't offend that you don't. You accuse the U.S. government of seeking to use the APSP as a pawn in its proxy war with Russia. The unsubstantiated allegation that opponents of the war are co-conspirators with a foreign power are intended to bolster the phantom of a Russian boogeyman in the public consciousness. The escalated military aggression by the U.S. against Russia and China is already being accompanied by increasing aggression and an attempt to terrorize the left-wing opposition to the unpopular war.
Exactly.
So they're accusing them of taking money from Russia.
They're not charging. So here's the distinction, which is like really, really important. So there are two levels on which the Department of Justice, the whole administration, acts. There's the level of propaganda, and there's the level of what do we charge those for? We have to ignore that first. Pay very close attention to the second. Because we have a legal system, we have laws, and you can't actually go to jail if you violate in terms of your system. And so ignore what they're saying about it. Joe Rogan sucks, he's a bad man. And I'm asking you for double parking. And so you're not a bad man, you're a double parker under the law. And so the charges against this, they're not charged with violating sanctions, regulations. they are charged with totally amorphous crimes like frauding the U.S. government, not for money, but for like defrauding it, like, I guess counter signaling it, sending a message people that they don't like. There's no crime except speaking it. And I think that's a precedent that
No doubt. Yeah, stay weak. We're gonna be. Yeah, well, that's the confronting of reality. Of course, to examine your beliefs and keep those beliefs in the first place. Where is the beauty of this moment? It is.
people are living less more. And it's also just much more interesting. It's less for sure.
I think it's more nuanced. People have more nuanced. At least the people that are paying attention have more nuanced perspective. But then you have the people that are in the echo chambers digging their heels and you can spot them easily because
they're missing out because there's nothing more liberating than admitting evil. That is like the moment of liberation.
Right.
And that's the basis of religion. It's AA, it's the basis of anything that improves you as a person is admitting honesty, admitting to other people, not just to yourself. That, and then you're free because then you don't have to hide it anymore. Right.
Very.
And it's a beautiful thing. And that is like changing your mind. I always notice this with my cousins that I've got him on tape saying 10 years ago something different. And no one ever asked my opinion, but I always wanted to say, well, you see, you're absolutely right. The country's not different from what it was 10 years ago. So my opinion has changed too. Like, why wouldn't they? Because I'm not a freaking robot.
So I used to think this because of that, and now I realize
exactly.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's part of being a human. It's not being a flip-flopper. It's the best part. Yeah. Well, this is an interesting time for that because you see people that won't do that, and you can recognize them easily because they're the first people to insults. The first thing to do is they'll describe you in an insulting way, and then they'll say what they disagree with you about. They'll say something, they try to define you with far right, supremacist, racist. They throw it all at you, and then they say,
it's so funny. I got called racist and white supremacist many times, but when I first was called that, I mean, it really stung a lot because this is a very good thing. How I grew up, I was like the worst thing you could ever call somebody. So I actually paused for a moment and thought, am I? Which I think it's fair to ask yourself, am I white, whatever that, what that was. Am I a racist? Really? And I thought, the people like dislike most are liberals, actually.
racist against white people.
My kids are white. I like white people. I like white people. But no, it's not that. It's that. So a reporter was calling me about the no, I'm just like you. If I ever sort of narrowed down my recently. Disgusting. I agree with that too.
Racist. Okay. Right. Well, it's a thing. I don't think it works. It doesn't work. No. I think a lot of things that you overuse, eventually people realize, you're yelling wolf again. Yeah.
Well, of course. When people get hit with it and don't listen, it becomes obvious.
Yeah.
It lacks power.
Well, it's also you're trying to these words to define something, especially someone like this. So many hours and hours of talking about things, to turn this reductionist perspective of someone, reduce them to this ultimately very negative thing, and not that they're a human being. And also the fact that it's done by the people who want to think of themselves as compassionate and kind, which is the most bizarre. The left is so aggressively incompassionate. They're so aggressively with
letting people die of drug abuse on the sidewalk. That's compassion.
That whole thing is fucking crazy.
It's cruelty.
It is. And it's also when you find do Canadian Wars. I know. Great guy. He opened my eyes to the homeless. We had him on the podcast. He was explaining to me he was in San Francisco, and he was like, "What is this? They don't have any money for this? Is that what it is?" No. There's a whole business behind it. These people that are running this almost finished initiatives, or whatever the fuck they call it. They're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Some of them are $250,000 a year.
Imagine making money off of homeless.
And not doing it.
What's so funny is I do think the root of their power, the one thing they're good at, is just pushing the moral high ground and taking the first moment out.
Yeah.
They just run up to the moral high ground and they're like, we got this is ours. They don't put that out of us. It's like, that's good. All they have is this righteousness. And if you can picture that, it's like, you're getting rich from the homeless, actually.
Yeah.
So is there anything more disgusting than that? Some junkie who's dying in misery outside the convention center in San Francisco, and you're making money from
They're
that.
essentially using those people as a battery to expand the power of government.
And their own personal benefit.
Yeah, they're expanding government. They're making more government employees. Now there's tons of people that are working with the homelessness problem, air quotes. And they don't have blue hair, they talk nonsense. And nothing's getting done. And no one's being punished for it. But when they did that study, they said that they had no data. I was like, how are you? What? You can't say whether or not it's doing anything? You have to spend $24 billion.
Why are they not treated as the most reprehensible people in society?
I think there's too many things. I think most people, like you and I, aren't even paying attention to it. They're paying attention to They're paying attention to Los Angeles, but what they're not paying attention to is what is going on. How many people are making money? I didn't even know until Coleman explained it to us. I had no idea. I thought it was just they don't have any money. They don't put any money in it, and they let people sleep there.
Oh no!
There's actual money. Government parasites.
Of course.
And this whole idea of I've created too many jobs. Like what jobs? Are the government jobs? Aren't just bullshit. There's just a lot of those.
What's crazy to me, just having spent most of my life in Washington, is how close this is to the lawmakers physically. The U.S. Capitol sits across from like a train station. It's a beautiful train station. But to get into the massive homeless cities, could die. Right? And so to get to work every day, lawmakers have to step over the bodies of fellow Americans dying outdoors, shitting in bushes, addicted to drugs, just out, okay? And they have to ignore that on their way to creating utopia in some foreign country. And you're like, does it ever occur to you that that's the thing? Your primary duty is to the drug addict, a fellow American. And you're telling me we're going to make Eastern Europe into, this brave new world? I don't know. I just can't get that. I think I'm not super sensitive or aware or anything. I'm not super pretty lukewarm, but I think I would know. Voted Ukraine. Like 5 junkies on the street. You should do something for them. No.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. It's bizarre that they can rationalize it, or at least that they don't get called out by it. And this idea that it's compassionate, that you have compassion to lead these people, give them aid, and help them out.
But then you gotta think, like, maybe there's something other going on, actually. Because there's an entire sector of the economy that feeds off of human misery. For treatment centers that don't work, the homeless advocates that create more homeless, the migrant workers, American-born aid agencies, workers who increase illegal immigration and gang activity. So, people are making money off this. The arms manufacturers that help kill people, etc. There's a big in all of that. It's a scam, it's correct, etc. Like there's something. Like there are a lot of people who seem to be just like for evil for its own sake. And you're like, maybe all the crazy talk about a spiritual world, of good and evil, maybe there's something to that. Maybe that's not an illusion. Maybe that's what everyone else has always thought that. But there are certainly forces that have evil consequences that exist to be packed on people from that. And you feel it also on the other side. I mean, people are better than they are. Like you feel passion for people, true empathy for someone. You really want to help someone. There's no advantage to you at all. Like, why are you doing that? It's feels like you're being acted on by good. And all of us have known those moments where we just are cool for the sake of it, or killing for the sake of it. That's no damage to us. That's evil acting on us. And I think we're seeing it at scale. And like, I grew up in the most secular world you could ever grow up in. Southern California in the 70s and 80s, and in a very secular family, and I've never really paid much attention to that. And I'm also not everyone, a lot of people I know who had similar childhoods and similar life experiences. Maybe there is like a supernatural realm. Maybe there's more than just like what we can see and feel. Maybe life is more than just ordinary. So maybe there's like a purpose. You know, this is battle between around us that we can't see, but that we do experience a lot.
It seems like it's always been a narrative talking about yesterday. It's always been this recognition calls over there snoring. I don't have my headphones on so I can hear them.
Are you're snorting or snoring?
Snoring. Carl snoring. Carl the dog.
Carl the dog.
Carl the dog. He snores. He's the best, but he snores when he sleeps because he's a little French bulldog.
He's a sporty little dog.
He's awesome. Yeah, he's the best. Dogs don't get cuter. They might be as cute, but they don't get any cuter than Carl.
I think that's right.
Yeah,
I've got some pretty good dogs.
Yeah, I have a golden retriever, but he's not as cute as Carl. Carl's different. I tell him that. He knows. He doesn't like Carl. Well, he doesn't hate Carl, but he like ignores him. He thinks of Carl as a thief of attention only, which he is. Yeah, fair. So human beings have always at least believed that there are forces of good and evil, and that they that's what the exorcisms are about, right? The idea that you're possessed and possessed by evil. There's always been this thought that there's good and evil. But when did you start considering that and thinking that's your? Weren't you one more time? Weren't you a Grateful Dead head?
Oh, yeah. I used to listen to him.
You used to travel around with him?
Yeah.
How old were you now?
I went to my first head show in December of 1984, so I was 15 at the same specific center. Yeah, the New Year's show, so they've always played in Oakland, but one year they played at in San Francisco. And so we were in Tahoe over Christmas, and for some reason that was when Erickson, the brother, and I drove from Tahoe in the family vehicle to that intersection.
How old was your brother?
13.
So you drove?
Yeah,
He drove. 15, you drove.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tahoe, just person. And Irving and the freeway. Well, we had a pretty different kind of childhood. But anyway, we just
Is that you?
Yeah, it's me on the left.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that picture is hanging in my barn, and I never, any pictures with over family or anything like that. And somebody came to my barn and took a picture that hung next to me, and we put it on the internet. Wow, that's my brother, probably on the right. That picture was taken. So my dad is a reporter in San Francisco in the 60s, and proven reporter, and that was in the 80s when I was in school, and we were home for Christmas vacation, and he had covered like that he knew that my dad did. So they were in his office. They like came through DC, and they were like over to his office. Jerry's office. And I was like, "Hey, Jerry, you're seeing her. You guys are down." So my brother and I, we lived in Georgetown, and we had a Vespa. Remember those? Yeah. And we drove our Vespa. Freaking cold out. I'll never forget that. We drove our Vespa down to 6th or whatever where my dad's office was, and there was Jerry. I never met him before. He was missing the middle finger of his right hand, famously. The famous like print that imprint. And when he shook his hand, you could feel the clouds because he didn't have it. But anyway, so my brother and I drove to the New Year's show. It was actually a couple months before New Year's. We didn't have tickets, of course, and we were in the park across from there, and we were whatever doing the whatever things that people do at dead shows. We were pretty part of it, and this guy comes up out of nowhere and puts the ticket around his face. Goes, "Here," hands me a ticket. So my brother, extremely out of it. I never should have. done this. And I was like, all right, going in. All right, then. Little brother of the park. During the show, just like very, very impaired, like super, super impaired. And completely wrong to do something different to it. And then I went in and saw the show. I was freaked out in the middle of it. And for a while, I'll never forget that. Standing on the stalls with cigarettes. Is it acid? Tried. It was shrooms. By the way, I should have said I got sober 22 years ago. Completely against it. So anything like that, like totally opposed to anything. But yeah, it was much more. And started to kind of start down a little bit. But anyway, the point is, I get out of the show. This is pre-selfie, 1984, and I get out of the show. Actually, a lot of sensitivities. Like a spoonful, like a spoonful. It was a pretty obscure tune, like a bird for actually. And my brother, my little brother, not like in charge. My closest friend and my friends. Point, and but I couldn't find him. And I was like, my brother's coming. There he was. He appeared like an hour later. He'd spent the entire show in somebody's van. But he seemed undamaged, and it was great. I mean, not everything about it is great. I mean, I do think the drug thing definitely hurt people, for sure. But from my perspective, I went to a bunch of probably 2 or 4 shows and really enjoyed it. And I loved the fact that they had drummers. That was a huge thing. I love rhythm. It's the basis of music. It's obviously the basis of music. I mean, instruments are cool, but they're kind of like interior design, and the architecture is rhythm, and it's a universal sound that every culture appreciates because it reflects something that's pre-existing. Everyone appreciates rhythm, and I just absolutely loved the drums, and they would always play, like it was called drums actually, but they would play a section of every show was just drums. Bill Craig was going crazy on that circle, and I just like to this day that was just sunny a day. Great West African drum, and whatever. So yeah, I like people that way. So I like that kind of jam music. Jam music. I like acoustic music. I love bluegrass, and to see that grow, to see Billy Strings become like a venue actor, like Billy Strings has become a big act right now. I do feel like creativity, art has been completely destroyed and limited. Like, as you were saying earlier, you can't be creative if you're not honest. It's that simple. And to be honest, with creativity, visual arts, literature, architecture, it's dying. But comedy is still alive, and Kevin, music, for some reason, that is still alive. Yeah. And the growth, the explosion of acoustic bluegrass and banjo, it's just one. It's a sign of life. It's late stage.
Well, I think when there's social pressures and when society's in chaos, art does tend to thrive. Some kind of art. Some art. That's right. Comedy certainly does. Yeah. Like, comedy's never been better.
But it came close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The walls got breached. Whoa. Yeah.
No, but a few years, I don't know when it was, but 8 years ago or something, it felt like, oh, wow. People can't see jokes anymore.
We kept doing it.
I noticed.
Yeah.
And
we kept doing it.
kept the little embers alive.
Yeah, well, it was flame. It's just, when you get people involved, when you take their phones away and just have them just be actual human beings, not be filming everything, and just being completely trapped with this idea of capturing something and putting it online, then you get to have a huge experience.
You mean when people like in the present,
Yeah.
rather than the future, far away,
That's one of the great things
through a
about
data line?
going to a good club that uses yonder bags. Is that it just takes you out of it. Like, at the very least, it's a break. Like this podcast is a break for 3 hours at phones. No one's checking phones. That's very rare with human beings. We can just sit down and just have conversations for long periods of time without being distracted by something. Not at my house, but yeah, it's a real problem.
It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem, and the one thing I will say about my very unconventional childhood is there was a huge premium to NYU people. And spending 4 hours it was like totally in fact, it was like 8. And that was our primary form of entertainment and mode of communication and for my part. And I still do that. I still feel that way. And we have dinner parties constantly and talk and like each other. And it's like so much fun. I'm not like if I were on social media, I don't think I would find that on my grandmother's Twitter. That's actually Instagram, but I don't think I would find that like that.
No, it's definitely a lost thing.
It's such an easy thing. It's like a fun thing.
It is a fun thing. Yeah, it's a great thing. And I think you can enjoy it. I think that's also led to the rise of podcasts too. They don't get that in the real life. There's some in this conversation.
I gotta say, suck up to anyone. But the effect that podcast is just incredible. I would a million freaking.
I would have never thought it. When I first started doing this, it was in my living room. My friend Brian hooked me on my laptop. Webcam and whatever. My friend Brian, Brian Red of Tilton.
Yes, I did. I just love the face with my friend Brian. Like every bad story, like me and my friend Brian. We were in a Mexican alley, and me and my friend Brian.
We just started fucking around online. And then we started eventually bringing in guests. And we eventually got a studio, and then eventually I got a big place in LA, like a real warehouse. And then eventually we moved to Texas. It just eventually happened.
But it was, I mean, I was in another media for that whole period. You had asked me, up until the last year, like, the pizza is clearly shorter, crisper, more produced. Right?
Right. Everyone thought that.
Exactly. Yeah. Everyone did think that, including me, and I hated it. You know, I liked my phone, but I never was more magazine like before. So but I thought that was over.
Yeah.
Not over.
Everybody thought that. Yeah. Even my friends, they were telling me how to edit my show. Like, you should edit that. No one's going to work for 3 hours. I'm like, don't listen. Who cares? I'm not making any money. That's for fun. I love that. It's just fun for years. For years. No money. There's no money forever. You're how many years in you start to make yourself? 5? That's a long time. Yeah, a long time. I would say it took a while. I mean, it was probably like existing. Yeah, it was about 5 years in we started making money. And then it was like, oh, I remember very clearly, I was on stage once in Chicago. I was doing the Chicago show. And I had this story. I was going to tell me, how many people listen to the podcast? And 3,700 people listened. And they went nuts. It was like, yeah. I was like, oh. But I thought it was this like thing that I'm doing where, a few people pay attention. I don't even know. I didn't even, back then, I never even knew what the numbers did. I didn't even care.
So they've never been, like, could you collect numbers accurately?
Yeah, you could get downloads off of, whatever the provider was that was with the host. You get like download numbers because they would use that to form ads. He gets X amount of downloads per month, and then they would, definitely affect people advertising on podcasts. They're like, all right, let's give it a try.
Between podcasting and Billy Street. It's not all going in the wrong direction because you can't get this view that like everything is falling apart. Like, just a matter of time before it really does collapse, and then you see signs that are not minor, significant. Like, no, I mean, I haven't had a person in the past year that I thought this, but then I was really good times, and I realized that was like that one person, right? But the number of people say, how's this your road? Really noticed?
Yeah, that's why it's interesting. It's interesting because you can put people in front of people, and they might not, but at least now we're having conversations about something we never have a conversation about before. And even if this person exposes incorrect, well, now you have a more nuanced understanding of what the subject of why people think incorrect things. And, this idea of like platforming people is a big one today. Why would you platform that person?
First of all, platform is not a verb. However, they take a perfectly good noun and turn it into a verb, but something.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean letting an adult human being?
Right.
I think that's not only allowed, I think it's the law.
Not only that, I think it's important for us. It's even important to talk to people that are completely different than you, that don't agree with you at all.
Or especially, otherwise it's just different. It's interesting you alone getting yourself off.
It's also interesting to know why these people think the way they think. And also, there's so many people that if you talk to them online, you'd have these horrible conversations. But if you sit down with them as an actual human being and treat them with respect and consideration, talk to them like a human being, and just try to be as friendly and open and peaceful as possible, despite what the differences might be. You realize most people have a lot in common. A lot. Way more in common than they
But
don't.
that's the secret they're trying to hide. Yeah. So mind control, the end stage of mind control is censorship, right? But it begins long before that. Like creating false categories that wall off your willingness to prevent you from wanting certain things or talk to certain people. And name calling is the most obvious tool. He's a prank, he's a racist, he's whatever. Do it in. And then you're like, I can't listen to that person. And I have to say, your willingness to platform or to have a conversation with Alex Jones, I think was a revolutionary act, actually. Not that everything Alex Jones says is right. It's not. Not everything I say is right. He says it's right. But Alex Jones is an interesting person. But even if he's not interesting, he has been walled off from the rest of us. Yeah. Name calling. Your willingness to be like, no, actually, let's listen to Alex Jones and you can decide for yourself.
Well, Alex has been my friend for more than 20 years.
Well, exactly. But even if it's just but I'm sure you have other friends you have, and just like you are not allowed to talk to him. I mean, if you're not sure whatever reality is, I don't know that I do. But you definitely understand that he told you critical about things.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I had him as one of the first guests. Let's go.
What did they say?
Well, a lot of people were happy. We lost sponsors. It was an issue. But it did the job. Regardless of what he said that's incorrect, clearly this thing was incorrect. Alex, I know Alex personally, so I know what he was going through. And everybody wants to talk about mental health, and they want to praise people for being honest about their mental health issues and support them on the mental health journey, the wellness. Alex has gone through some real issues. And one of the reasons why he's gone through some issues is because that guy is uncovering real shit that's terrifying every fucking day. And he was drinking out of control. And, he's just been constantly stressed, freaking out. And when you see so many lies and so much propaganda and so many psyops that are being done, you start seeing them, but they don't exist. That's what
Well, he's also channeling some stuff. You call 9/11 in detail because you're super
or the fact.
He called it.
Yes.
He literally called it in the summer of 2001. He said planes will fly into the World Trade Centers and then they will call Osama bin Laden. We know they said it on tape multiple times. And then he said, the White House told us. Now, that's all we know about Al Qaeda. That's the fact set. How'd that happen?
Right. How did he do it?
No, he's channeling something. That's super, of course.
Yeah.
There's like no other. You tell me how he did it otherwise. I've asked him about it. How did you do that? At length, you did. I'm like, at least. How'd you do that? I don't know. It just came to me. And that's real. That's real. I don't know why it's so hard. It's a materialist mind to accept that. But and that's not a new phenomenon. It's happened throughout history. There are people who are prophets. And there are people who are prophets who are prophets. There are people who have information, bits of it, information should come to them and they obey it. It's not from them. They received it. This is like the oldest in human history. So those people tend to be crazy, little amounts, a little different from everybody else. Do you know what I mean? They live on locusts and honey in the wilderness. I mean, that's just like they're not like everybody else. And that's really part of what I'm not saying that everything that Alan says is a prophecy from God. But that was prophetic. And if it wasn't Tommy Close, in July of 2005, I lived in July. You know, I worked in the government. I was as informed as anybody could be about what was going on in the government. I worked with what's happening in other countries. Wherever something went, I go to the Taliban, and, you know, more than most people. There's not one person who was saying, not one person was saying, you know, at some point, too, they may fly airplanes to the World Trade Centers and blame Osama bin Laden. Like, that just wasn't a thing. So if you said that multiple times on camera, there's a reason. Like, and everyone, I've said this to 50 people. I just said to you now, like, it's stupid. Tell me how it's stupid. Tell me how it's stupid. Like, that's impossible.
I didn't just do it. He's done it with a lot. And that's one of the more interesting things about him. Is that, like, he talks about stuff. Like, he talked about, like, I was saying this to Jamie. This is one of the real crazy calls. And it's like 2000, probably, I guess 2017. Let me find this. Because I sent it to him, like, call this. Because it's one of those ones where you're like, this is exactly what's happening. Here, 2017. Hold on a second. I'll send you this second. Come on. Let's go. All right, let's go to that. So this is some guy's Instagram clip that I found. They took a clip from the podcast and did some commentary over it. So, yeah. Okay, cool.
Wars. Enjoy these clips. What's happening right now? Vampire, alien, let me know what your thoughts are. Crazy, or is he on to something?
Yeah, part of the please research what do you think is what to instill hope that aliens are real. Because I'll tell you, guilty pleasures putting aliens. Not so much, but I just don't guys. Yes. No. Something is a bigger show. They're for real? Yeah, you're out of this world, bro. You're the alien. Oh, I didn't know. Well, here's what the elite. I'm gonna go. Thank you. We're fighting from conspiracy, but beyond that, it's a conspiracy that they are socially right. They believe they're I've been on air 22 years. I don't get into aliens, metaphysical, religion. I've always been people. And then I will bring out right now the best knowledge right now is one the elite transcendent living forever in the secrets of the universe, and they want to know some are good, some are bad, some are bad. But the good ones don't ever want to organize. The bad ones are organized because they love having power. Powerful don't want to dominate people. They want to empower them so they don't tend to come together. So things are really late in the game and they come together. As good as
And Einstein's physics showed all dimensions. And that's what top scientists are coming out saying. It's a program. It is artificial. The computer is scanning and reading projected to this thought. That's a wisp. It's some God mind. They're proving it. Coming out. Now, there's like this sub-transmission of third dimension. This just turned out in hard. And it's trying to get up to the third dimension. It's just a level consciousness to the next level. And our species is sixth dimension consciousness. That's we're trying to like basically destroy humanity. Humanity has will, and there's a decision which level it has the will to contend and not just good. And the elites themselves believe they're racing using technology to try to take our best minds and build some type of breakaway civilization where they're going to merge with machines, transcend, and break away from the species of this man, which is kind of like a full transmission because they're thinking what they are is ugly bad, projecting themselves to the belief. It's a human test about building us up. And so Google was set up 19 years ago. This was, I didn't classify the saying the sources. They wanted to build a giant artificial system. And Google believed first generation children to a supercomputer based on the neuron activities of the hive mind of humanity, with millions of people wired into it, the Internet of Things. And so all of our thoughts go into it, and we're actually building a computer that's real neurons in real time. It's also connected to this organic creatures so that they will have current prediction powers, future prediction powers for all. But the big secret is, once you have a crystal ball and know the future, you can add stimuli beforehand and make decisions that control the future. And so this is into consciousness of real individuals, and a true 2.0 in a bad way, high-mind consciousness with an AI tapped into every one of the dreams, delivering it to us, not some PKD system. We plug in chemical consciousness to some unlimited choices, wired and absorbed. Do it by giving over our consciousness to the system, our daily decisions, that it was able to emulate control of a larger system. That's every human charge, right? Taking place to shut this off and fully in place and block these systems and to try to have an actual debate about where humanity goes and cut off the pedophiles that are in control of this AI system. How do you get out of the pedophile?
Yeah, it's pretty much it. Yeah. It's
That was 7 years ago. 7 years
7
ago.
years ago.
So
7 years ago, no one was thinking AI was going to take over.
you can see why the FBI decided to destroy him. I mean, it's just like what has happened to Alex Jones is proof that at least some of what he's saying is true. Why? Jones a threat too.
Did you see that interview with the guy from the FBI? Was the CIA? And they were talking about how they can destroy it.
Yeah, I think I was mentioning that.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are companies who, yeah. Again, I don't the third dimension. I don't know anything about dimensions. Okay, so the two things he said are true. One is that every civilization, every religion, every medicine, every single form of Christianity, Hinduism, has believed that there is the spirit world and humanity. They're hybrids.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't think the price and civilizations that have no contact with each other.
I don't think it's crazy. I also don't think it's crazy to consider it. I don't think we have a real map of reality.
Well, we definitely don't. Right, exactly. Better put that's exactly it. We don't have a real map. It was an entirely conventional view until fairly recently. That this spirit world three with people, but that is everyone got it.
Right. Even the term spirit world is probably a loaded term.
Of course, they're all
Whatever it is.
How do you say it in a way that doesn't sound crazy? Because the whole thing sounds crazy because we already know the reality of the physical reality. That's the first thing. The second point that's obviously true is that people, weak people, which is a synonym for bad people, come together for strength and safety. They act as one. The hive mind is specific to certain people, bad people, and that good people don't tend to come together, but they're coming together now. And I just noticed this. I mean, people independently, I know or sort of know, in many cases have long despised, have come to exactly the same conclusions about loving each other. I know that you have this experience all the time. Yeah. It's like, I can't believe you think that. How did you wind up thinking that? Right. And not just on a specific issue like foreign policy or COVID or whatever, but like a whole bunch of different things, the same conclusions and coming together. And so that does suggest, you know, it's a big change. It's a battle between good and evil. I'm not always convinced I'm on the good side. I've been, you know, in this kind of evil many times in my life, and I'm ashamed of it. Right? Yeah, I've been robbed war. I've been cruel to people, even already on your show, in ways that are unjustified. That's my instinct to do that. That's a fault. Not, you know, not something to brag about. It's something I'm showing. So I'm not saying I'm always on the side externally. I've always done the right stuff on the wrong side. But that doesn't change the fact that there is good, there is evil who are at war with each other, and we are subject to all kinds of that conflict. And that we're seeing it suddenly play out in ways that are really, really obvious. There's political explanations of the trans phenomenon. You can see, I hear see these right wingers here. Really, it's all about the people who make synthetic novels. They can do that. That's not driving it. That's stupid. It's not about the money. There's no upside. It's not helping the kids at all. If a child is anorexic, which is pretty common actually in this country, and the child thinks she's fat, you don't say to the child, "Hey, you're fat." You don't do that. You give the child help if you can. That's what the truth is. You try. If a child comes to you and says, "Actually, I think I was born in the wrong body," or I see you as a wrong that, why would you do that? You wouldn't do that. It's really an exercise undertaken for the sake of destruction, for the sake of killing someone. There's no real upside. What's another phrase for description for that? It's evil. And it's even a lot. And why? What is that? And why is it so obvious? All of a sudden, there's a reason for that. There's a lot, history is moving. That's the right of and probably chosen to be born because it was a father should reach maturity in 1955. Really? Well, I don't know. You know, I don't like drama. I don't like I'm still drama and change, but there was. But he wasn't ready. There's Cold War, there was a Korean War. Okay. But people didn't see it
In their face.
right. I don't think.
When you rather know.
I don't have a choice.
Yeah, I'd rather be right now.
Yeah, well,
I like
you've got a much better attitude than I. I mean, sometimes my parents had to go to the so I kind of like, I don't want change.
Yeah,
It's up to me.
You know, I was having a conversation in the green room at the club at night about this guy from Canada that's HIV positive, that's a trans woman that's taking hormones so they can breastfeed their 9-month-old daughter. So biological male is taking hormones and is now breastfeeding their daughter off of their male tit. And I said, if I was Satan was real, I would if Satan's real, I mean, if Satan was going to do something insidious and unbelievably creepy, he would do that. Like it obviously. But this guy's a real freak.
No, but right. He's
It's
also
like using public money too.
he's a victim too. Sure. The thing about evil, the reason that evil is distinct from everything else, it destroys the vessel the conduit through which it flows, destroys the person. So like that guy in the end will not try.
Right.
he'll be destroyed too. And so that's how you know that it's supernatural. In other words, if I steal your iPhone and sell it for $400, like, that's kind of because you understand why I do that for $400. But if I'm encouraging your kid to castrate himself, I'm not going to benefit from it. There's no material benefit to me at all. There's no psychic benefit. It's perfect for its own sake. And that's even, there's no physical category for it.
Right, and then there's the gender affirming clinics that have popped up all over the country since 2007. See the map of it, it's fucking bananas.
But why would you want it? Why would all of you want it?
How is it don't want to make money out of it?
Well, it's the most unnatural thing ever because every parent is hurt. I like my kids. I want grandkids.
Right.
I want to protect your mind to continue. Yeah. So I always think the politicians who push training is on the country, their kids are going to transmit. Yeah. They are. But they're not as happy. It's like they're burning down their own house.
I would like to see the statistics of people in Hollywood. Like how many of their kids are trans versus the rest of the world. Yeah, I know some of them too. Yeah. But how many of them versus the rest of the world?
A lot more.
Which is a morally corrupt business.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like more than you, more than I knew. You know, the entertainment business. It's always been that way.
You know, Tarantino was talking to us about the famous school director that had a bedroom in his office where he would bed the starlets, which is common knowledge. If you wanted to be in his movie, you had a buckle. And go into his office, he had a literal bedroom in his office.
You get some of that.
I'm sure.
Yeah, and I didn't really understand. Obviously, protected it or would know. Send text messages when I send it at times, so I'm not hiding any of my own behavior. But I mean, I will say, being honest, I didn't really register with them. That's kind of loud. Not like my wife. I don't want to blow my anything like that. But I certainly saw like a lot. And I just didn't really see it as horrifying. I just saw it as kind of like, well, treating people this way. But at the back, I'm really bad.
Well, especially as a producer thing, right? That, like the routine thing, that the way you ran the business, that's just pays way.
I worked for a year.
Did you really?
Yeah.
When?
1999, I was in a magazine with Tina Brown, magazine. Had put and they had an office in right Grove Park. And I remember he said, hey, that's or whatever, but I dealt with him. I'm not sure he was smoking an elevator. And that was, I've kind of surprised that, but he was considered sensitive. Yeah, well, I was sort of everyone thought of him. Or Bob was a little less that way. But yeah, people knew that he was a bad guy, but like, it was awesome movies. Yeah, and also because he's powerful. He was I didn't think about it too much, to be completely honest. It's just but I don't know. I certainly played an Alex Jones clip for me in 1999, and I did see it in the and I think anniversary was 1957. Very offended. I was like, how would you be suggesting that there was something that wanted to happen that wasn't or that there were things we didn't know that were being hidden from us? I was like, Alex Jones. I remember that really well. How dare you? The building. It is. I mean, all I know is 21, 23 years. That's the justification for classifying any document. There's no.
Well, the same justification classified documents.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, well, releasing the COVID vaccine data 75 years later. Yeah.
Right. I mean, secrecy is different from privacy. Privacy is necessary for the dignity or the bathroom in your bedroom, right? Privacy, private thoughts. We had no privacy whatsoever. No privacy at all. Thanks to the act of the government's right. There's no privacy. But there's massive secrecy. Secrecy is different. Secrecy about the line. The only reason to have secrecy is when you want to do something that you're ashamed of other people knowing about. It's immoral. It's illegal. and there's more secrecy than ever. And that means that there's more money than ever. The more crimes being committed than ever. That's the sure sign of it. Why they're being classified as documents in a so-called democracy. Because they're lying to us, that's why. But 9/11, like, what is the justification for that? I don't know the answer. I really don't know the answer. But there is one. That's for sure. It's not methods and sources. It's methods and sources. Protect the sources.
You know, the wildest thing about Tower 7 is that if you just say it looks like controlled demolition, what? Well, I don't know. I'm not saying that it is, but I'm saying if you watch it, it looks like a controlled demolition.
But that happens all the time. Buildings go from there and they just improve in on them. So that's every week, right? All these poultry plants, manufacturing plants that keep being burned through fire, they all like that's the way it went down. So I said, well, I didn't respond that way. Of course, I responded. So I think looking back, the reason that I did was because you called that into question. You had to ask other really obvious questions you didn't want to deal with. You might have the conclusion that one of your most basic assumptions are false and had. And it's just too mistaken.
Right. The real problem with 7 is that, well, okay, it was a controlled demolition. How is that up here? Did they just decide to do that before September 11th? And how long it would take to rebuild it like that? Or was it built into the building? And how do they know it would even work? And how would they do something like that? And how would there not be a record being built into the building? Like, there's someone to engineer.
Where's this town on the tape? There'll be explosions.
Yeah,
It's a fair question.
And has there ever been a building that experienced a tremendous amount of damage because 2 enormous skyscrapers fell right next to it, it damaged it, and then massive fire started, and then there's diesel generators that are in the basement, so they have all this fuel, so they have this incredible inferno in the basement that weakens the structure. Is that what it sounds?
Maybe. It's totally possible. A lot of building engineers disagree with that. That's,
Yeah.
And they don't think that happened in the way you described. I'm agnostic, but I knew because I know the answer. I have no way of knowing. All I know is that there's no justification for that secret that I can think of. And if there is, no one tells what it is. No one has bothered. There's nobody presses. And it's, that's a list of outrages.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it gives you this feeling of helplessness because there's so many of those. They just pile on. There's always another one.
You know, someone gets spied on, broken in my face, spied on me. You get a straight answer to that. And I'm not a felon.
But not only that, they got to get your city account, right?
And then they use it to the New York Times. So it's one thing to say, okay, we picked up your text changes with the foreign national, which is true. I texted a lot of foreign nationals. I wouldn't, and it's my right, as far as I'm concerned. That's not illegal. But we picked up your text exchanges, which I think is selfish. I think they prefer to be pretty positive. But whatever. Leaving that aside, we spied on you. We think we have justification. Is there justification for legal process and private conversations to do so well in order to spread of me? No, there's not. That's we should. Okay? Yeah. I'm not whining. We were a victim. I was really not a victim. But what was infuriating was my told that I got nervous with all this, and I felt pregnant. I couldn't get a straight answer. They were just like, we're not answering those questions. And we're getting rid of it. Bitch. I don't possess a drone fleet. Actually, that's the truth. So when the system breaks down and things like, I don't know, honesty, justice, the law, none of those apply to people in charge of that, that's just applied to me, you are literally powerless. And bizarre that the stars wouldn't have an issue with that. You're talking about but bizarre that we wouldn't have an issue with the government tapping into your phone or the New York Times is a conduit for the lies of what it is. It's their tool. They're perfectly aware of that. I used to write for the New York Times. I've been around the New York Times a lot. And there are a lot of good smart people there, for sure. Now, less of that, but there's still, I think, smart people there. There are. Also. And they know. But they think that it's worth it because they're bringing information. I don't know what But no, they're tools of power, and that's like the thing you're not allowed to be. Even if you think the power is good, like maybe they all support the agenda of the U.S. government, destabilizing the world, impoverishing our population. They're on board with that. Even if they are, they should do it, because the job of the media, the press, is to power and turn. You are kind of like this, right? So you make sure that things don't go too far. So, and they're acting as a well. And
When do you think that's switched?
I think it's been this way for a long time. If you look at what happened to Richard Nixon, which I don't understand at all. Richard Nixon was taken out by the FBI and CIA, and with Bob Woodward, who was a Washington Post reporter, who had been a naval intelligence officer, working in the White House, working in the White House. And then he showed up like a year later, and he's this reporter, never been at all. He's a naval intelligence officer, famous Bob Woodward, we all revere. And he's the Washington Post. And somehow he gets the biggest story in the history of the Washington Post. He's the lead guy in that story. Well, I worked in a newspaper. I've been in the news business my whole life. That is not how it works. You don't take a kid his first day from a totally unrelated business and put him on the biggest stories. But he was. He was that guy. And who is his main source for Watergate? Oh, the number 2 guy at the FBI. Oh, you have the naval intelligence officer working with the FBI official to destroy the president. Okay, so that's a deep state coup. What else? How would you describe it? If that happened in Guatemala, and yet, the way it's framed and the way that I accepted for decades was, oh, this intrepid reporter fought power. No. This intrepid reporter, Bob Woodward, was a tool for power, the most threatening kind, to bounce the single most popular president in American history, Richard Nixon, from office at the end of his term, and replace him with who? Oh, Gerald Ford, who sat on the Warren Commission. Now, how did Gerald Ford get to be Richard Nixon's vice president? Well, because Carl Albert, the Democrat Speaker of the House, told him he must choose him to only confirm him when they sent the actual elected vice president away for tax evasion, Spiro Agnew of Maryland. So you have a complete setup, like an absolute Gerald Ford, the only unelected president of American history, actually sat on the Warren Commission. Something else that I accepted at face value, it's kind of like that. I don't think that's completely. You want to hear Ruby in your investigation? You're fake. Yeah, he was on the Warren Commission. And so, well, sorry, but the point is, like, that happened in front of all of us, but the way it was framed, quote, is reality. The people who broke into the Watergate office building, from which the name is taken, Watergate, I think it was 6 of them or 7 of them. All but one is a CIA employee. That's it's like looking at the So the whole thing, Richard Nixon was elected by more votes than any president in American history in the 1972 election. He's the most popular by votes, which is what we can really measure the most popular president. In his re-election campaign, 2 years later, he's undone by a naval intel officer, the number 2 guy of the FBI, a bunch of CIA employees. You tell me what that is. So those are the facts. Those are not disputed facts. That's not hot shit. That's just look at it.
So why did they want to get rid of it?
You know, there are a lot of theories on that. I mean, we don't. First of all, we don't need to know motive to know what happened. They, meaning unelected federal employees, got rid of it, which is the most anti-democratic way to make leadership change that there is. Okay, I should say this: I actually don't believe in democracy. Obviously, it's not working well. Obviously, it's totally. There will never be democracy, unfortunately. But I'm attached to it because I'm here. I'm in it, and it's better than the other thing. So, what was their motive? There are a lot of theories on this. There's using conversations on between Richard Nixon, who was still president, in 1973, and I think it was Richard Helms, the head of the CIA, I made was the head of CIA. And Nixon says, I know why they killed Jack Kennedy. So Nixon was, in history, obviously a flawed very, very and really interested in why this guy who's the president, just one president before him, was murdered. And he didn't think it was a lone gunman. He was mysteriously assassinated. So basically, and he knew that. And he said, director, and you can listen to the tape on the internet. He was totally silent. So I think there was the impression, I think I know, that Nixon understood that he was really in control of the country. It wasn't the officials. And that's a massive threat. Because it's true. So, and there may be other reasons too that I'm not privy to. Look, and by the way, I didn't even know any of this, despite having moved to Washington pretty school, been around a lot. I didn't know any of it, and I don't know it's personal. So I can, and I don't know Burns. Maybe it worked for Carl Burns. I knew some actual players, but I didn't connect the obvious dots because they weren't finding. That's the point I'm making. It's the way that you find it. You can have all the information available. Wikipedia, which is also, but there's still information. The information can be open, public domain. It's a matter of seeing it for what it is, right?
So Nixon said that he knew why they killed JFK. Did he elaborate?
And it's worth listening to. It's a very weird conversation that takes place in the Oval, which famously, according to Vice's, became a big feature during the war times. But yes, that conversation, and I may be mangling it slightly, but it's on the and actually you're listening to. And the CIA director has sinister silence. If I'm the president and the CIA director, and I say I know why the guy who was just president 10 years ago was killed, obviously, why? What? You know why he was killed? You got insight into the assassination of the president. It's like a very weird response. Like, what? Just gonna throw that out there? Like, if you say to me, we're taking a week here, but this year, and you're like, I feel this year away. And I'm like, huh? That's like not a good response, right?
Right.
It's a telling response.
Did you try to speak the JFK assassination? Release the file? I knew it. He said that if you knew what I know, you wouldn't tell on group. Which is great.
Well, that's his position on economic things as well. And that's a lot of people's position on it. I mean, Trump is saying, of course, the CIA had knowledge of it. That is known. I mean, it's so funny. There's so many levels and there's so much I don't understand. But the whole JFK conspiracy really isn't interesting. One that's being a topic. It's full of wackos, right? There are a lot of wackos in there. But it obscures that fact, obscures the larger facts, which is the facts themselves tell unbelievable stories. And so, I can get into it greatly, but they're still classifying documents 61 years later. Joe Biden in violation of my law kept those documents. There's no living person connected to the Kennedy assassination. There was a couple generations ago. There's no one person whose secrets are being protected. It's an institution, or maybe countries. There are even countries involved too. I don't know the answer, but there's clearly something worth protecting. And I know that when I spoke to someone who'd seen it 2 years ago, and I got one fact out of it, which is yes, the CIA was involved. And my CIA is a huge organization. But James D. Washington, the head of the operations directorate, had knowledge of this, which I think is well known. But that's the huge source. So I thought that was huge. I was on TV and said, the next day, I'll never forget it. I went, well, I was driving back. I got a phone call from the Secretary of State before then, the director of the CIA. In that position, a lot of Julian Assange. He is a criminal as far as I'm concerned. But his lawyer called me and said, you should know that he tells you contents of classified documents. I'll never with my folks. I said, are you really saying that the U.S. government had a role in the murder of the Democratic elected president? Just say that out loud. That's the crime. Yeah, but the actual crime is murdering the president. You're covering up for that. He had no responsibility at all. And so Mike Pompeo is the one who pressed Trump to keep those documents secret. And so it's like, what's crazy for me is not just that Pompeo did that. I think Pompeo was a really sinister person. And I think that because the facts suggest that he was caught. Yahoo News, Mike Isikoff was long piece on this 4 years ago. His employees went to Mike Isikoff and said, hey, Mike Pompeo was plotting to murder Julian Assange, who's never even been charged with a crime in the United States as CIA director. That's illegal. You're not allowed. Federal employees are not allowed to just cut people they don't like. Okay, just set the baseline here. So that's who Mike Pompeo is. He somehow intimidated Trump to release it. Well, okay, that's all that happens, right? I think it's criminal behavior. What's crazy is how Mike Pompeo is treated. He's treated as like a Republican hoorah. He fully expects to become the Secretary of the Trump administration, which is like completely insane. Like, he could criminally give him nuclear weapons. I mean, it's a common sense. And like he goes to fundraisers and dinners, and everyone's like, hey, Mike Pompeo. It's like, no, you're the guy. Information about this right's no secret. You're the guy who plotted the murder of you were the outlaw. You were the bad guy. He's treated as like a pure Republican watch. I think it's really to watch. And by the way, I mean, you know, people that say that because they're not getting punished. They're worried about kitty porn on their the intelligence. I'm not guessing. They've told me people on the intel committee, people whose job it is to oversee and keep an eye on these enormous secretive agencies whose budget. They're the parents, the agencies are the children. They're afraid of that's not democracy. Democracy is a really simple system, even representative democracy. People they do so through elections, express their preference through voting. They send their people to the capital city to run the government on their behalf. Whenever you have elected people who are not accountable to anyone making the biggest decisions, you don't have democracy. You have something else, another system, tyranny or whatever. It's not a democracy. So that's like super obvious. It's like, everyone, and no one cares about this. And I think the reason is because they're threatened. And if you look at the committee chairman who allow this shit to happen year after year, they're all assuming black people. I'm not that but I know them. And all the things to hide. I know that for a fact. And so it's not a stretch of imagination to imagine that, you know, some committee chairman who's allowing warrantless spying on Americans to continue or whatever abuse they're allowing, knowing fully are hiding the truth about UAP, the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. Why are they doing that? It's not possible to imagine that some guy with a drinking problem, weird sex life, that's very common there. That's why they're doing it. Because they don't want to be exposed. I don't have evidence of that. Proof of that. Right. But that's not a crazy thing to assume that could be happening. And I said to somebody, very powerful person, the other day, in a conversation in my kitchen, an elected official with a really senior position, a very famous person. I was going crazy. And about that warrantless spying, about the funding for these insane wars. And I said to the guy who serves in one of the legislative bodies, I still haven't solved the break. No, where are you going? I was like, all these people are cloned. They're all their sex lives and all these things are hiding. They blackmail the intel agencies he said are important. Like, so at this point, we're just sort of admitting that's real. Like, why don't we allow it to continue? Having people compromise that. God, that's another story. We all this story. It's all of us. Epstein Island. It's everything. Look, I don't have any. I'm telling you, what's the phrase the finance guys use? Open kimono. Like, I'm actually telling you all I know. I don't know anything else. But I know that the publicly available facts tell a really clear story, which is the government is not acting on behalf of the population. And so it's inherently legitimate because it's only legitimate derived from the citizens. The only reason the government can do things that it does, kill people, collect money by force, all the powers that it has, come from one place, and that's the consent of the government. That's the only legitimate thing.
And that's where it's fascinating, this concept of good and evil. Because when you think about it, if this is true, and that these people are compromised because they're secretly perverts and creeps, they are, and they're corrupt, and they steal money, or they do all these different things, they're evil, lying, controlling people, engaging in unnecessary wars that will cost thousands of lives for profit. All these things are the evil things. So the evil is real. Evil would want those kind of people to be in a position of power.
Yes. And evil would want men to breastfeed their children. Here's the illusion that we fall for time and again. We imagine that evil comes like fully advertised as such. Like evil people look like Anton LaVey. Yeah. You know what I mean? Cloak. Exactly. Evil is an independent force that exists outside of accidentally people. I really believe that. I've experienced it. I've fought. And it's harmless. And what vessel will they choose? The weak. It's weak men and women who are instruments. The weaker leader, the more evil that leader will be. So, and unfortunately, we reach a time in American history where every leader is either a woman or a man, pretty much. And so, I'm sorry to say it, this is true. And the weaker the leader, that's what Mike Johnson. Everyone's like, oh, Mike Johnson's a nice guy. Well, I know Mike Johnson, and he's a perfectly nice guy. He's polite. Seems kind of weak and restrained, and he's not saying motherfucker every forever. You know what I mean? He's not like a cool button down affect. But he's a weak man. And that's the man you should be afraid of. The people who you should be less afraid of are the, strong, loud, that don't care what anybody thinks. Yeah, those guys will go off track. But they're probably not going to prevent genocide and blow up the world in a nuclear exchange because they may be obnoxious, but they know they are. Weak people just become a host for evil. An open, empty building that evil occupies, possesses. And that's exactly what's happening to Mike Johnson. It's like absolutely crazy what Mike Johnson is doing. But it's not because he's evil. It's because he's weak and therefore susceptible to that. That's a meaningful distinction that I didn't know.
It is a very strange thing how many weak people wind up being leaders in this society, and particularly because so many people don't want their lives exposed. They don't want that eye of souls gazing down upon them as they try to run for president.
Or the physical threat.
Yeah, look what's happening in the RFK, where the Biden administration, for the first time ever, denied him Secret Service protection. It's absolutely as a legitimate presidential candidate. It's absolutely nuts.
How is that? It's hard. You realize that a lot of the things that we took for granted were actually voluntary. Like people just do things because, that's not fair. You know what I mean? That's bad sportsmanship. There was a lot of self-restraint involved in running a functional society. You can't just make an infinite number of laws and enforce them. That's impossible. You rely on people to not do bad shit. That's the kind of person that does bad shit. And once the people in charge decide, well, I'm just going to do whatever I want, not a lot you can do about it. So the Biden administration denies you Secret Service protection. And you're like, how can you do that? Well, we got it. What are you going to do about it? Right. And the answer is nothing.
What is this most recent bill that they're trying to pass about rebuilding to modern homes? Well, it's just the nightmare scenario. It's something that they're already capable of doing because they did it to you and they did it through an encrypted app. Oh, they do? How do they do it? You know how they got into your phone?
Well, there are two ways. It's interesting. And I was with Ed Snowden from Mexico. We talked a lot about this consistent technical excellent principle to person. And his X feed is a really good place to start for people to understand what's happening. He's paid a huge price. Obviously, but he's literally exiled to Moscow involuntarily. But there are a couple ways to do it. One you could hack into Signal, I guess, as open source. It was for you to see any money as a journal. I'm not sure that's how you go to you could just capture the phone. Just capture the phone. And the bottom line on digital security is that nothing is safe from state actors who want to spy on your appearance. There's no electronic communication that they can.
What about these things like Eric Prince has some new phone out? I think it's called Unplugged.
Yeah, Eric is a good friend of mine, and I have a couple of those phones. I talked to him a lot about it. I'm a really good person. One of my favorite people. But that phone is designed for a different purpose, I think. And that phone is designed to keep Apple and Google from tracking, which was sort of a separate thing. What's this do? Okay. Which phone? Oh, okay. Well, so that's it. So let's scroll down to what you highlighted. So this is a perfect example. So the Turner Times Congressman Mike Turner and Jim. So who are Mike Turner and Jim? So it's funny. Both those guys are the most, and who knows why you can sort of fill in the blank on those. But those are two of the most reliable water carriers for the intel agencies and for basically the federal bureaucracy in the Congress. So they're not people who are working for their constituents. These are people who are working for permanent Washington. I would say these are two of the most sinister things that we don't want our Turner times. But so it's not surprising that it will permit federal law enforcement to also hold any other service provider with access to communications equipment to hand over data. Anyone with access to a Wi-Fi router, server, or even phone, anyone from the mail to the laundromat will be required to help the government spy. So that's the story right there. So basically, warrantless. Oh, of course, warrantless, absolutely. And, violation of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution, as if anyone cares anymore. And it does, clearly. But I just remember when I was a kid, we're roughly the same generation. You remember this too? People go, East Germany. Like, there are more spies than there are people. East Germany was like the most elaborate surveillance state ever created. And we'd always make fun of East Germany or North Korea. Who has more privacy, the average North Korean or the average American? Well, obviously the average North Korean, because there's less technology. The U.S. government spies on its own population. The North Korean government spies on it. That's just a fact. I'm not saying North Korea is preferable. I'm not moving there. I'm not carrying water from North Korea. What I'm doing is criticizing my government. I live here because it was better, it can be better, it should be better, and it only will be when we demand it. And it's not some esoteric, like you have to be some crazy civil liberties lawyer or something. Like, every person should demand, just as a starting point of this. You're not allowed to spy on me. I didn't do anything wrong. Right. Like, what? Right. No privacy, no humanity. You can't be fully human without privacy.
And you also have to take into consideration that these people that are ahead of these intelligence agencies that are requesting this data are just human beings. They're human beings requesting data from other human beings without going to a court, without going to a judge and getting a warrant, without stating a case, without having like some clear national security mandate, something.
And there's no justification. By the way, we had FISA, the FISA Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act since I think 1977. So it predates 9/11. Did it stop 9/11? No, I don't think it did. Shut the fuck up. You're not protecting yourself. You open the southern border to anyone who wants to come. You're not checking their views. You're not doing any kind of biometrics. You're not even screening for COVID. So clearly you don't care about my safety. Stop telling me you do. You don't. You're a criminal. Stop this charade. You don't care about my safety. So using my safety as a pretext for spying me is not going to fly. Because that's stupid. I mean, I just know that's stupid. No, you're doing this for one simple reason, because this is what organizations do. They protect themselves. They exist for their own benefit. All human organizations from the Church Bake Sale Committee to the Department of Justice, all they're an organism, just like any other. And the organism's main goal is to survive and reproduce. And to see this throughout the federal bureaucracy, which is what happens to the largest organization in history, is the federal government of the United States. And so all of this stuff benefits, it accrues to its own power. That's like let's say you believe every quote piece of science or scientific claim about global climate change. You would not reach the same policy. Well, the first thing we need is ban air travel for novice medicine. And the second thing we need to do is, whatever you look at rationing scientific, if you brought the virus, which I don't think if you did, you would. That no, go through every climate demand. Not one of them disempowers large organizations, whether it's NGOs or the government of the United States. Not one of them. They all make the government more powerful. And they all make you less powerful. So that's what it's not really about the temperature of the Earth. It's about making them more powerful and disempowering you. It's not about who runs those agencies. The bigger the agency, the more effective it will be in doing what all these organizations do, which is protect themselves and their company. It's fundamental. That's what I'm saying. It's not about, no, it'll only change. We're like, we're just eliminating that. And we're going to have like a super intel gathering service that feeds the president relevant information so we can make policy decisions. But we're not going to like overturn elections in other countries in the name of democracy. That's insane. If we believe in democracy, then we don't vote for their leaders because we believe in democracy as a principle. Right? I'm like, it's not helping us, it's only hurting us. And it would take someone going to be assassinated to do anything. So, as you're choosing your leaders, ask yourself, is this person wanted enough to die? And that's the same question you would ask about your own dad. Is he happy enough to die for your own husband? Is he happy enough to protect me from a home invader? To himself. Like, the basic prerequisite for leadership is that the people who lead and the willingness to die for them. And if you don't have that, you should not lead. Period. For the military, it's true. It's true. And it's true in the government. And so no president will fix this. Literally willing to die for it. Sure that it can happen. I can take a moment to conversation. Joe Rogan, ladies and gentlemen.
Listen, man, it's been very fun getting to know you. I think you are you're a controversial character in the world, but you're misunderstood. And I think if people pay attention to your actual work and the things that you talk about, I think you're generally a force of good. I really believe that. I feel like you're the most conventional person you've ever been. In this crazy time, someone who's conventional and wise, rather, maybe. Yeah, better time. I do. It's just we're in for a rough one.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah. Thank you, Kirk. Thanks, Joe. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, Joe, for having me.
My pleasure.
I love your man cave.
Oh, thank you.
I really do. Awesome.
Yeah, it's fun. So when I heard your story, I was like, this sounds completely insane. And just to fill people in, just explain what happened.
I was born into a cult. I can think that I didn't have a cult. That was my whole experience. My grandfather started in 1931, so my mother was also born into a cult in the 1940s. My dad was, let's just say, was the first met my grandfather. He was his father-in-law, and my grandfather was the father figure. So my mom
was married off to this man who was a follower of her father, and I am trying to her.
Wow.
And so this took place, the original started here in Pasadena, which most people know as right? That when he first started, my understanding is that he was a Boy Scout leader, and he was working to get something he was a young man, and Boy Scouts allowed him to have as much control as he wanted to have over the boys. So, yeah. He left the Boy Scouts and he took the boys with him. And some of the boys from his original troop in 1931 stayed with him past his death. One of the first boys took over in the late 1980s.
Wow.
Or early 1980s, actually. Yeah, so he was really good at doing followers.
What was his background? What did he do before he took the Nothing.
I don't think he was I don't know that for sure. He lied about everything. And he said he had a PhD for later when he it wasn't until I got to college. I'm not even 100% sure he knew how to read, to be honest.
Really?
He came from a family where he was the only child that lived out of his particular mother, who was married to a man in marriage. His first wife had died, and he had a bunch of kids. So he had a bunch of half siblings. Apparently, this was the war too. They kind of, he compared himself to Joseph. All the multicolored clothing and everything. So he was like put down a well, and he turned to LA. And he got some sort of probably church education when he got here, and he said that God, he was going to live 500 years, and he was going to lead the army of God in the second.
Wow. That's your grandpa.
It certainly is.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow. Can't pick your grandpa.
No, yeah. But it was a male organization for a very long time. It was all men, and it wasn't until all men. It was in 1931 to 1956 when my mom married my father, and then he was going to get married there. And they were all it, and it was just men.
Oh my God.
Presumably.
It's like prison.
Yeah, if they were.
Understood.
Absolutely. So I was dating for a bunch of older men, never women.
Oh my
So
God.
that ended, and but he didn't want his daughter maid, and she was 24 by the time he married her off to my dad. And at that point, I think the women, his wife, it was their fourth child. He had 3 boys first. This was his first daughter, and he decided that the world had not met him. That maybe I should have or maybe who knows.
What did he do?
Well, he used to prophesy.
Once more. I'll keep the food. Easy to
Thank
use.
you.
Oh, or anyone.
That's what
Are you going to drink coffee?
Yes.
What was the rules?
Well, I don't know that out loud coffee, but I don't remember that the body's piercing the
What about me?
No, maybe when I was young. They also unusually come off from this just during there was
Are they like boys here?
yes. Mm-hmm. My mom had the second since she got married until she was absent. She got off and she so just a lot of femininity was considered a temple. Since then, it was supposed to be. They thought it was better to, burn in hell. Paul, in the hospitals and basically you could get married as opposed to lost. And so in the 1960s they allowed it, which is 35 years. Think about that, 35 years All
Wow. It's absolutely fascinating to me how some people develop groups and how they do it. And like what the characteristics of the leaders are. It's so weird. There's a place out here called the One Girl, and it used to be owned by a cult that they're called Holy Hell. And this guy started a cult in Los Angeles. He's a yoga teacher. He was also a gay porn star and
Nice combo.
it's pretty common documentary. The documentary is incredible. What the hell? And he was running from the cult awareness. So he changed his name. His original name was Jimmy Gomez. He changed his name. He had like two different names. I think one was Michelle. There was another one. So he came out here to Austin because right after Waco, they were kind of cracking down on cults, and they were trying to find. Yeah, and they're like, we gotta go. So the Cult Awareness Network was on him. There's also family members were calling in, hey, we lost our children. They're with this guy, and he's crazy. And, we're got people in the woods. And so he came to Austin and had his followers build him this theater where he could dance in front of them. Yeah, and so there's.
dancer.
It was like he was a very handsome guy, and he was very charismatic. And he was like ripped. He was a yoga instructor, six pack, and I think he also was kind of exotic looking, so he had this like blue thing going on, and so he's like really good at manipulating people's consciousness. And
That might be criteria for being a cult.
charismatic.
You have to be consciousness, because if people know, at least you're top of their, you're not. Some people call it brainwashing culture, but you're people.
Of course. I think we have a very narrow idea of what hypnotism is because of the term. I think the term, you walk in the term, I want to hypnotize. I think there's like states of mind that people want to sort of lock on this consciousness. I think it happens in riots. I think, and like the madness of the crowds, there's something real about that. If you've ever been in a chaotic environment or fights or something like that, there's a very strange feeling in the air that leads people to do things they would never do before. People that would never pick up a shopping cart, throw it through a Starbucks window, will do that. It's like everybody just loses their focus. And I think it happens at concerts. People like jamming out together, they don't have the same like mind and frequency. And I think a really good cult leader does that too. When they get these people and they lock them into this way of thinking. We don't call it. I think there's a lot of states that are very similar in that something happens when you enter into an altered state of consciousness that's probably accessible somehow or another. You don't know how to get there, but then this song brings you there, or this person brings you there with talk about the impending apocalypse, and they're all locked in, and it gives people like a sense of belonging, purpose that you're locked into this frequency that everybody else in the house to it.
I mean, there are a lot of
Yeah. I think that's I think that's the positive benefit of religion.
absolutely.
It's like this thing comforts you. And even like it's like something's gotta be wrong. Someone's gotta be wrong. There'll be 100 different ones and they're all different gods and different people. Somebody's got but the one common denominator that they share is that even these things seems to aid you in life. People seem to be happier, they seem to have a sense of purpose, they don't get lost. Like some of the half people I have a joke about it where I say you're really dumb for not believing in stupid shit. Because if you believe in stupid shit, if you believe in dumb shit, you'd be happier. That would be a smarter move. Because it's kind of true. And I think that's what's so fascinating to me about these cults is how they do it, how they lock people in. I'm sure TV documentaries, right?
I definitely have. You know, when I watch the documentary, just I watched one of but it showed, you know, the children and how they didn't want to leave. You know, just how difficult it was afterwards, and I was like, just doing that because it takes a long time to unview the level of. I mean, it's one thing to like believing in constitutional or believe in. It's one thing to not have the ability to think for yourself and to actually try to do. I went to a couple days ago with someone I had since I was 3. So a lot of fellow former come out of the woodwork since.
This field is the name of the group.
Yes, covers the fields. And one of these former members, who I won't name, I hadn't seen. I didn't recognize him. I just didn't think he would work yet. But several of them had come out who knew my parents, who knew my grandfather before I was maybe when I was a teeny girl, and lots of stories. Anyway, he was on these things they called the trip. And we were on the trip, but there were different things and different things. But this one was important. And he was, you know, doing all the things. But one thing that my father required of us to do is to run every morning. First thing in the morning, which you can say there's different things about this, but you slept together. You said when you get up, you would run, and you have to keep the time. And my father would time up, so I had to be on every day. Really hard to do, of course, because that's something not going to the time, right? You can't always get better. But at this point, he was 19, and he was in the time he said Tom was in relationship as well. And so if I was really, you know, fast, you had to keep the same ratio. So anyway, he didn't make his time. There were 3 guys who didn't make their time. They had to go to the school. So my grandfather often made us go to the school. And the simple version, which was the actual location of the field, was you crawl through all the other boys or men's legs and every boy would sing. I know. I know. A little, well, all the things you can think about that. But there was a different version that was only done when the boys were separated from their parents. So when they would go on these trips, my dad was an original driver. He started driving by the time he was 18. He was driving all over the country, taking my grandfather's boys. So and my father was not his son. He was a dude, like, you know, doing to the school. And my father would drive these boys and he would come in and do all the things. And so in this particular case, they found a machine where you can pull onto a fence and you face the fence and then all the guys come and hit you. So they're not just standing hitting you. And so he's getting pity punches and all this stuff. And he was so good. And he did not want anyone to know this story. He hasn't spoken of it because he was so ashamed that potentially someone might think why did you go back. And of course, you were trained not to be trained, you deserved it, you know. And then apparently, one of my uncles was really worried into hospital, but didn't because he had insurance and this young man who's no longer a young man said that he could never tell his parents. He never said he never told his hands to anyone. His brother had never spoken at the time. It is like he got out, maybe like he was. I mean, that was only one of many stories he told me. Helen just would have of that. You know, like I guess for me, I too did not tell people I think about because I feel like he must have done something to be a follower, and just not true. If someone can view you as a child, they can program you, especially.
Yeah, unquestionably. I mean, that's why they have child suicide policies. I mean, you can trick children. It's understandable that somehow or another would they your fault or why didn't you? You know, or people that really thought about it. Never thought.
Right. Now we're friends now. I can see. I would say I would have, of course, you would drink that expression. I would have done wine. We all would have, and I mean that. And I was born there, and I would have completely taken anything that my grandfather was going to tell me. I would have, felt that that's something other people. Everyone I know. And the reason you don't hear about it is because they typically have their masses. But that was a really they did dozens of them, hundreds of thousands of people.
I was talking about there's still an active cult in Hong
Absolutely.
and I was like, what? Like right now, like, people know about? Oh yeah, they're successful. There's some successful cults.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I
Is the field still around?
the field's still around, I've been told it is a completely different organization. I'm not going to tell you here. Basically, don't have a charismatic leader. My grandfather, once he died, his replacement was there, and then he died. I think it's become, it has not been secular, it's a very strong organization, but they don't have control of the student. Because like when we were going to we had a social security number, there was no way to track it. And now, it's hard to get away with,
You have to pay taxes.
yes, we had to pay taxes, and there was a sexual abuse, case that was actually prosecuted, and I think after that, which was 2006, I think that they had to really clean up a lot of
What I'm hearing stories about these boys, like that sort of thing. There's a bunch of boys and no one's going to get married. That's not a good recipe.
No, it's not. And a particular one that got prosecuted was a young leader who was abusing 12-year-old boys sexually. I said this to my mom. I said, Mom, this is ever prosecuted. I did twice. And I was a sexual abuse victim. And I was so ashamed of. And anyway, but there's other forms of abuse that go on. I mean, there's physical abuse, but there's a lot of psychological abuse. There's a lot of ways that gets inside of you that you're worthless and that you can't trust yourself. And you can't even trust yourself with your own stories. And I have a second younger brother who adores you, by the way. His name is Michael.
So Michael.
Yeah. I love him to death. And he was raised, we were all raised collectively, but we were also raised separate from each other. And my biological siblings, we all had different experiences because we don't let you want. They don't want my sister who's just a little bit younger. She and I, we loved each other deeply, but we weren't allowed to speak to each other sometimes for months at a time. And they were just strongly against you forming what they would call allies. They didn't want friendships that turned anything that would be a little bit probably touchy, but no, like anything that would form a clique, they used to call it.
Right. Any other groups where there's another person in control.
Right.
Or they can discuss who's in control.
Yes. Or any loyalty to anyone other than the primary leader. There's a lot of ways that you can indoctrinate people and make them face themselves.
Okay. That's what North Korea does. North Korea gets everybody out and everybody else.
Oh yeah, that was a huge right from. I have I felt like it was a huge compliment. One of the former members came out of the works after the event. He said, I know you would grab us out. Man, that's so great. But I mean, it was something we were all taught. So.
Yeah, you have to know if this is your brother, if your sister, or your mom. You have to tell them.
You have to. Because you're worse.
Everybody's here all the time.
You never trust her.
It's so insidious and yet also brilliant. Like it's evil, but it's how did he figure out how to do it? That's what's crazy. And how's he able to pull it off? That's what's always so fascinating. That it's not like children. With children, it just makes 100% sense. You're raised there. You think this is reality. You think that the world outside of reality is all a bunch of evil demons or whatever it is. But if you're an adult, like you're a grown adult, 34-year-old man, and you meet this dude at the auto repair shop, and he hands you a pamphlet, and the next thing you know, you're on a farm somewhere. Like, how do those people?
So I can't vouch for that. I will say that the unusual thing about this world is you have to join some church. I know adults who join. It's kind of like a team when you're most people join and they are indoctrinated, and then they play sports. Like, so for example, they play soccer football, and so they teach everyone how to, play game, but it's only the people who are good at the game that they continue to support, I would say. So you could call them groom, whatever, but there's a lot more kids there than will ever get into the inner circle. And it's really from mom or something. Like, I was born in the inner circle, but there are plenty of people who came out of that adults who honestly weren't harmed by it because they got out young. So as long as you get out by the age of 12, you're probably okay. But they don't keep you unless you're really fully indoctrinated. And most people who stay with a family go back to, and they separate. And so they can learn more separation. You become a teenager, by the time you're 18, you're signing a commitment for life. And I'm not saying that's happening now, but that was 100% happened. Not just during my era, but during the time.
So it's not just a cult, but it's like it's got a sort of really? Yeah.
I mean,
They keep people out, line up enough.
So, in general, in fact, they want you to believe that staying hard, you have to work hard. I think their conception is that they're trying to pitch you, or there's something in some way, there's some sort of calling card, whether it's a pamphlet or something else. But whatever brings you in, but that's about your special one. And this particular book that I was saying, there's 20 year history on 18 one,
Navy SEALs and cults.
and there is a lot of physical.
I want the best of the best. So if you're a child and you're in, I mean, first of all, how could anybody ever expect a child who gets adopted not to know the difference? If that's your reality, that's what you grow up with. How do you possibly know? I mean, what year were you talking about?
That would have been the late 70s.
So, what else going on? In the world. The whole thing's a big foggy haze. There's no internet in the world. We have like 1/10 of the access to information that we do today. And you're also a child. Yeah.
And parents would used to know all the time. And I think that was not something unusual. One thing I hear for kids who live there, people say, "Why do parents allow that?" And in times like they send them out to the sports place, and they got really into it. At some point, like with the teenagers, they're like, "Oh, my drugs. I don't think that they're like in prison, so they're doing pretty well."
It also seems like societally there was a shift at some point in time where what was the year where more women entered the workforce and more women started getting jobs?
So that happened in the 70s. I think 1970 might have been like one of those. I mean, obviously, but in the 60s, there was a lot of women. Around 1973 to 1979, which actually was like home. The women I come from, I mean, like my grandmother, who my father joined to the school, she was always a working woman and then working woman. She didn't have much education. She worked with her husband in World War II and got pretty severe PTSD that can beat her. And so she ran away from it. She just had one child, which was my mother. She was living in a chicken coop near LA. She was with this one son. She was the first woman to get hired in a factory. This was in the 1940s. So there were lots of women of color who were working, but it wasn't the middle class women who were women who were working.
I'm just thinking, like, back his with the point. Yeah, I was taking the comment. My grandma just got that out of the house when we were kids. He just got the bus from school, walked home from school, rode the bus, out with your friends. Nobody knew where you were.
Right. You had a new culture. Don't necessarily know.
Oh, it's all. I kind of got sucked into one. That's the point. It's like everybody looks at themselves as who they are today. So if you're a 35-year-old man and you're listening to this today, you're like, how would you talk about that? You can't say that because you're not a 5-year-old boy. You're a 5-year-old boy, you don't know what the fuck is going on. You're a child. By the time you're 18, you start getting, especially if you're in the street boy, it's like, all right, some people are shady. What's going on? Some of this guy's trying to rope me. I remember there was this Christian group when I was in college that was trying to indoctrinate people, and they were like young, good-looking people, and there's this beautiful Greek girl, and she was always trying to get me to go to parties with her, and I was like, wow, did I hit that jackpot?
eventually I'm gonna get a date with this girl. This is amazing. You know, it's like T20, like that. And one day, she invites me to go to this retreat on the weekend. Like they have some crazy Christian retreat. And I'm like, oh my God, a retreat. Like she's not telling me it's a Christian retreat. She's telling me it's like this fun party and this whole thing. And I said, I can't. I have plans this weekend. I go, but if you guys ever do another one of those things, that sounds like fun. So Monday morning, I'm in school, cafeteria. The Trump's airplane, the here failed to open. So we all sit down at the lunch table, and I had just seen it in the news. I said, "Did you see this thing in the news about the plane? It's crazy. The landing gear didn't go out, so the plane just on the belly of the plane skied across the runway. There's all these crazy sparks." And I go, "But nobody died." And they go, "Oh, praise God." And I was like, "What? What's going on?" It's super hot for a week. I was like, "Oh, praise God." They're all praise God, praise God. And then I'm like, "Oh." And then it's like, "You didn't go to their church today. We thought you liked you." And then they started talking more about God. And then I was like, "Oh, I gotta go." No, they were in my class, and they were learning this content, and I would it's like I can't. They're all all believers. Not saying God's real. It's not saying that Christianity is not true. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you could have got those people with Scientology. You could have got those people with Mormonism. You could have got those people with the Moonies. Whatever. They were just looking for a thing that they could attach themselves to and then formulate their identity around this thing. For them, it was Christianity. It was this like youthful form of Christianity where they're trying to young people, they're all making it like retreats with them. They're all socially odd. They're all real awkward people. It was very interesting to me. The person was always curious about it. Wow.
Right, I think it's like control group. They do it into obviously leadership of young. I mean, like they're soliciting the young. And I want to be clear too. I'm not that kind of religion. I think high control groups / cults are a whole different thing. And yes, they use religion, but they don't teach you to have faith and to trust yourself in your faith. They teach you to something else.
I used to have a cult. There was a cult created by one guy. He knows it's bullshit. And a religion. That guy all the other people that this fucking dude 2,000 years ago convinced. But some religions are really beneficial and they might in fact be based on some kind of true story. I think the game of the telephone. That's what I think. If you tell me a story and I tell Jamie a story, and Jamie tells someone out in the lobby a story, by the time it gets to me all the way, it's going to be screwed up, right? Now imagine this over thousands of years, just oral tradition, and then writing lost languages like ancient Hebrew, they wrote in the Aramaic on animal skins, stories like the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then they eventually translate them to Latin, Greek, Roman, into English, and German. Like, what?
Lost in translation.
Also, like, what did they know? Like, how much did they know? They had some idea of like the formation of the universe. There was life. A lot like the things. Yeah. It was a lot like if you tell Big Bang to kids, kids would tell to their kids, you can do this for 1,000 years. At the end of it, you're gonna get some real people are gross. They always like to like twist things around and make things. They add their own little spice to a story. Like you ever tell a story, like, hey bro, that didn't happen that way. Like you didn't say that. You fucking ran for cover. Like, everybody's got their own version of the story. Well, the oral tradition is 100% for sure. Especially when you have high control, like your grandfather. Your grandfather.
Translations too, like when the monks were translating all that, and like our wives.
Yeah.
Like all of that too. There was all of that. And, so, and then when you read the King James version of the Bible, I mean, hey, pronounced it so, and so any anything that was left out, I mean, a lot left out, right? And what was canonized because it was perhaps dangerous to so not that yes, you get to decide.
what God. I think God didn't mean any of that. He did stuff else. My problem is never with religion. My problem is purely human nature and what we know. If there was a way that you got religion through some sort of non-human source, like if you achieved your experience through a non-human source, I would go, okay, well, maybe there's a place where you can meet God. There's a meet God. But as soon as you're doing letting people tell you a story, people are full of shit. They just generally, at least a certain percentage are full of shit. The people that want to control people have a much higher likelihood of being full of shit. Because when we do that correctly, like if you want to be a president, like you gotta learn. They're really important. So the people that are like good at that job are generally full of shit. And so then you have a problem with the interpretation of the past, right? And you're seeing it right now in universities. They're trying to reinterpret certain events because of the way people feel about socio-political issues today. They're trying to reinterpret history, take down statutes. There's a lot of like craziness that's going on today. It's like a microcosm of the ancient history of human beings. It's not that God's not real. It's that people are full of shit. And so there's a lot of wisdom in a lot of these ancient religious texts in particular. Which is really fascinating. Like how much do they know about the human experience? How much do they know about how you need to live your life in order to be harmonious with these habits? How do you accentuate positive experiences? How do you leave the world a bit better than it was before you got here? I did when I was a kid. I actually had private class in Florida. But I moved from San Francisco when I was 11 years old. It was a polar opposite experience of the country. I lived in San Francisco with two parents who were hippies in Haight Ashburn. So we were in the middle of like Lombard Street. We were in the middle of like the hippie anti-war revolution of the 1960s. And then I moved to Gainesville, Florida. My stepdad was going to our computer programmer and was switching careers. And so I went to the University of Florida. And so we were there. So now all of a sudden I'm around alligators. There's alligators everywhere. I was like, what? Why is there giant monsters everywhere? This is ridiculous. So we had alligators, super weird, swampy weather, and religion. Religion was in the schools. Like in public school, you had black friends. And they also paddled you. This is the first time I'd ever been hit by a teacher. I got in this fist fight with this kid who whacked us with paddles. Yeah.
So when you were in Florida in the 1970s, were you there in the 1970s?
It was, let me see. So I was 67. I was born in 73. I was in San Francisco. So 75, 76.
Okay. Did you tell us someone whose name was Rothschild in Florida?
I was 11.
Well, he was older. He would have. He was an alligator. He was an alligator wrestler. He had alligator arm.
The lifespan of those fellas.
I don't know when you got it, but
that doesn't seem like that would work out so well.
Well, they probably didn't blame them. I don't know.
Even that is going to break your arms.
Speaking of which, I need more fire.
Oh, that's the word there. And pull the top back around. Like this. This way. The other way. No, the other way. It's upside down.
Oh.
Now see the top?
Uh-huh.
Back like that. There. Yeah. And then pull it down.
Right down. No, I can't do like that.
No, it's not like you gotta open the top. Let that top. But it's
Yeah.
oh my God. There you go. You got it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a little weird because it's all black. So it kind of holds you, especially if you're like us and your eyes are probably going. As time goes on, Like,
Now even myself.
there's a chance in hell I could ever do one of those, like a bracelet. Like my wife tried to get me to one, I was like, I don't even know what I'm saying. I have no idea what that is. I see blur. I see golden blur. What the fuck that is?
You were talking about the Bible. So one of the things that a lot of people who have read the Bible have read a portion of the Bible. That's why because a lot of it is history, and there's a lot of that the whole line, of Christ's ancestors and the information about. The Bible, you were encouraged to read like a verse of the Bible, but they would tell you what it meant. And so I kind of went to go late at night. I read the whole thing cover to cover. And you read like every single book in order, you start to find that there's not really places in the Bible stuff that's really violent. And the Bible sort of contradicts itself. And it's written in different time periods, different authors, and different languages. And it also has historical context. And so there's a lot of stuff that people leave out in the Bible because it's really hard to explain. Well, there's for example, this was probably David, King David, as a David and Goliath. But then he became powerful. And he saw this woman. This woman is often talked about. He sees her bathing. And when we came from, we were taught like she should have been bathing. Right? Anyway, he demands that she come to him. And she is the wife of the ruler of his name, Uriah. And he commands her to lie with him, and she becomes pregnant. And David is the same guy who had the slingshot, David and Goliath, decide that he's got to figure out how to get her husband back, so that he can go sleep with her, and the husband doesn't do it because he's loyal to the army, and he comes back and sleeps like 4 of the before
trying to get the husband back with the wife.
So that the pregnancy will seem like it's his.
Oh.
So
In the Bible.
In the Bible.
Dirty David.
Yeah, exactly. And it's even there. So Uriah won't do it because Uriah is to David. And so then David sends him to the front lines to have him killed so that he can marry his wife and get married with that child's not being and then God kills the child because David was for Bathsheba. She's just been like moving around. He gets killed. All these things. He dies because God's punishing David.
Yeah, he got killed because he was loyal to the guy who got her pregnant.
Absolutely. That's not a story of people here.
Oh no, I'm good at that. I'm good at just like now go argue.
I mean, there's something I talk a little bit about in the book Merger, which is particularly great. But in the book I talk about has a point that I have had this whole he got there's a lot every time it mentions a woman. It's on the male line. But occasionally we'll say so and so, Boaz or David's the father of Bathsheba. So Bathsheba ended up having a child with Solomon, who, a lot of people know these being this man who ever born to him. And so there's 4 women who are named as a part of it. It's really interesting to me. Asked 4 men, the town. So I started doing the research about that. One was prostitute, one Bible story. There was a woman named Tamar, and she was married to one of her sons. There was 3. And her husband died before giving her to it. So, as was the custom in the time, the law, she married the brother of her dead husband, and that not give her a child. He didn't want to have a child in his brother's name. This woman is not allowed to have a child. So he did something called feminism. So he stored his seed on the ground instead of inside of her so that she couldn't have a baby. And so God is not, will not impregnate her. And so Solomon gets it too. And so then the father-in-law decides not to marry her off to the youngest brother because 2 of the brothers are dead, right? To lose his own son. So he just vanishes her, and she has nothing because he doesn't want to have a child. She has no ability to make a living in the world. And so this is the father-in-law is really unkind to her in a way that she decides she needs to take something into her own hands. And so she dresses up like a prostitute and goes to the side of the road. And as he's traveling on the road, she puts herself in front of him and her services, and he stays with her and he gives her his staff, which is token of his thing. So at least paying stuff. And she gets pregnant from this. And he orders her when he finds out she's pregnant to kill death, killed and executed. And, she's allowed to have a baby outside. And she said, okay, but let me just return the staff to you I got from the father of the baby. And so it in her, and then she was that child is in line.
Wow.
So really interesting things. I don't know if this is where from that story. Without reading this, I would ask, and I really wanted to tell me. Because she was rewarded for that.
The stories are crazy. It's just if you're being honest, and if you believe in God, but you also know bullshit, you have to put all this stuff. You just have to. And it doesn't mean that there's no God. Of course, it doesn't mean that. It means there's probably something in these stories. But we have to be real careful with what that something is.
And I don't think that's that. I don't.
They can go say it. Like, flat out. It's in there all the time. You're essentially second class citizen. And you know what I found out recently? That there's a woman before you.
You asked.
Yeah. So what was that one?
Yeah, that's one in that most people are taught from the tradition or the whatever in the Catholic tradition. Probably Apocrypha. So these are books of the Bible that didn't make it into Christianity as such, but so that's not considered the word of God. What you're reading, that is considered what you heard. Word on the street.
Word on the street. I heard of what happened. Yeah. That's street.
It's not true. I don't think it's true. So I'm a yoga teacher and one thing that I say all the time, which is a really common thing, is that yoga teachers say, whatever I am giving you right now is suggestion. So listen to your body, what's right for you. If this doesn't feel right to you, please don't do it. And meditations, etc. And what kind of religion does, I'm not saying all religion, say the culture religion, doesn't give you the option of listening to your body or doing anything. This is the interpretation of the word. One thing I will say, I don't know why she did, or why only I don't know whether or not the stories were transferred after or not. That is a different picture, right? And it was I'm not.
We don't even know OJ.
Right, so how are you going to know what happened to David and Bathsheba?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we did. I was just reading some story that OJ hired thugs to. There was another thing of some thing that he said they hired thugs to kill his wife and Ron Goldman. So this is really basically my point. And there's a bunch of versions of it. And it ends up gets in power when the first gets propagated. Like there was no internet, no independent journalism, and they never had to account for the fact that Iraq never really had weapons of mass destruction. If the people in charge, if we're living in 1963, how long does it take before people figure out that Iraq didn't have those weapons? How long? Did we ever find out?
I don't know. I was going to say, you might not find out.
You might never find out. It took forever to figure out the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag. Got us into Vietnam. I mean, it took decades for that to come out. Now it's widely accepted. So our own history is sketchy as fuck. Our own history, our real, absolute history is sketchy as fuck. And that's why conspiracy theories are so fun.
Yeah, of course. And in a sense, a cult is just a whole conspiracy theory. I mean, they control the narrative. They control the narrative. And no one's allowed to question. And if they do, they're excommunicated. One of the ways to know something of the cult is they will tell you that anyone who lies, it's different than outsiders. Outsiders are people who have never had access to the truth. But people who are quitters, they literally call them quitters.
Nobody likes quitters.
And so quitters were just anything they said was of the devil. And so you were not allowed to talk about that. And that's really common with cults. Just
You can't even talk about it. That's a Scientology thing too. Hmm.
Yeah, because you really do need control the narrative. You can't let it carry out that.
Yeah. It's so interesting how these patterns reoccur all over. You know, there's a guy in Australia that says it's Jesus, and he runs this whole cult in Australia. He says it's Mary. But the problem is there was another one who was married before. It didn't work out. Like the original Mary. So he tells this lady, I was wrong about that other lady. You're married. And so,
Do you know that they say that the translation for Mary actually is woman?
oh wow.
And so that the word just means, when you think about it, there's so many Marys in the Bible. Like,
Right.
you talk about Mary Magdalene, Mary Jesus, or, you know, that it, perhaps it's just the translation for
Jesus as a historical figure is controversial. There's people that say there's absolute evidence for Jesus, but then there's people that say, do you know like how much historical record we have on people that lived thousands of years before Jesus? You know, there's people that lived that they know what they said, they know what they ate, they know what they went, they know so much about them. But the Jesus one is key. But there's people that say yes, there's historical documents that show existence. And then there's a bunch of documentaries that you can watch that avoid the evidence is kind of sketchy. It seems to be a thought, like a recurring thing in many religions. It seems to be like Hercules, right? There's a bunch of these that are like real similar to that, like the child of God that comes down to fix everything.
There's a lot of traditions where you have a virgin. I hear telling everybody who's true or not true, but the gospel, the written, right? Not true. And that was common in the
Right. And how long after his death?
Well, I think the first one, now I feel like I am not a historian here, but I think the first one was 400 years. And so you have a problem, but he only saw Jesus after he was on the road to Damascus. And so he saw Jesus after Jesus had been crucified and risen, so he saw was the Christ of Jesus. But the other, gospels were not written by anyone who had known Jesus in that way, even though they were the versions like when you have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, those are the versions that they were told. So I don't know.
Okay, so this is where someone for people that are listening to this right now, because there's going to be a certain percentage of people right now that have their hats on. Because someone might be insinuating that maybe all this Jesus stuff is not legit. And that's not what I'm saying. What we're saying is these stories were written down 100 years after he was born. And people are full of shit. That's it. It doesn't mean that he didn't exist. Because if someone did, like, if the early emergence of humans in the world, let's imagine what they mean by the story. The early emergence of humans in this world were put down here to figure it out on their own, like a bunch of kids, like latchkey kids from the 1970s. Figure it out on their own. We give you ways to live your life. Tell everybody, but I'm hands off. I'm hands off. I want afterlife type of God. I want you. I'm not going to come down and explain it again and pop out of the clouds and freak everybody out. I did that once. I did it once. I'm done. You guys get it. So I'm just saying, live your life this way. If that was a real thing, what would be any different than the Bible? What would be any different about if a real event like that actually happened, where the Son of God came down and explained to mankind what they're doing and lived this amazing life and taught so many people and they spread his wisdom and spread his information? It wouldn't be any different than the Bible. Because even if it was like very clear what he was saying and very clear what they've done, the impact that they all knew he was the Son of God. By the time people talk about it, who knows?
But you know what Jesus did really well? So Jesus didn't write anything. Storytellers. Jesus told a lot of stories. And those are easier to remember. So if you listen to like the Sermon on the Mount or it's possible that some of the stories, which you can interpret in a way, like, prodigal son. There was this, and Jesus tells the story, right? So there's these two brothers, and one brother stays and does everything that his father wants him to do. The other brother says, "Give me, the son, the younger son says, give me my inheritance now. I don't want to wait till you're dead. Give me my inheritance now, and I'll have experience like that." The father gives his younger son his inheritance, and this young man who is raised well, with prostitutes and all the things, right? And just lives this first life, and he finds he runs out of money. And he is in a pen of pigs, and he is willing to eat what even the pigs will eat, like the leftovers, and he is face down in the pig and says, "Even if I was a third of my father, I would treat you better than this." And so he goes back, and his older brother is really upset because the father brings his son back and tells him just to be grateful his son's returning to him. And his brothers, are a special casting girls is fine. Like my brother is from the pig pen, and you're giving him something that he doesn't deserve. And that whole story, I mean, you can interpret it in one, but this idea that you tell stories like this, and someone is saying God is willing to take you back, and perhaps even better if you have experienced life, and that just being obedient is a different way to live life. Maybe that's, I don't know what the real interpretation is, right? But like, maybe you read a story like that, or you hear the story. Jesus didn't write it down, but if you told that story, then now people come to that and they think, what does that mean? Does that mean when I find myself in a pit that I can repent and go back? What does it mean?
Isn't it funny that Jesus is a storyteller? Because storytellers sometimes caught people commands attention. And we know how that goes. Right?
Storyteller.
Sword. I talk shit on stage. Those are just jokes. And
Those are stories.
some of them are jokes. Yeah. Some of them are just yeah. It's different than someone who like tells you stories and imparts wisdom. Like if someone's standing in front of a table imparting wisdom, that's a very bizarre relationship. It's a very slippery position for the person that has the volume. Very slippery. Because you can start believing this nonsense. You can start believing that you're different than everybody else. You can start believing that you are the Son of God. I'm not even talking about someone today. Even today, in this day and age of the internet, if you started doing something like that, you're something
Lots of people.
Yeah. 100% legit. And then lots of people go to do their own. There's also like a few people who used to hold on to. And if someone, like I said, if someone was a charismatic leader and to be the Son of God versus someone who's actually the Son of God, 100 years later, it's something very different for yourself whatsoever. Which is a problem. It's a real problem. You're like, marriage to one basket. You don't pick a religion. Like, boy, if you're agnostic, like, which one of you guys is right? It's so bad that it is right. Maybe the Buddha's right. I don't know.
Some people would say that the Buddha and Jesus have an awful lot in common. And if there is a right, that a lot of those beliefs are going to overlap. It is right to live a good life, is to treat other people the way that you would want to treat them. And to love your neighbor.
Yeah, I think there's universal truth in all that stuff. I think that the source of it is fascinating. What are the universal truths? But we have to look at things through a filter of reality. And the filter of reality, we know human beings are full of shit. So you have to put that in there. You have to put that with everything. You can't just say we can lie about religion. Stop. That's nonsense. It doesn't mean that God's not real. It doesn't mean that Jesus didn't exist. Look, Jesus is the ultimate. It's like, this is the last word, and then we're going to let you guys figure it out on your own. Maybe if God exists, okay, this is as a thought. If God exists, why would God engineer an animal to be at the top of the food chain that is so filled with greed and wants so much power that it's willing to take over enormous swaths of land, giant machines, murder anybody who gets in their way, and it's all justified in the name of passion? Why would God universally impart that kind of sensibility on species? Why would God tolerate it? Why
how would God tolerate crime and murder and all the horrible things we see today? Why would God want any of this stuff to go on? If God is so all-powerful that he created the universe, is this just a first draft? If you like try like say like a bunch of
free will, right? When you got the answer to it is that in the garden, when Adam and Eve didn't know the difference, and then they partake of the tree of knowledge of the evil, that the choice to do that brought sin into the world. Once there's sin into the world, then humans always have the choice to follow the light, to follow darkness. I mean, that's the part of it, right? That it is human choice.
My point was that maybe God's ultimate plan is to make things as fucked up as possible so that it forces people to figure it out. It forces evolution of consciousness. It forces us to go to the light. It forces us. It's the only way we survive. And that could be like a test. Like the entire human species, the entire civilization, the whole thing. It's just some gigantic test. There, right?
Did you really read on time in your face?
I've heard of it. I don't think I read it.
Well, it's possible. It's for kids who are I don't know. It's probably. But she said in the theory that she thinks that in the end, that God is waiting for every single person to choose to believe and to choose to follow. And that the light, so in American Economy story, for science and other things, but that when you see the light, you're drawn to the light, that you might be tempted by the darkness, but you really know what light is, that you'll choose that. And so that at the end of the day, that we're all going to see the light.
But even if you don't believe in religion, if you know like experiences and bad experiences in your life, and when you're happy with yourself, when you're upset with yourself in your life, you generally know the direction that you want to be moving in. And the more life experience you have, the more stupid things you do, the more you find. So the more you get a better database to draw from to understand what each individual choice means. So the greater picture of your existence. And as you go further and further, you go, if you're living a harmonious life, you go almost naturally towards that direction. Try to be nice to people, love your neighbor, have more peace in the world, don't be murdering people. You know, and that's generally like how most religions want you to believe it. So like the origin of it is there's some sort of a guidebook for being human. That's the origin of it. Like, they're just trying to like, you can't just let people be feral. You got to give them some guidelines, but in one of the best ways is to keep watching all the time. This dude and this guy, but maybe he really is. Maybe there really is something that watches everything. It might not be watching, but it might be like integrated into the entire existence of the whole thing.
Maybe that's what the sun is about.
Yeah, maybe.
Because has all these experiences, find himself like making everything stay possible, and then see the light goes back to his father.
Yeah.
The kingdom.
Yeah. It's just that it's people that lived and were writing things down on animal skins while they're engaged in the wars. It's just fucking wild ass time. And they were trying to sort it all out. Have you read Meditations, Marcus Rothschild? Isn't that wild stuff? It's wild how brilliant this guy was. 2,000 years. His understanding of how to live a life is so valuable. This concept of forgiveness. Like forgiveness, and he's so fucking Roman. I mean, this dude's like the badass soldier. And he's like, it's very important to do everybody. To do your enemy. Like he had this incredible person about just the maintaining your objective perspective of the world. It's really interesting. So we know people are smart shit. And to go back to 2,000 years before him, it was sort of right on the stuff there.
People have a lot stronger ability to concentrate, obviously. Right? Before things were written, people really had for language and culture and memory. If you think about, where to find whatever it is to find hunt, all of these traditions passed down for humans to survive. They're really fragile creatures.
Right.
To think that where there was anything, how did humans stay alive? They stayed why? Because they could remember. They can remember what could be them.
Yeah. But just like you still remember.
Oh my gosh.
There's
Yeah.
never-
I know.
I have so many phone numbers in my head.
I still remember the phone number of the field.
Wow.
I do, because it was the one place.
Wow.
That was
Wow. That's wild. Wow.
my mom's a survival trainer. She trained people to survive, and she trained us to survive. And one of the big things was apocalypse, but some of the survival techniques are actually really valuable. And that's the thing about forgiveness. Almost like, even if somebody is telling you something that in their own best interest doesn't mean it's not true, right? And they're pretending to anything. And so learning to survive, literally off the land and the desert and things like that, was a huge training that I had to do it, but it taught me to look everywhere that I've been ever since and to pay attention. I mean, that's good. I think with that, we can get forgiveness too. Part of forgiving people is because on some level they touch a lesson.
Well, even in cults, you can give valuable skills. I mean, just like survival techniques. That's if you're really worried about the problems, you need to learn how to survive your problems.
Sure. So they do it for good intentions.
Yeah.
And it pays off.
Well, do you remember the one in Los Angeles that had billboards on a very specific date? I don't remember, but I remember there was this restaurant I used to go to on Ventura, Great Ties Bar, and right above it was this fucking billboard that they were giving you a very specific date, like the end is here, and there's going to be this album. Like, is this like the most brilliant album release? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some rock band has figured out a way to like make something go viral before the internet. It was not that long ago. I want to say like 8 years ago, 10 years ago.
Wow, very recent.
Here it is. 2011. Judgment Day, May 21st, 2011. Cry Mighty Unto God. Monday through Friday, live open forum on familyradio.com.
And what happened?
So yeah, it was only 13 years ago.
What happened to me?
Nothing. Zero. People were out of their mind.
Like, why'd you pay if you were like that too?
Well, also December 21st, 2012. That was the end of the Mayan calendar.
Oh.
My license plate was December 2012. Whatever it was. But that was the end of the long count of the Mayan calendar, and all the kooks and stuff was the end of the world. So we were actually at the end of the world show in Los Angeles. My friends Honey Honeycomb, my friends Van, Joey Diaz, it was wild.
And what did you do?
Nothing happened. Nobody died. We had a good time. We had a good time. The world keeps going. But there's, it's just a calendar. It's a very bizarre, ancient calendar. You don't really fully understand. To say that in the world is so silly.
Well, when they did these dates, like when my grandpa agreed with the date of 1977, they could also say the time it doesn't happen, the calendars are wrong.
Ah, how convenient. Do they have a good calendar? Can I see that calendar?
Well, when it's like, with the shirt up on and all this, that was when he did. Like when Jesus was really born, because he was killing the babies. And didn't really know the date that Jesus was born. That's why he was killing all the young theories. So just that one, et cetera, et cetera.
Back to the lady who's that lady.
I assume you're talking about Lilith. That's not in the tradition that I read. So
Lilith was supposed to. I didn't even know Lilith existed like 2 years ago.
oh wow.
I was like, what?
You would change your life in some way?
Who the fuck's Lilith? Yes.
Okay.
It was an eye opener. Everything else.
Okay.
What is the Lilith story?
Okay, now let's talk about the story at all. I'm going to change the story.
So the Lilith story.
Somebody feel like I was.
So the Lilith story decided yes. So they left it out.
She's been interpreted as
Oh, Satan.
Well, sure.
Of course, she's a lady. Maybe do terrible things.
We did that.
The original Hebrew word from which the name Lilith is taken is in the biblical Hebrew of the prophet Isaiah, though Lilith herself is not mentioned in any biblical text. In late antiquity, in how does that work? Median and Jewish sources from 500 AD onward, Lilith appears in storeless incantations incorporating a mythic story in various concepts and localities. The partial descriptions of her. She was mentioned in the Babylonian Talmud, Nagash, Shabbat, Baba Batra, and the conflict of Adam and Eve with Satan as Adam's first wife. And in the Zohar, Leviticus 19a as a hot, fiery female who first cohabitated with man. Wow. Many rabbinic authorities, including Maimonides and Menachem Mary, reject the existence of Lilith. Interesting. So Lilith is controversial.
Very
Like, oh, but the fact that she was the first.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's not the position that most Christians are taught. It's considered kind of the apocrypha. So, I mean, I don't know what the truth is, but she was fight even more than Eve. Although, if you think about Eve's pretty good fight, she caused it.
She's the reason right? Yeah. It's what's the root of that story? That's the real question. What the original thing that mentioned that?
I'm not
It's the original Judas.
I'm not.
Yeah. But at least Christianity has like an origin story. You know, an origin story for everything. The universe, for people. And when you didn't have science and you didn't have any cosmology, you need something. It's something for 1,000 years to stare at the story. I know what's going on up there. I know. There's Thor. He lives up there. He's running shit. Yeah.
Oh, that's a story time, too.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning, there was the word.
Well, I think that's one of the things that's really screwed up human beings. And I don't think in any small way is like evolution. I think our inability to see that we are in this celestial, majestic cosmos, this thing. It's not just black with a few bright lights. The whole thing is lit up, and it's the most magnificent thing you could ever see. But we sacrifice it almost for everyone that lives in cities. If you live in cities, you don't go over and see it. You sacrifice a humbling spiritual experience of just staring at stars. And I think it's spiritual poison. It's like just like if you have vitamin deficiency. I think you have a spiritual deficiency, a natural universal spiritual deficiency from not seeing stars. I think it puts our place in the universe in perspective like nothing else can. Because it's there, it's real. It's not a concept. It's not something that you have to use a microscope or a telescope to see. It's right in front of you, and it's absolutely spectacular. On a clear night in the mountains where there's no light pollution, you see the stars just like, wow, is that up there every night?
We used to go to Joshua Tree and the Joshua Tree is still so much of that. There's no light.
I've heard it's incredible.
Yeah, it's not too far out from our house. Greater than myself.
Light pollution, spiritual poison. It really is. It's a big factor in how lost we are, and how we're not like consistently humble by the majesty of the stars. If we were consistently humble, generally like totally.
There's the thing about looking at the stars. There's also the ability to literally not be lost if you know how to read the stars.
Right.
So that is something I was trained by my uncle, who was, somewhat of an astronomer. But to look at the stars and to always know where they are. And if you know how to read the stars, you can never be lost.
So you could like the stars and boat. Can you do it?
I don't know if I could do it on a boat, but I could do it because I know how to put on the ground and see the difference in the way the sun goes, so that you can see where you are. You have to know the obviously, but then you also if you're lost or you think you're lost for a matter of months or years, you would need to have some sort of idea where you are. really good service season. But I was on the
So you have to
you don't even have to look the days. You just season. And you can tell that by the sun.
right. But if you get lost,
Well, sure. Although
you get lost for years.
you might just
So
really
you guys are getting lost for years.
yeah. And I also have this phrase, I think she made it up, but it's survive for time. And so she taught everyone that those 5 letters that you should do first. So the first thing lost. Everything lost.
It's a high space to look around.
Well, the first thing you should do is shelter. Because then the first thing you should do, if you don't have shelter, you're going to lose your body heat. It's the way you are first, if you're anywhere that's cold, some of you are really get cold. It doesn't seem like it's cold. It doesn't mind it. So shelter stuff. And then fire, because I want this really important. So, survive shelter, and then fire. And then the thing is, so if you want to be found, you put a signal. If you don't want to be found, you need to know what kind of signal. So, for example, if you are in the desert, you try to find dark rocks to collect SOS. If you don't want to be found, you try to contract. You try to have anything that contrasts with the color of the land from contrast. There's no fun stuff like that.
So they were paying you for hiding and for sequence. Like, where are you getting hiding from?
Well, so after the second coming, everybody goes up to heaven. It's good. All that's left is the demons in the world. And there's thousands of hours of that was made on the earth to the moon rises.
Wow. And you guys were preparing for this with your kids. Woo! Demons. But if you're a good person, you're going to have it. So you don't have to know all these things.
Yeah, so that's the stories, right? There's something like Left Behind series.
Yes.
So like, Left Behind.
I do a bunch of them. I think Kirk Cameron. I've heard they're amazing.
Okay. I don't know. I can speak to that. But, yes, there's a lot of that. Because it's part of the traditions. And the idea is that we're left behind or to try to be the last people. Right? Noah's left behind some of ours, and like it's his job to, why didn't God just take Noah, right? But he does his road and he has to name animals and he has to make clear. Or you can find me more, a lot of person left and he wants to help the people in the time of Nineveh, like told the people to go back, and like, God fix them. Anyway, there's a lot of stories attached to his mind. And yes, there's a lot of stories.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of stories.
Yeah. So if you have some people behind you who know how to perform with God, you can then proselytize it into true faith. It's also kind of like, I don't know, a way to help people a little bit isolated if you're trying to teach them to do something that other people don't do. And also exchange that kind of thing. I spend a lot of time really feeling like accurate to the regular world, like a leader, because they say you're always looking at your name see you're like always waiting for exactly.
Right.
And you're always thinking actively of what a version of that.
How did you get that out of your head? For real? So right now you're preparing for the end.
Well, I walk in there and I'm like, okay, here, where's the exit? No, but I mean, to some degree, I mean, I'm not really prepared. Like it makes it really hard to trust people when you've been trained with people that you think you can trust or trust you.
Right.
Really hard to do that.
I had a friend who was Mormon, and when they left, she was bored. And she said she became really susceptible to any kind of spiritual people, spirituality, like con people. Just had this trusting nature from being a strict Mormon for a lot, and also didn't know to distrust people. So it wasn't programmed in.
Because if you're only around people who are homogenous, like you
Right.
that like everyone in your group is trustworthy, you don't see the signs. You don't know the red flags.
She also said like she felt herself to be susceptible to people telling things. Like she just had like automatic inclination to not question and believe things that came from being strict religion.
Why did she leave on the phone?
No.
That's tough time to leave.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what the story behind it was. No problem with it.
That's the thing about police is it does make it difficult to survive on the outside line. So people have taken their lives after being excluded from the field. I had a dear friend, the first person to use the word, and I've been out for years, and I didn't. I have a credit card, but I didn't have quiet. We were raised. He'd written, newspaper articles. He's a professor, etc. And because of life, because it was really, really, really hard. And yeah, and they're
Or once they integrate this practice, they will come with that under this
and so you hide it. It's not like you're telling people and they're laughing at you. You're not telling them. They're laughing at you. And so you spend your life in shame. It's true that honestly doesn't make you a bad person at all, and probably many people would understand, but I didn't talk about it forever.
Not just that, but everybody's susceptible to it, if you believe it or not. Especially if you're a child. Everybody's susceptible. This ridiculous idea that people have that, oh, I would have known. Like, I don't think you will. I really don't. I think you would now, but you're you now. You're 35-year-old you. You're not that you that's 5 years old.
And it's perpetuated. But there's a story we raised with, which is a really common story of Abraham and Isaac, and Abraham's told to kill his son, his own son, and he's told to take him up on an altar and slaughter him, and the way that he would slaughter animals. And Abraham, Isaac decided up to this mountain where he's going to kill him. And God had told him to do this, and so he ties his own son on this altar and brings up the knife to kill him. Very dramatic, the story. Comes as he's plunging down the knife, an angel comes and grabs his wrist and stops. And God said, I just wanted to make sure you really do it. Yeah. And the story I was raised on with my parents and my grandfather, were very big on, like, you will kill the child if you want to, that's what you're supposed to do. And I said this in the book, and my brother, who, we really haven't talked about this, but we do have an outbreak of it, hadn't really talked about this like all the years ago. And he said when he read it, he said, no, it's not that our parents would have sacrifices, did sacrifices. Because they believed that somebody else was somebody raised very, I don't know if it's exactly the truth, but it wasn't necessarily anything was checking. But there was random people who, a lot of men, who just raised us because our parents had more important things like control. And so there's a lot of ways to talk to kids. There's a lot of ways to think that, God's talking. Absolutely.
Is there like groups of people that get together that have survived that have the ability to like help each other through this?
So apparently there's a whole huge group of people who have come out of like Pacific Jews that less Pacific Jews, but there's also he's a doctor who spoke on mortality show too, and he has something called development, which is just basically says that there's really poor ways of control that helps you control your behavior, your information, your thoughts, and your emotions. And so he has these programming, this program for people who can help you control that kind of high control, even if it wasn't religious or nature.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. It's his whole thing is excommunication. That's pretty good. When we're breaking free, what a reception. And what was it like when trying to integrate with regular people out here in the world?
I don't think I that so
what was the experience like all the time go from being incredibly controlling religious world that thinks the end of us to regular.
So it wasn't entirely all of a sudden. I had a illness, an autoimmune disease, which was probably, there's no genetic signature to these diseases, frankly, your body attacks itself. It was quite probable that my body was just like, I can't have this anymore because I'm stressed. Yes, and also there's a lot of deprivation, food deprivation, when you're did survival training, but we want extreme deprivation. So, well, because I was born there, and also because I was big and because of other things, I was trained for a long time, like pretty much. And we moved up there full time up to the mountain, which I talked about in the quarter. We moved up there when I was almost 8, and so I was up there until I left.
Origin.
Yeah, I mean, there was other things going on too, but so I left for this, and then I was hungry, and there was a lot of other things happening, so I found a roadside house. That's how I got out of college. But I was hosting, and so that was a whole way into learning about how other people live. Even though, like, it wasn't like I was writing to them, I'm like, sitting there and do the thing. You learn a lot. Like, when you feel refrigerated, that was good.
What was it? People's houses. Because I was thinking how these weird people are in the outside world. Did you ever see the Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt?
Oh, so many people.
It's kind of you.
It is. And you know what? The heck is very much the way that she's like confused by the smallest things. I mean, it's funny the way that they depict it, but it's also kind of dark. I mean, I actually like the dark side of that.
It's a
very
great
dark.
show.
And Henry's a lot of help with that one. Like, maybe it's not true about you. But I think that there's real truth to these the things that can do for you. And I went to college. I didn't know how to have relationships. There's a lot of rules. Apparently, and some of the rules about the dance of friendship. And I hadn't really made friends because I was learning people I was working. I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how to like. I didn't have any rules. And it took me a very long time to learn.
But it's a crash course. Were you open about your past?
No. I wasn't open.
They just thought you were weird.
Why do you tell me?
Oh boy.
Because I was just really separate, and I didn't know how to. I didn't drink for some of those things because I was still afraid of losing control. I was still afraid that I also felt like I was about to get my head out and find a way to live in the house like wrong. And so I couldn't afford to like. It's hard to match how that. When my friends now, my friends become my family. My best friend actually is amazing friends with the family, and they. I don't know. I mean, like, I still don't understand the way they have this. Like, I can do it. I know which word to pick me from, but I can't do, you know?
You want to use fingers?
I mean, I can eat with utensils, but it's not, if I'm not in the right company,
Isn't that interesting? That like eating with your hands is not too gross. But some people can eat with your hands. Like you're eating ribs. How you gonna eat ribs? If you eat ribs with a fork and knife, you're a fucking asshole. And you got a big old Texas beef rib. You're not gonna eat that thing with your face. You have to get in there.
so it's
Isn't it weird?
Yeah, it's just cultural. Right?
Yeah.
But there's something we do in Western culture that we're so in our minds, instead of our bodies, always separating ourselves. So we look like things like metal, like it's just like the reality that we're like eating an animal, or you know, whatever it is we're devouring. And somehow it's more polite. There's a metal between you and it.
Bizarre.
And
But it's
so,
everywhere. And it's cheap having food up. And you feel like, you know, you can be in a restaurant. Napkin thing.
a lot of rules because I want to be loud. And, you know,
Right, and which side the salad fork, which one's regular fork.
it's right at the outlet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you are learning these things, you have to like actually memorize. So, like when you don't come from it, you're like, rules and hold them. So I'm very active throughout the cultures of like any sort of culture. And there's a lot of rules.
Sure. You must be hyper good. Yeah. But patterns of people just take for granted. You're like, oh, interesting. Yeah. The thing about like knowing where the forks and knives can point is one of the dumbest ones of all time. Because it's like a sign that you're cultured. You know where the fork properly goes. You gotta have a boring ass conversation with those people, or you want to sit down and have a meal and talk. Like that's the fun kind of like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, who's properly impressing? You know what? Like, what is this? Why would you want this?
Well, that doesn't have a much into a conversation. I like to eat on the floor. I would like to sit on the floor. And I have people running the house, and I'm like, if people will do it, I invite them to sit on the floor because it just feels organic to me, and it just feels good here. It feels just like, I don't know, just because all the ease and
Have you ever seen those Middle Eastern guys all sitting around this plate of food, and they're all just sitting cross-legged, eating with their hands and eating with their hands?
yeah.
Yeah, the heart does never shake someone's hand with the left hand. The other thing is wipe your ass. So they think we're gross because we use paper, we just smudge all over the place.
Well,
and they got a really good point. It is one of the grossest things. If you get one of those bidet toilets, you will never go back. You'll never go back. Like, how gross is it? Just smear it all over the place. So they have, you're allowed to use your hands. You're supposed to. It's a normal thing. Like, most of the time it's normal. How do you eat popcorn?
I feel validated right now.
Do you eat popcorn? Okay. What do you eat with your fucking hands?
Bread.
Yeah, bread. Exactly, bread. Who's cutting bread with a fork and knife? That's ridiculous. I guess it's just the messiness of it. But I think if you can get people to like the conversations and like stay in the long, maybe that's it. Maybe and everybody's eating chicken legs and drinking beer. They have some crazy stories. Yeah, it's gonna get uncomfortable. Keep people, make them wear their nice clothes. They don't want to get messy. They don't fork and a knife and keep everybody proper. No one's trying to impress everybody else with how proper they are. How much they know. Fine dining. May I see this sommelier to make a wine selection? It's like.
I remember the first time, someone came to pour us last one, whatever, and then like the guy is supposed to tell the guy if it's okay. And I'm like, oh my god, it's just this. Like, and also, and it's not. Like, all kind of.
By the way, that is the most bullshit moment you ever have in a restaurant. So you swirl that thing around, take a sniff, and sip. You really know what you're doing. 99.9% of people doing that.
Absolutely. And I don't know if this is a fact, but I have never had an opportunity on the Mandy side to have the wine dinner for the lady.
Oh, that's interesting. No, I've definitely seen it together. Yeah, with the home orders model. It's generally like whoever orders it. Yeah, but maybe that's just modern today. Maybe that's like a new thing. Women's liberation and stuff like that. I'm sure it's interesting. Even if you've ordered the bottle, maybe that's what it is. Generally, the person who orders it.
But I also have
because if I'm around a group of my friends and we order a bottle of wine, if I ask, they'll bring it to me. But if my friends ask, they always bring it to them. I think it's kind of like that person who orders it. It's probably just but I would imagine that like women get it for the price. So I would imagine Somalia, I would assume the lady was making the choice. So, seeks the religion. Not
it's really more Christian religion. But this is I don't trust you just subject. So they have this, they do not drink unless the person they is drinking, they don't want to be rude or whatever. So they're not allowed to order wine. But if you order one, and they love smoking, they also never put their hand or some other things. But I have a friend, and he taught me, I couldn't figure it out. I don't know why. Whatever. The bottle of wine. And if I ordered it, he told me to order it. Paying for it. Then he could drink it. And it was, I mean, there's just all these countries have different traditions. And
yeah. They have this crazy cannabis mixture that's supposed to be bomb diggity. What is that stuff called? Yeah, Dr. talking about it. Like they have some, they have some like edible THC. It's supposed to be okay, many different ways of making wine. I see traditional method is to blend fresh cannabis leaves, plain yogurt, a pinch of sugar, and nuts like almonds and pistachios, along with spices, ginger powder, fennel seeds, cardamom, peppercorn, and water.
wow.
What does it say at the top?
Oh, wait, how,
There's cannabis trees. Yeah, already. Yeah, but I guess take that stuff and get blasted.
it's a really old incredible tradition. They are very humble and people, the culture, they pacifist, et cetera, et cetera. But probably that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, they're chilling.
Oh, yeah.
They're in a good headspace. Yeah, like so. That's an example of a group of people that's following a capital that seems to be beneficial. To like harmonious relationship with each other.
They do their workaround. We can joke about the workaround, but the workaround is when they associate with outsiders, they feel they and so, right, but they participate in it, and because they participate, they keep themselves as narrow-minded. I mean, cold people, they're definitely going to afford you that glass of wine you're not allowed to drink. My dad was in the military. I'm not drafted, like, you're not. No, you get me to drink some alcohol. Like, he was very proud of it. And so it's really difficult to have friendships. Like, things that is so good because they're all in unison, but one of the things that people who have gotten into the community with there is that people are actually they're often a group of friends because anybody or anybody else can't you can't joke, you can't laugh at each other, you can't like there's really a lot of things that are forbidden that are I think required for friendship. And so I had to learn that outside and it's really impoverished by knowing and but not really having experience and trust.
So how long did it take? What steps did you go about to sort of create your own world?
Good ways to do this. I mean, I was college, so I know whatever I things academically, but what I did learn is like in my body. I feel like I had 4 children really quickly, really young, and I raised myself with them. I used to do this when my kids were little, where I was about other cultures, but I didn't really know like what kind of culture it was. And so I learned about Japan, for example, which at the time they were saying things like, don't say to a child till they're 5. Give them a sense of tonic, and then you start putting it. So yeah, all these parts I put them all over my house, and I had different values that to my kids, like resiliency, agency, and so in that me. So for example, restraints. I didn't use playthings or whatever. I just tried to create a safe environment and make these things like they should be able to find me. I should always be present. So I was saying, hi, I'm going to be here in this way. Right? Like anytime you want me, I'm right here. I'm bringing myself inside so that I felt like they were in control of the relationship and just all this stuff. Right? And so I think by raising them, I raised myself.
Wow.
But it didn't know how to make myself. I don't have friends from things because I didn't know how to get on with them. And I didn't know anyone. Like I would be friends with somebody for like 6-7 years before I went to anything. So like
So how did you figure out how to open up? Well, just the first week of the week. And I mean, I can't imagine what that's. I can't imagine what that life is like. So, 27, out in the world on your own, trying to decipher what the fuck the outside world does.
I didn't understand their relationship with their parents. Like I didn't ever have like my mom never bought me a more like he never even later in life when I connected or whatever, it's like I would always have to pay. It was never the sense that my parents were giving us, like it was always us into their money. I felt like I didn't understand. I feel like I still I think it's such a parent, it's like this disconnect as far as what feels like to be a family. And my definition of family is wider, of course.
Right. Because like your grandfather was really right?
He was.
He was your grandfather.
He actually was my biological grandfather, but the other kids that we were raised with,
Right.
all called him grandfather.
Right.
And so I didn't know the difference. But he was my actual.
So there was a lot of people that were your family, but they weren't different.
Right.
Yeah.
And then of course with the I had the family as well.
Makes sense. Sure, it's like a relearn life. So you're like going through 1 through 17 again.
Yeah, do that much more time. The movie for things. Well, just this idea that if you put like a child in an adult body, that like that's just not kind of like freedom size. I'm a stone. I'm a stone.
There's a bunch of those, like, like I paid attention.
But it's not about religion. Well, she does call. She calls like I thought because it's not since Auckland. It's not religion, but it's she calls you God. So there's something that's terrible, but it's not specifically about religion. I think that's what I was like. I feel like I'm still recovering from. But
What year is this supposed to be taking place?
it's surrealistic. So it's kind of like Victorian, but sensationalized. So something like Diego Rivera. Oh yeah, part of this is white and it's like same color.
How do I know about this?
I don't know.
No. There's just too many
I feel like I taught you something.
You do. There's just too many things to
But in any case, it's an adult brain. I'm sorry, a child's brain is actually her influence that gets put into this body. She
Whoa.
dies, and so the baby dies, and before the baby dies, so that brain gets put into this adult brain. But anyways, that's what I felt like. I felt like I was this adult part, infant brain, and there was it just took me so long. So I feel like I don't come from an era, right? Like did. Like original music of I don't relate to my generation. And so people are, sort of like everyone just sort of like the same kind of thing. And I didn't go to concerts when I was a teenager. Ever. Never. So I didn't have any idea what that felt like. And so I don't associate with that.
Did you guys hymns? Most Christian hymns, right?
All Christian hymns. But John Wesley, there was a lot of John Wesley, and like in the 300s, can you fact check that? But it was he wrote so many songs and all the lyrics and harmony.
So when you were kids, like rock out, sing hymns.
Yeah.
So what was
Really rock.
the first time you heard another song?
The thing that I got picked out for was a boy whose race would be he had left and he was in college. And I was 17. And I went to the concert and music and not. And
You realized had you seen it before? Color Purple was the first one you ever saw. Wow.
Really changed my life. And then I started watching movies.
How old was it like? At 17.
Like a church. So good. It was like, I was just the darkness and the screen was off. I just felt
I think we take
just
you. First of all, music.
I didn't start listening to these for too loud to like act crazy once I got out. Like I knew that other people were doing it. The first time maybe for example, I think I just didn't because I had babies young. I just didn't. I did all that. I tried all these kids, and I was doing the mom thing, trying to get myself to this so I could make money, take care of everybody, and it just felt like there wasn't time for that, so I didn't have a youth, and so when I was in my 30s, I'm actually putting this in my next book, which is actually called Project Life. And he introduced me to the songs of it was in the early 2000s, and he introduced me to the songs of the 90s, and taught me, the Dare the so some lyrics, he come from pastor religion into music, and it was just wonderful music education. So I could on that. It came into understanding.
You're like
So much.
like alien version of being drop dolls. What are you doing here?
It's shockingly how people still figure it out. Things like you can learn to, like, what it is. I can learn to code switch and I can learn to be visible on the outside. Like I can learn to but quickly that you learn, but you can't really feel the that other people feel.
Right.
And so you're sort of like disconnected. It's like in a bell jar or something. For somebody, it's a distance between, or there was for just one time between you and someone else. So for example, my brother, you, as I told you, I was working for his sister, like he never even talked about his family. They didn't even know. It's like you should sort of you should like read it so you could figure out where I come from. You know, he never told me. We're very best friends. We've been my friends with for over 20 years. Like he never told me. And I think that, and your books were normal, but yes, he didn't have the body to really make it the way that it was. Yeah. And we as a family, siblings all kind of went different directions because to go back and read it. And you don't, it just feels like it was going backwards if you try to be around when it comes out. And you just want to like live I'm new identity.
Wow.
The function concept.
For sure. They just, there's so many things that can happen to a child and will screw them up forever. But the fact that you had no understanding of the world and you fully believe all the stuff that you've been told, you learn how foreign the wood, and then you get released. And then you're out in the world. It's crazy. It's such a crazy story.
But the outside world is really complicated because there's so many different systems out here.
Yeah. Did you, were you at a rush to try to find a new one?
I was in a restaurant because I didn't think I was going to live very long. It was still inside my head that I was already here. To be honest, writing about this is what the former say to me all the time. Nobody's ever talking about this publicly. We were trained to be once we were like or something. Like, these are our brothers and sisters in arms. And we never asked about this. So to know the book, it was the first time that anyone spoke publicly about this particular time. And it was supposed to be about destructive dead because I have talked about it. And so there were so many years that I think it was just so painful to even think about, I think, where it comes from. So, I mean, I'm kind of going around in a circle to answer this question, but I felt like it's been very recent that I can own that as being an essential part of my identity.
Do you attribute any specific, like this meditation, yoga, like what is it that sort of is allowing you to kind of regain your life?
Have you heard the expression, the word biophilia?
No.
So biophilia is the love of living, and it's not specifically environmental. It was coined in 1973, I think, by everyone. And it is the love of living things. So it's not just your home, but it's animals, plants, whatever. And so I think that because I was raised on respecting the natural environment, I really feel like when I've been lost in the world, and like people lost, I don't know if I've ever tried to be lost in the world, I'm just learning what's around that isn't working. That's always information that can, it can be always information that can get where you want to go. You just, where you want to go, right? So I feel like putting my feet in the dirt, like being in my body helps with that. You're not just on grass, although I just outside sometimes. But if you can find yourself what you want to do, that feels kind of breathing. Right? It's not about an idea. It's like I am held by gravity right now. Like this gravity is holding me into it. And this earth, it gives me nutrients, like things that love out of this earth. But we forget that contemporary culture that everything. And so I think what the practice is to meditate, but I came today, but I think that like I can breathe through a tree. I'm like, oh, I'm the earth in some way. I feel like there's no point at which I'm stuck. And I think there's that was a little separate. I could always go back to the philosophy about
Yeah, I think we were talking about the sky, the light pollution, being a spiritual deficiency. I think we have that also from the forest. I think there's something that connects us when we're in the wilderness. There's a feeling that when you there's a humbleness. It comes about you as humility that you have to accept. That the wilderness is so vast, powerful, and amazing that it puts you in check. It gives you like a feeling of connectedness to everything. When we live in cities and we're going to restaurants, we think we're different nature. Kind of set it up that way. We set our own structure up overnight. But we're missing something like that. We're missing
our nature.
Yeah, we
We
are.
really are. We are just great unworks. How metaphor I got, but okay, we separate ourselves from the reality that we eat great things. And, you know, most people that eat animals that like are on island because that thing is a freaking creature. You are devouring it. That is so primal. And we all come from a wilderness. We really do. Like, we're like huge thousands of years. Way before anything was like longer that we spent foraging than we did. With agriculture growth, so we know. And so we all come from that. So people get there, think it has something that is inside of us. And I think we would all
I think all human beings share that. The only people that live good live in neurotic and like crazy city dwellers.
Get me out of the wood. I ate out of here. So quiet.
People are like,
This is cigarettes. When we fucking going home, it's terrible. There's got to be people like that. Yeah, people that are just like that. Well, there's people that get acclimated to those particular cultures too, right? There's people that maybe there's things they do in the city that they can't do without. They need that thing. Yeah. Oh yeah. But they like gambling habits. My friend is a gambling habit in Vegas, so I'm never around those. He wants to gamble all the time. That's the place. You know, that's the place for you. You can't get that guy over the woods. You know, there's no card games out there.
yeah, but there's a lot of adrenaline if you're looking for it.
Oh yeah. It's a different kind of. But it's just also there's a lot. Like I said, the humility to the woods. It's first of all, it's so hard to just get around. It's fucking hard to get around. Where there's no roads, shit, everything's up and
Doesn't
down.
work.
Yeah. But you actually can get GPS out there.
Not everywhere.
Can't help.
Well, I suppose if you have a device, but your phone is not going to work in front of you. But I know.
The new phones, use actual global positioning satellites, and it works even without a cell phone signal. I think iPhones do that. I think Samsung phones do that too. I think that is a limited phone.
Probably more like your stuff.
No. You misunderstand what I'm saying. No, you misunderstand what I'm saying. Yeah, there is satellite messaging. What I'm saying is GPS coordinates that your maps work. I think your maps still work even if you don't have cell phone signal.
You can't put in, I can tell you this. If you're in a forest, it's not going to tell you which way to go because it hasn't been mapped in that way. Like it's not going to tell you turn left in 50 yards.
Right. Yeah, you get GPS, but you don't get directions. You don't get
You can ask me something else.
Siri, you're telling me how.
Right.
Right.
You're going to have to find some other ways to identify.
Yeah, you'll have to actually look at the terrain on your GPS unit and figure out which way to go.
Yes,
You can do that, but you can pick up a waypoint and it'll actually steer you towards the way
And what jump you have to the right side.
your phone.
No, you could actually,
Oh, no. You're fine. You're not. An iPhone GPS will work fine without cell phone. The phone will know where it is, but you will not be able to see your location displayed on Apple Maps without a data connection to download the map.
that makes it a little bit tough.
Yeah. So it knows where you are. The GPS will work fine, but so could you just download the map of the entire country and leave it on your phone? So I know you can do that with certain apps. Like there's Onyx Hunt. It's a map application for wilderness hunters. You can use that. You download areas. You have
cell phone service so you can tell where you're at.
That may work, but most people on this planet have not done that.
Yeah, you're fucked. You're fucked. If you don't know where the star is, you don't know how to figure out what goes south, east, and west. Yeah, you're in trouble. You don't know where the sun rises and sets. Some people don't even know. They don't even know. They have no idea. A lot of people live in this city. Which way does the sun set? North? I don't fucking know. Probably north. And they just start going there. They think they're going north. They're going deeper into the woods.
And another thing about like going deeper in the woods, like humans are kind of circular movement. So if you don't know that, you will just keep walking in circles. And so you could see them, you can still keep walking and come towards it, but you're going to veer slightly and you're going to find yourself right back where you came from. So it's not good. You have to figure out a strategy to keep yourself from doing that because naturally they've done all sorts of studies on this and humans walk in circles.
Why do they
That's what we do. Do that because we don't really understand what it's for in a straight line. You could get real like political fun about that too, I think. But
getting lost in the water has to be one of the most terrifying experiences.
do you know what you should do if you get lost in the water? First thing you should do is stop moving. Stay put. Yeah, stay put. You really need to create a shelter and come up with a plan. You really just walking the way off. Yeah, people have died for this, like on the Appalachian Trail and stuff. They'll like go off the trail like 10 feet or something to pee, but it's like in a bush or whatever, and then they lose track of where the trail is, and they will die 20 feet away from the trail because they moved around, they exerted all their energy and whatever. They just stayed put. And made up for the sunrise and whatever. And then they figured out how it's system, like by watching the sky, or having to do all the maps. But people just, there's all these stories. My daughter was talking about one of the nurses, and she's so capable. She and her sister took her daughter, so it was like two sisters, so the aunt and her mother and the dog, teenage daughter, and they were saying they were camping, and they went just a little hike out, right next to the campground, and her husband knew which campground she was. They died just 100 yards away because they didn't have any idea how to place it. Actually, the teenager, because the mother and the aunt gave her all their clothes and her, and she survived. Yeah, horrible. The thing that people don't know about the wilderness was they put. Yeah, there's lots of that.
It's so and so
It's actually we survived a suspicion out there. So the thing it is about knowledge, and I mean, living in a city would be impossible for people too. Like cars are so bad. How are we doing?
Never figure out how to drive a car. No one's going to teach them.
Oh, yeah. So I'm thinking about it. But the point is, it's understandable that people don't. And then, in a sense, right? They don't understand that there's something terrifying if you don't know what you're facing.
It's interesting that the disconnected nature that we give cities enables people to create things where you don't need to create. Where you supermarkets, trucks, host conventions, everything's coming out of cities. It's all getting constructed, built, put together by a group of people living in cities.
And it all comes from nature. Right? Nobody sees that because it's so many steps.
Right. But whatever it does, it moves you further and further. Like all the things that we make move us further and further. To make sure
I think a lot of the hiking culture things is as far removed from nature as possible. I mean, like my mom was really an exception in this way. My dad couldn't learn this about it was just my mom. But there's this idea, I think, that if we could understand the nature, we'd be a lot less susceptible to all sorts of control. Right? And we would understand that we don't have control and that no human possesses ultimate wisdom because we have it, because we're so attached to understanding the cycles of nature. Like everything's very inherent. Everything's part of a much larger system. If you saw yourself part of that, it'd be very hard to say that any one person could be in today's age. But they profess to be God or whatever. You would have a lot more satisfaction if you understood nature. Which is something
we're very cool. That's also from protecting your kid, right? Then your kids aren't going to meet a bunch of creepy people, or they can recognize creepy people in the future.
met a lot of fucking psychos. I know that. I see it coming. I know what you live. I've seen what you live for. You're out of your fucking mind. And if you don't know that, then you're a 17-year-old kid or just gets released from home because you went to college Brooklyn. And also, you're out there in the world, like, how'd you feel?
I was pretty well. In fact, I've been physically assaulted. I've been physically assaulted by people I had no idea were dangerous. Like, you were some guy, and, he's like, oh, I'm having this stuff at your barbecue or whatever. And then somebody else, hey, are you going to leave? Before you in the backyard and grab you. I mean, my clothes have been broken. Because I didn't understand. I had to fight back to whatever degree, but I also had to get back up into Georgia and exercise, and it's just really difficult. But I didn't know
The people were dangerous.
right. People were dangerous.
Wow. God, what a wild experience. That would make a hell of a movie. Like young people punishment is like really fun.
Yeah.
Like,
It's more fun, but it's fun.
yeah. It's just hilarious. That show's hilarious.
It is. I really love it.
The guy, the roommate. Oh my god.
I don't remember. It's been a while since I saw it.
That show is such a fun show.
Well, I did. So after Forger came out, I was supposed to do it, create a shopping agreement, whatever. So I did register the Forger. That is a fun from the book, but it's about all of this. So we'll see what comes with it.
Well, I hope they make a movie out of it because it's such an insane story. It's just kudos to you for getting through it. I mean, the person who sits in front of me today, it's a wild ride.
Yeah, so it's been a long journey. But it's nice to be on this stuff, I'll tell you.
How many cults are active right now in the country? Do you know?
No, we still don't know, but there is such a thing as cult drinking, which you mentioned too. So when I was on, I did television right at the beginning when the book came out, Frank Buckley, and the producer, he was asking him, like, oh, I didn't know this cult existed, how did I not know, et cetera. And she said, well, I did my fact checking before we booked her, and it's in the cult directory. He's like, what? There's a cult directory? On the field is actually in the cult directory. I didn't know that. Whoa. So it's been a more interesting question actually is why are these cults not shut down? I mean, there's a hundred. Said someone told you there's a hundred of them there out in California, and they don't know if it's like freedom of speech that they have going on.
Isn't it a real question how do you define a cult? Because Scientology has exempt status in the United States. It's a legitimate religion. Because they sued the IRS.
I mean, what?
Thousands of dudes threatened to sue the IRS, and they filed. So I guess the IRS came. All right, you don't want to deal with all this.
Well, I
which
mean,
is really powerful of them.
it really is. But also, in religion, it has exempt status. But I think what makes a cult is, I mean, there's like this possibly we talked about, but it's really, really high control. But the question is, unless the abuse is reported in real time, it's really hard to find people in the cult. Don't recognize nobody's in the cult. And then we are loyal to cult. Like, you can't just
Right.
I would not tell you. I would no way. When I was 16, I would never tell you.
Right.
Not just not publicly, I would have privately.
It's the truth. Where's the people living the right way? Yeah. But
And there's
isn't
a lot of people who believe it.
they've been about religion too? And the fact that people want to say that there's certain people that talk historically about the Christian religion, like just historically, like the Christian faith, and this is what they did. Like, it's we have this problem like religion called different things. It's a group of people that have very specific rules that we live by. It's mandated by a higher power. Like, if you break down what the ingredients are, like, you can tell me it's a steak, but it's not all the ingredients of a carrot cake. This might be a carrot cake. No. We call it steak. But it seems like a carrot. It seems like a carrot. And that's religion and cult. Like, there's this very blurry line. So Scientology should be in that lawsuit. So who's pathetic? But Mormons aren't legit, but they are legit. Okay, so they get tax exempt status, but Scientology doesn't. Why?
Yeah, I don't think they have a clear religion reason why. I think all these groups, Scientology and Mormonism too, there's the inner circles that are much more worried about. So there's plenty of people who define themselves as Mormon or Scientologists who aren't living consistently their own life, but the people
But that's the question. Like, how hard is it to form a religion? Is it really easy? Like, how easy it's easy to get that tax exempt status? How many people do you need? I bet you can do it. I bet you can do it for sure. It's like, how many? You would imagine that everyone would be a great way to just trick the government. You don't get any money.
I think something like maybe like a spaghetti monster or something can actually feel the church of that.
And you have to tax exempt status for that. The flying spaghetti monster. Well, it would be really hard to argue, especially when you're dealing with something like Scientology, when you have a science fiction writer who is, he's the most prolific fiction writer of all time. L. Ron Hubbard is more words now. It has the breakfast than any human being that's ever lived.
I think he was a Boy Scout too.
Is he? Yeah. My favorite is when he worked and he's got like military jacket and just gave himself a bunch of medals.
Are you honest? I think there's more than one, but there's one in Hollywood.
No. I haven't met with them before. I got you hold on to the hands and they
The energy.
I was filming a television show in San Diego. We were near a park. I was famous, but get away with it. And I sat down with this dude and went through the whole thing with the e-meter and tell him and I realized somewhere along the line that he just enjoyed Scientology. And now part of his job is trying to compare, but he's not very good at it. Not only that, he's not good at selling it. He was very non-enthusiastic about it. I always thought that all the culprits were super fun to join, but this guy was just lost, it's people now, and all on the so it was interesting. It was it wasn't even reshaped my mind. It was every person trying to indoctrinate you into this cult is going to be really charismatic and really locked in. No, those are the leaders. They get the regular folks to go out to the park and annoy people and get yelled at. You fucking wackadoo. So that's the good that
the people at the top. Well,
Yeah.
that. I feel like it could be a cult.
I don't think it's that hard.
I feel like
I don't think it's that hard.
you decided it was one of your hit me up and I'll give you some and you'll be
I'm not interested. It's a cult. It's a cult. You can leave anytime. There's no requirements. So just say you're in. I don't care.
Rastafarians.
What the scientists do, if you read Flake's story, anybody that reads that story, the stories of Beatons and the volcano and the aliens and the birds, it's crazy. It's crazy. If you read Lawrence Wright's book, the very book, it sort of details the whole history of how they're creating it. He was basically a crazy person, self-diagnosing, and so he was self-counseling, using all these self-help books and psychology books to figure out how to live life. That was Dianetics.
Yeah. You read that, right?
Yeah, I bought it. In the 1990s, we had those infomercials with the volcano and the books of fire of the volcano. And I didn't know that, I didn't know the whole story of the volcano, where the aliens were all the fucking frozen souls of the volcano, all that crazy shit. So I just thought it was a self-help book. And back then, I was really into self-help books. I brought Anthony Robbins audio cassettes, all that shit. I was into this stuff. And so I was like, oh, this is how to maximize your life in this commercial. So I bought it online or on the phone. I think I can call. And they never stopped saying it. They sent me shit for years. It was invitations to this, and invitations to that, and half off of this, and free that, and come here, and meet with us.